If physical strength and magic are ineffective, the only remaining option is another type of power. Cesare extends his hand and begins to pray, seeking sacred energy and using the light of rectification. And Proto asks if those are the sacred arts, and Sid says he finally understands. It's a power that can't be trained like aura, nor researched like magic. It's the natural principle and the power of this world that can only be realized with the accumulation of faith and natural good karma. He can really use that. And if he says that the heretical arts can't defeat the sacred arts, that's what he finally manages to break that door with. And Lian is happy that something finally worked out. But Caesarea even tries to continue, but doesn't break through much, because the little hit he is giving isn't that effective. And so, Lian asks if the heretical arts weren't supposed to be weaker than the sacred arts. So, Sid says yes, and if it resists a bishop's sacred arts, then it means this door is more robust than he thought. In other words, it wouldn't be wasted on a mere trap, and it looks like the boy, you will have to give the final touch, so he will help you with that. And so, he agrees to join his aura with hers. Cesario doesn't quite understand what the girl intends to do, and Lian starts screaming, grabbing his sword and cutting the door in half, melting it and making room for them to pass. He notices that the melted substance disappeared, and Cesario says, that means it wasn't even supposed to exist in this world. Then, Cesara says that the attack was splendid, because it seems like he underestimated Lian's ability, and Lian replies, that's how it is, Cesara, leaving him embarrassed. Cesario responds by saying that Lian did all the Codis work, but the bishop says he doesn't feel anything behind the door, and it seems like they left the room empty, besides using it to perform rituals. He says that it's too dark to see clearly, but there's a strong physical capabilities by telling the boy to run, and Lian asks how long it will be, and the ghost tells him to make him stop, and tells him to make sure he puts into practice the movements he will. Smell of blood there, and Cesare raises his hand, illuminating the area, and he gets a huge fright. The two are startled when they see the wine that is inside, and within the room, there's a mass of flesh bound by. Some wires are in front of them, and Leona says, what the fuck is this? The two are horrified by what they're seeing, a mass of flesh covered in eyes and teeth. It looks like a monster. It's straight out of Stranger Things. A piece of that thing walks toward the boy. He notices that they are alive, that everyone is alive. Then, the ID says that he finally understands that they cut the flesh, extract the blood of intelligent species, and process them into pieces of meat infused with the essence of vitality. Based on how many there are, their goal is. Of course, it's a heretical art that summons a monster using a huge number of sacrifices as bait, because it's known for devouring an entire city just by opening and closing its mouth. He says that this calamity has a name, and Leona asks what its name is. He says that it's the city devourer, and that it requires a large amount of time and work to prepare. Lian becomes increasingly terrified as he speaks, saying that he cannot be stopped once he starts, because he is an extra-dimensional being that not even a transcendent being would dare to face. He will be summoned into this world, and will simply return to another dimension when he finishes devouring the city in a single bite, and the Kerpirted Efer-5, city free of blind, will become his dinner. C says that, obviously, the ritual would attract attention, and it fails 99 times out of 100. But the problem is the catastrophe that will occur if it succeeds, and the protagonist asks if it has ever worked before. C responds that there would be no record of it if it had, and the problem with heretical arts is that no one knows what phenomenon will occur until they are activated, and the send him while running, saying that he will tell him to run doing a handstand or on one leg. And the boy is scared by these orders, and he thinks that he has confidence in his countermeasures against heretical arts that the Holy Church possesses are usually formed after the event has already occurred. Then he asks what the countermeasure is for the city devourer, asking if they can't face it without a plan. And Ede doesn't respond to the boy, but instead starts yelling at the ghost, and Sid says that this isn't good, as the facility doesn't seem to be anything more than a place to process the sacrifices for the city eater. And even then, it's not enough. The security there is far too lax. Then, Lian asks Sid if they have already gathered the required quantity. He says yes. In general, he would say that at least 90% has been gathered. They should have nothing else to do other than begin the ritual, and they will begin the ritual as soon as they attempt to evacuate citizens. He says they will use a direct tactic. Liam asks about this tactic, and he says that they must combine all their forces in the city to conquer the 25th district. And the T'nai, Mars Hereti, as the devourer of cities, will require a large-scale ritual, so he is sure that everything will be resolved if they crush everyone before him. And the protagonist thinks about this total war, and Seo agrees. Those cornered will hide in their shells like turtles, clinging to their last resort. And the frightening aspect of their arts is their defensive capability, because it's an ability based on principles from another dimension, having all power that isn't holy power. But he possesses the holy sword, the all-powerful one. They will diminish your forces through total war, and after that, they will immediately annihilate the smallest number of exhausted elites. As long as they remain unaware of the holy sword's existence, they will fall into a checkmate from which they cannot escape. And Lan says that sounds better, adding that if they aren't complete idiots, they'll realize their identity has been exposed and will send running ability. But he has never run around the training field on one leg or doing a handstand. And even though he has no idea what it's for, if it's to get stronger, an ambush, but they'll also have to take a gamble. Wow, that's really cool, this and that. He's devising this huge plan with the sacred sword, talking to the ghost, and who knows what else. Come on, let's go. That one. But I can only imagine the elf's expression, seeing the kid talking to himself and having such a long conversation. Like, he's chatting away, being surprised, shouting, calling out, thinking, and acting, grimacing at nothing. The ghost is staring at the kid like he's crazy, talking to himself and making a plan with him, just observing. Then, the bishop calls Lan, saying they need to leave there immediately, because it seems they've discovered their infiltration. And the boy agrees, but picks up one of those things on the floor, questioning the meaning of continuing to live in such a state. And so he picks up that thing and puts it in a bag. Meanwhile, the bishop slaughters everyone else with his flail, tearing everything to shreds while the boy prays. And the two leave with the protagonist, taking a piece of that with the bishop. And he asks them to go quickly, and the protagonist agrees. Then all those other guys chase after the two, and some are completely saddened by the death of the sacrifice that they worked so hard to process, and orders them to forget about the chase, because that place has now been discovered. They must shut everything down. And so, already outside, they finally lose their pursuers. Elia notices that it seems they have given up pursuing them, and he agrees, saying that the pursuer's presence is fading, and mentions that he once poked a hive when he was young. It feels exactly like that. Then, the bishop says that, at the time, he just jumped into a nearby pond, but the situation is a bit more dangerous, and there is no pond for them to jump into. And, since that place is like a festival of beings that cannot even be compared to Bella's, he is sure that any reinforcements they request from the church will take a while. We'll do it. And so the blonde observes from afar, thinking that this is an incredible scene, saying that it is worth painting. Ed, having heard it said that the East has an old saying called, to arrive. So, he thinks for a moment, and questions Liana. And Lian thinks to himself that the initial plan that the ID presented requires someone with sufficient persuasive power, and he was. He's considering revealing the sacred sword as a last resort, but only Your Excellency should know about it. He'd prefer to avoid showing it to others, although he might have been understood. The thought of when they fought together comes to mind. If he truly wants to hear his opinion, then he will agree. He, who conceived a grand plan, and after some time, with the two of them working together, he shows that object on the table. Then the bishop pauses to think, saying that there are some uncertain aspects, but it's worth trying. After all, he doesn't have any other ideas besides this one. And he himself, he questions if he's serious, and he confirms it, making him happy because it's very difficult to give an explanation that people will actually believe. So he's certain that they would have pursued this current strategy if they had listened. Since the information about the City Eater could be highly confidential, even within the church, he will simply pretend it was a deduction and deflect any suspicion. And regarding a way to nullify the barrier, he says he will exclude the Holy Sword keywords, adding that there's no other way but to invent an excuse claiming solar hour is more effective against the arts of what they believe. Then the bishop says that even within the Holy Church, solar hour is renowned as something to prioritize in recruitment, and it's so rare that he has never saw anyone other than the boy possess it. But he thinks he finally understands the reason for it. He declares that he's decided, saying they will mobilize the guild and the army and lead them to the enemy base, where a small number of elites can infiltrate and attack. Then the bishop says that, in this case, they have two prerequisites: to make the guild and the army mobilize, and to dom, late blooming. And Lian is like a complete vessel, so just fill that vessel to the brim, and even if he only inherits a small portion of the ancient hero's swordsmanship experience, at the very least, form a team that will infiltrate their base. And Proto thinks the first part is simple, since the bishop can speak against Kodo. But then the problem is that they need people who can face the elites of the inherited arts. and the team will need to be formed by people who are, at the very least, ranked according to the guild's standards. And the boy is pondering this, but he has an atriade idea, wondering if they could recruit strong people from the slums. He brings up the fact that they're from the slums, and he explains that even in the slums, there are not one, but two people who are ranked, and the prisoner and the coffin keeper would be good additions to the team. And since they're also trying to fight fire with fire, they will definitely cooperate. So, he says that, setting aside his skills, he asks if they will also participate, and he says he's sure that they won't have a choice if he talks to them. And then the bishop notices something, realizing that he understood it as recruitment. He says they will give them an opportunity to do great work for the church, and is sure that they will give in as soon as they show the sacred breastplate of the iron chain. And they are both thinking about the same thing, without any scruples. And Sid notes that he would definitely be stabbed if the people speaking overheard him. He immediately remembers how Can received him, and says that he certainly isn't feeling happy, avenging him for making her nose bleed. And a while later, back at the Adventurers Guild, everyone is scared to death when they see those people, and even the attendant doesn't like it. From that, she just welcomes Lin, and also one of those iron chain guys, and they keep asking if he isn't their knight, questioning what business they have with the guild, and he talks to Rai, saying he's not there for a ransom request today, but for business. And Cesare introduces himself as Bishop of the Holy Church, and says that he requests all the support of the guild in the name of the will be able to become a master swordsman. However, after 300 years, he would never allow his successor to remain solely in the master realm. And soon he thinks that he should, iron and holy chain, and everyone is surprised. And so the head of the blind division, Bernard, goes to talk to him, saying that even though they have never done any business, he will be under their command. Care. The protagonist even thinks Bernard is greater than Kay, and has heard rumors that he was a top-ranked player in his prime, but retired due to a leg injury. Bernard says he completely understands the situation, the severity of the situation, and since it's important enough for a member of the Holy Knights of the Iron Chain to request a meeting like this, it must be important. The protagonist thinks it must be because of his experience with the Guildmaster. But the discussions about explaining the circumstances and measures moved very quickly when they revealed that thing. And despite this, the Prostom expression hardened when he learned how little time was left, which was Danny's estimated time frame. And, according to the Guildmaster, among the 4 currently active ranked players in Blind, only one adventurer can be mobilized, excluding those who are in the middle of missions. They left the matters concerning this adventurer in the hands of the Guildmaster, while the bishop and he went to favelas, recruit, and also the coffin guy. And well, the meeting between Can and the bishop was more threatening than he expected, as the two were about to throw down right there. He says that it must be because he was suspected of helping Malice, even if only for a moment, but he had no choice but to accept the recruitment. Then Cesario says that if he refuses, he will put every last one of them on the list, and he's going to have to do his best to run to the ends of the continent and find a hole to hide in. And the protagonist thinks that Can must have given up because of the threat, and Can thinks he fell into his own trap, as he thought it would be his chance to exterminate them and screw over the guild at the same time. But Cesare says that this recommendation doesn't only apply to be able to kill a dragon easily, and he doesn't know how powerful the demon king of that era is, but half of his power should be sufficient. Then he asks why the ghost is so him, but to the coffin guardian as well, and if he doesn't want to suffer all this alone, he'd better send the message to him. And Can questions this, saying that it will be just him and the guardian of the coffin. He says that 2 coffins are enough for the essential forces, and for the rest, they must evacuate and distance the citizens before the subjugation begins, and that's enough. Can asks if he is thinking of cutting off the snake's head with a small number of elite forces. Cesario says he is very smart for a mere gangster. The two are getting along in a very strange way. The protagonist says that, in any case, they cannot afford to exclude Can from this, and they have to unite against the City Eater, regardless of what happens. It's better than the whole world actually dying. A while later, the protagonist thinks that, even though they said all that, the fact that so many people gathered in just 2 days is overwhelming, and it's like there's an army formed there. Rise says that they sent an emergency request to all guild members of rank S or higher, and the majority decided to join, and the master says there are approximately 100 of them. This is what he would truly call total war. They managed to persuade Lord Blind thanks to the preserved evidence, and Gon has already surrounded the 25th district, engaging in close quarters combat. It will be entrusted to adventurers and mercenaries, while the outnumbered troops will provide support from the rear, along with long-range attacks. And so, it is said that it was a wise decision, as they would only become sacrifices for the heretical Ares if they went all out as they normally do. Instead of empowering the enemies, it is better to harass them, even if passively. Elon thinks that the main force is the three of them anyway, but it is said that although it is only one person, Lord Blind sent them someone, surprised, since he has already made up his mind, telling him to take a good look. However, he warns that for Lian it will probably be like the gates of hell opening, and already in the classroom, the boy, and so, the senior knight of Count Blaine Conrad's family appears, offering his greetings to the guardian of the goddess. But the bishop says that he is not worthy of such a title, praying that the goddess bless him with her protection, and the protagonist reflects on Conrad's words, recalling that Conrad described him as a knight renowned for his distinguished military achievements, even from his days as a simple knight, but Can doesn't approve of it. A lot of that, because, as expected, he doesn't fit in very well there, and the two certainly don't get along. And the protagonist thinks that, after all, he is the leader of the favelas, and just then, another person appears very stealthily behind the protagonist, asking if he's late. So Corey asks who he is, and the person questions Corey's question, especially since it was Corey who asked him to come, and C says that, since they are both tied to this mess, they will just do the job given to them, which involves talking to the coffin keeper. He says he will move however he wants, and declares that he is a killer, so he doesn't fit in with all of them, but the bishop says he won't worry about him as long as he does his job properly. However, if he tries to just follow along, using stealth, he will make him realize that he has nowhere to hide in the radiance of the goddess, already revealing Mangual as a murderer. Then, the coffin guardian says he is scared to death. Reno disappears from behind the protagonist. He says he can't believe it and can't feel him. Even using his aura sense and vision, he was unable to detect him. So, the bishop says it looks like there's only one left now. He says that one is an adventurer hired by the guild, and she appears there saying that she is a little late and that they didn't tell her much about the request, so she had to prepare a lot of things, and she is Karen. I swear to you that I've been looking for this girl's art for a long time. I had no idea she was the one who appeared. To start, it's quite simple. Just click the link in my description and register. The application will only be available after you register, and be sure to use my code, the one is extremely sleepy, and the one-eyed ghost approaches him, and Leon wakes up out of nowhere, saying that he is listening, and that he certainly didn't fall asleep, and when he looks around, class is in session, and everyone is here. I saw a screenshot of this somewhere on Facebook and searched for a long time, and she appears out of nowhere here. And all four of them are wondering what the big difference is between her and the previously, there's a gangster, two adventurers, a retired Iron Chain Holy Knight, and a senior knight from Blaine County. Plus there's also an assassin. He thinks it's irrational to expect unity in a group like that, and that it's unavoidable, since they were hired solely based on individual strength. So, he calls them all to start following the plan. And amidst all that war, fighting is breaking out everywhere, everything is on fire, and it's a huge mess. They scream that it's an ambush, and order them to contact headquarters immediately. But, when that guy comes out of his hiding place, a rain of fire comes towards him, and everyone is hit and killed by those arrows, and one of them shouts to release the abomination quickly. And, indeed, the abomination appears there, a mass of flesh with a mouth, just like the one they saw, only much larger, and they continue throwing fire at that thing, but the creature raises its hand and wipes out a portion of the archers effortlessly. He notices that the arrows had no effect, so others appear there, calling them weaklings and declaring that it's time for the mercenaries to take over, ordering everyone to die a meaningless death. Meanwhile, the bishop believes that the stalemate is starting to shift, and it's clear that they have handled the situation in a magnificent way. However, the abomination is not an easy monster to face, and will last at least tens of minutes. And if they move according to plan, those who realize they are at a disadvantage in the frontal attack will try to hide in their shells. Then, the Knight Sior asks everyone to look at that, and sees that there is a huge tornado forming in the still. He thinks he's using all his energy to pay attention in class, but believes he exerted too much strength during the one-eyed test. However, aside from that class, he doesn't think he missed anything. Middle of that area. And Sid says it's not natural. No matter how much he observes, Leon asks if it's Mars, saying it's his turn now. With the bishop moving forward, and the boy trying to follow them, he notices that they are too fast. It's not that he's slow though. They quickly arrive in front of that thing, and the knight, seeing the proto moving at Moving at the speed of a turtle, he realizes that they didn't take him into consideration. Apologizing, he says that he's going to test for himself just how durable that barrier made by the hereditary arts is. Imbuing his sword with fire, he uses his aura fire on that thing, imbuing it into the tornado. When the tornado starts to catch fire, Proda is impressed by Conrad, but the fire disappears instantly, and he thinks it's just a very powerful barrier. So Can tells Conrad to move away, calling him a weakling, preparing his punch, and going after that thing. But his punch doesn't do much good either, you see? Afterwards, the tornado is still calm. Then Can starts to sweat, and so it's the bishop's turn. He says that his sacred art should be able to crack the barrier, but he should conserve his strength as much as possible, as a precaution, due to what might happen inside. So, the protagonist says that he showed an ugly side of himself a moment ago, and starts to feel bad. Prepare to go up, but everyone thinks it's strange, wondering what the boy intends to do. Then, he talks to Sid, asking if he has gathered enough power, and Sid confirms that he has. Of course, more than enough. He's overflowing with power thanks to that son of a bitch he destroyed earlier, and so he picks up his sword, preparing himself. And the idiot says that absorbing the power of a single hereditary artist is like absorbing the power of thousands of monsters. He doesn't need to hold back, telling the boy to give it his all, and Lian agrees, but tells him not to get so excited that he undoes his teaching, which is crucial. And the ghost says he's figured out where he should begin teaching him. However, he asks Lin, from his perspective, what he's lacking, and the boy, transformation, and so he prepares a slashing attack in front of it, imbuing it with all of his aura, and everyone is amazed by what the boy can do, and he unleashes just one slash at the direction of that tornado, completely tearing it apart, and the barrier is destroyed. They think now is their chance, throwing themselves in there. You could see that, in a 6-meter run, the kid even loses, but goes hand to hand with him, just so you can see. Look, he's playing around. And inside, they begin to walk through a maze filled with water in the corners, clearing a path as they go. And at that moment, the bishop asks if the coffin keeper is there. He immediately appears in the shadow of the point man, who is completely scared, and he thinks what it sounds like. They manage to get in safely. Outside, that's right, these two are wearing full chainmail, but he doesn't hear a single clank of metal as they move. And so, C speaks, meaning that their basic movements are on a completely different level. Completely different, and Lian notices that he still has a long way to go, but Karen asks them to wait, as there is an entrance that leads to the underground just ahead, and Cesare thinks that C is suspicious, wondering if it's a trap, and Conrad says that even so, they can't completely ignore it. But Karen tells everyone that this is probably the only entrance that leads to the underground, and she thinks they should try to enter, throwing themselves in there. He wonders if it's really that easy, but the bishop talks to Karen, asking if she can detect the presence of traps from up there. And the protagonist remembers that the guild doctor said that Karen was a rogue, and she says that it's difficult. Looking down and thinking that the area beyond the stairs has a completely different space than there, so she can't explore the area before they enter, and with that, the bishop calls them all to come in, thinks it must be swordsmanship or aura, assuming it's one of the two, but the ghost says he's wrong, stating that it's his eyes, which surprises the boy. Then the ghost says it's a proverb, because the situation will only get worse if they waste time there, and nothing will improve, and he commands them to go quickly. They start to descend the stairs, and the protagonist says he doesn't feel the presence of the coffin guardian as he walks makes him wonder if he is being followed, but as he steps onto the next step, something activates, and the boy, he begins to fall alone in another corner, and the environment changes completely, leaving him isolated. He notices that everyone has disappeared, and he can't sense anyone's aura. Then, he recognizes that this is a maze formation, a classic technique that distorts and expands space to increase the base area. The others must be separated, but somewhere within the maze, they will find them. Soon, if they're lucky. But Karen appears behind him. They encountered each other like this after being separated, and he's startled by the girl. While Eusidio thinks he was lucky, she says that it's a relief because he would supposedly be anxious in a dark place like this. Then, he is surprised that she is calling him Junior, and points out that she is also alone. She refuses, saying that there is a dark guy trapped inside her, and Prod is surprised by this. The coffin keeper asks who she is calling dark, and she responds, who else would it be but him? She adds that if he doesn't like it, then he should get out of her shadow, asking why he is writhing around with a freak. He says he can go wherever he wants, and Prod says, it's a relief that he has his face back after all that rambling, and to be honest, he doesn't even need to worry about his Excellency Kan or Conrad. So, he tells them that they need to move quickly, and she says she likes his confidence, asking if she can trust the boy, calling him Junior in a condescending way, and he says he definitely won't disappoint her. As they walk through, they arrive at a place with 5 doors, and she tells them to go through one of them. He thinks she's moving faster than she would instinctively, and questions if everything is really okay. Passed down in the east, eyes, feet, courage, and strength. He says that skill and observation are the most important, followed by footwork, then courage, and strength comes. There, they arrive at a place with 5 doors, and she tells them to go through one of them. He thinks she's moving faster than she would instinctively, and questions whether everything is really okay. Keep following her like that. And C says that she hasn't made a single mistake, so he should continue to follow her, since that Karen's tracking skills are superior to those of forest elves. He wonders if she's really that good. Then he says that maybe it's because of her time attribute, since the darkness there is working to her advantage, and she just raises her hand in front of him, making him a little curious. And then she asks him to wait, saying that she feels the presence of an enemy. And indeed, right ahead of them, there is a group of enemies. She says there are 3 of them, and there's no chance of avoiding them, asking what he wants to do. And the pro says that his aura sense is telling him that they are much more stronger than those from the 23rd district. And his victory isn't certain, even with the power of the Holy Sword, but he asks her to eliminate them, and she says that he is quite audacious for a mere rank C, and asks if he knows it will be humiliating to ask for help after saying all that. He retorts that she knows it will be humiliating if she loses to her junior. So, she agrees, wanting to compete with the boy, and that's when he notices that she has a green aura. She moves quickly, imitating Peter Parker, and sticking to the ceiling. He wonders if that ability is also related to her aura, as well. And CDO confirms it. She sticks herself to the wall using her aura, and seeing how competent she is, he figures she must have undergone very rigorous training, and he will need to focus even more on his footwork if he wants to keep up with her speed. She really puts her foot down, running across the ceiling, and he says he's aware of that. Then, when facing the enemies, they throw a last, and, of course, it's not that strength doesn't matter, but it simply means that the other aspects are more important. He also says that there are some things he disagrees with, but the eyes are pebble near them, and when they look up, she's there, greeting them. They shout that there are trolls, but they are all killed by her kunai with a single hit. And this is quite surprising, because, in Naruto, that kunai would never have hit, and Lan thinks it's amazing that she can throw it so fast. But those guys come back to life, and this time, they become furry and get up, ready for combat once more. So, they ask if she has any idea what this place is, and the girl questions what else it could be but a favela, throwing kunais again. Kunais, this time imbued with aura, but they manage to defend themselves from it, saying those are insignificant things. But then she throws a kunai in their direction, and pulls the foot of that Squidward, saying he got what he deserved for focusing only on the daggers. As he is pulled, he struggles, but the other one's head goes flying off, and it was the coffin guard himself who cut him down. And the protagonist thinks this is scary, thanking God that they aren't on the enemy's side, and asks about his opponent. However, the opponent reminds him that he has been there, because it almost hit the boy's head. Startled, he quickly gets a cut on his cheek, and C says that he's definitely unlucky, since he's the strongest of the 3 facing him. The protagonist. He's all curled up and thinks that Seo could have told him that after the battle was over, and he says he will use both his vision and aura at maximum power. But then he thinks about something, noticing that this guy threw something at him that he doesn't even know what it is, and several thorns grow from his chest, preparing to attack the boy, and he's scared to death. This, because he has already experienced this type of attack somewhere before, remembering those rocky slimes, and several spikes fly at the boy. He prepares his sword to cut each of them, and, most important, and the protagonist contemplates eye training, as he's never heard of it before, wondering if rolling his eyes will improve his vision. Keeps going after that monster, who thinks this is impossible, because he cut all his thorns, and then the protagonist cuts him in 2, and he thinks he wouldn't even be able to react if he didn't. It was thanks to his vision, and he wouldn't have been able to cut his art, if it weren't for the sacred sword. But Sid says that's not the reason, and that it's thanks to his hard work that he's able to use that power. And well, he says it was a little incomplete, but it still worked out. And so Karen goes to him asking if he's finished with the squid tentacle on the tip of his konai. Then the PR is surprised, and she says that even though he was a few seconds slower than her, he is still incredible, because a C rank defeated an artist of that level alone, and says he's the type who values experience over skill, since he is a rookie, and he thinks she's scary, wondering what that thing is in her hand, and if it's a squid skewer. Squid. And he says that she can think what she wants, but notices that there is something strange. He thinks that feeling is one he already knows, as it's the blade traces left by the two, that have nothing in common, are somehow similar, and upon closer inspection, the severed segment and the depth of the wounds are extremely similar, leading him to wonder if there might be a connection. Then, he wonders if he finally realized it and confirms that's what he's thinking. And Karen says that it seems she can relax a little more thanks to him, leaving that gloomy guy in the background. On the other hand, she didn't think he would be able to keep up, and now she thinks it was a fortunate misunderstanding. Then, the protagonist asks him to show him and demonstrates the girl's statistics to him, and Karen has the title and class, Assassin, the keeper of the coffin. And he lets out a scream, and she tells him they should move on, calling him Junior. And he agrees with her, because in the light she is a ranked adventurer. He awkwardly attempts this next to a girl who's frightened by his bizarre behavior. Then, the ghost declares that from now on, he will learn how to see Karen. And in the darkness, she is the special class assassin, guardian of the coffin, one of the 3 C's of the slums, and a labyrinth explorer, making him think that the girl is definitely dangerous. Guys, by day she's Maria, and by night she's Joao. Get the picture. The protagonist believes that the beautiful adventurer with a cheerful aura is actually one of the 3 favela bosses, which is something no one would expect. This story, he mentions that it didn't seem like Can knew anything. The guildmaster would have informed him if he knew as well. And even putting that aside, he would never be able to handle the consequences if he deceived the bishop. This means that he is the only one who knows Karen's true identity, and even if there are others who know, there's no way she would leave him in this situation. And for an assassin, their identity is their most important secret, to the point where they would silence anyone who discovered it, using any means necessary. So he must be as careful as possible, because he has to be careful not to let his expression change even slightly, as Sina will continue to observe him. Then she tells him that on the next left, there is another enemy. And it is a Cerberus, or at least, I'm not sure if it's a Cerberus, right? Because it's a 4-eyed dog, a strange creature with some tails around there. So, it immediately starts drooling when it sees them, and the drool from that thing is acidic. And he says it's not cute at all, and that stops him from fighting it. And the protagonist says that he doesn't think it's simply because of aesthetic preferences. And C says that it would be difficult to land a good hit, no matter how many daggers Karen threw. And, if it's a monster summoned through red trees, it will also have regenerative capabilities. So, he asks if they can avoid it, and she says that they can, but it would take another 30 minutes, and she can't guarantee that the other paths won't have monsters like that. And Lian ends up realizing that he will have no choice but to fight. He'll demonstrate just how useless his eyes have been until now, and it will really show, because he only has one eye, and it's quite large. If you're not a master and don't use that eye, it's a joke. He remains, and he notes that they are trying to buy as much time as possible to activate the City Eater. After all, they win as soon as it's activated. And then he thinks they have no reason particular for them to face. In this case, he summons the Coffin Keeper, who asks what's going on, asking if the Keeper can deal a fatal blow to that monster. The Keeper questions what the boy intends to do, if he can. He asks the Keeper to make preparations as they fall, while he holds them. They are in the same boat whether he likes it or not, so he asks if it wouldn't be better if they cooperated in the best way possible way, and so the two observe, and the Coffin Guardian agrees with him. He mentions that he has almost recovered all of his stamina, which he expended running all the way there, and now he just needs, do your best. The monster ends up seeing him when the boy charges forward, and he gets ready to cut the monster. The monster opens its mouth, wanting to launch something at the protagonist and launches a cloud of smoke, like that trash Pokemon. So he summons Sid, preparing and defending himself from that cloud of stuff. He says that this ability has already been verified when he faced the fake suits of armor. He remembers when that attack blinded them, and he says that one of the fundamental characteristics of a sacred sword is to nullify any power from substances harmful to life, and with that, the monster doesn't have much it can do. The protagonist manages to launch an attack at him, but the cut is too superficial, and he notices this. But the monster's tails advance towards him, and he has to dodge to avoid being pierced and pinned to the ground. He thinks he won't be able to dodge the next attack, and tries to use his vision, thinking that he needs to at least block them once. Karen arrives to help the boy, urging him to attack once again. He wonders whether or not he should trust her, but moves, very surprised by what the ghost is saying, as he doesn't quite understand. He begins to imagine what it would be like, wondering if this is really happening. Then, the ghost instructs him to look ahead, up. The two attack, each from one side, and those tails advance against him, but her dagger passes by the boy's head, stopping some of the tails, and he prepares to strike that monster. Again, he strikes the creature's leg and neck, but the attack is still too shallow, and he realizes he should have been faster and stronger. The monster rears up at them again, but he's scared and looks back. Then, he notices the monster's movements have been stopped, and several stakes appear from the shadow of the creature. And then, the coffin guardian appears, preparing to kill it. Thorns erupt from the shadow, impaling the monster and piercing it completely, turning it into a sieve. He thinks this is incredible, wondering if this is what an S rank is capable of, and notices that his injuries aren't healing, meaning it was a technique that surpassed its regenerative powers. So, it's a lethal move made to annihilate a single entity, those swords of black light. He realizes that's a true assassin's move, its regenerative powers. So, it's a lethal move made to annihilate a single entity, those swords of black light. He realizes that's a true assassin's move, and Karen touches him on the shoulder, saying they did a good job of teamwork for a makeshift team, and asks if he doesn't think so. He agrees and comments that striking the tails with his daggers was completely unexpected. She brushes it off, saying it was nothing compared to what they, the party poopers, usually do, and she hadn't thought that an assassin would be able to use that technique, saying it was worthy of being called an ultimate assassin move, asking if he agreed, and adding that he definitely wasn't one of the kings of the favela, for nothing. Completely convinced, she urges the boy to continue, as they don't have time to rest. He agrees, saying that the essence of this subjugation is appearing here for you, so you can immediately get a bonus of 3. After installation, all you need to do is leave the application open and ready. You can install it on any, explaining that he should use the teacher in front of the blackboard as a focal point, concentrating for 10 seconds and memorizing it. So, the boy begins, focusing on the dark blue blackboard, battle against time, and everything depends on whether they arrive before the ritual is activated or not. As they continue onward, she surveys the path and notices that there are 4 or more people there, or even 8 at a time, total, and asks if they arrive too early, since it seems like it will be a bit difficult to resolve this time. And the protagonist thinks that, in terms of ability to gauge the difference in strength between themselves and the enemies, there's probably no one more remarkable than her on their team, and each of them is strong enough to inspire chills. And he says that, even if they had arrived before him, they would have had a difficult time dealing with it if he had to face 2 or more of them at the same time. He says that now that they've come this far, they should wait for the others to regroup, or go meet up with them. But then, she says that both options are quite problematic, as they might arrive too late, or they could end up missing each other entirely, so she becomes nervous about it, saying she can't believe they have to gamble after having come all this way. And the protagonist says that she seems much more like a normal adventurer now. A little confused about his true identity, he gets a fright, and everything around them starts shaking as he realizes it's not far off. Then, Celio says that it was a shockwave from the clash of 2 great powers. Both he and Karen realize that someone is fighting, and the Heredas also head towards the source of the shockwave. He notices that 4 of them are heading towards the noise. So, they now have more options: either go help their comrades who are fighting, or look for them after defeating the reduced number of enemies. He says that he must stay with them for now, explaining that if the enemies win and return, they will soon be after them. Their team will suffer a huge power drop, even if they defeat each other, and they have to. A middle-aged man with gray hair and green eyes. He is holding a staff made of wood, and has a few strands of white hair mixed in with his gray hair, as well as nose hair. Regroup as much as possible. She agrees with him, since the other 4 enemies there don't seem so easy to deal with either. Before that, she lies down on the floor, surprising the boy, and she starts listening to the location, using her aura to see the path. Then, he calls him over and notices that she has an inhuman level of super senses, and he thinks it's a different form of ability than their vision or footwork. As they walk forward, they see a type of root breaking through the wall, soaked in blood, and they get scared until Conrad appears pierced and killed by that root. As he spurts blood, almost dying, Conrad screams and attacks him, but the enemy notices that there is one more, realizing that it is not just 1, but 2, and the enemy boy is already mostly trapped by it, and he says he's going to take care of that one. Then he realizes he has 1 with him, and 2 with Karen. It appears that Conrad has defeated the ones on the ground, and so the Sid says that he doesn't need to worry about her. And, most importantly, his enemy is quite strong, and he will have to put all of his focus on the opponent in front of him. And that thing starts to, gathering power in the name of love and justice, they cast their magic upon the protagonist. He notices the blue fog. Then, that being tells the protagonist to consider it an honor, saying that he will turn to dust. With just the slightest touch, and the fact that he's using this wandering rage on the likes of him, means he's bestowing a generous death upon him, and so he reveals that he is a summoner. The protagonist questions him about it, and the CD explains that Herides artists are divided into two categories. Those who activate their arts within their bodies, like the one he faced just now, are called mutants, and those who invoke extra-dimensional life forms or principles are the summoners, and he adds that neither of them possesses any sense of sanity. And so the protagonist takes his sample, and so the ghost says that time is up, telling him to close his eyes. Then he asks how many lines were written on the blackboard, and the boy didn't even know there were lines on the blackboard. Sword, questioning the generous death he mentioned, declaring that this is his damn speech, as he cuts through all that power in front of him. Then one of the two guys says that he's very foolish, saying that there's no way a physical sword should work on an astral body, but it actually cuts him, giving him a huge shock. And the protagonist says that there are always exceptions, especially with the sacred sword, which can interfere with astral forms. And that heretic doesn't believe what the boy is doing, because not even a weapon imbued with aura should be able to break his heretical art. He says he won't forgive him, performing another jutsu and summoning a demonic magic circle above him, from which a demonic form with 6 eyes emerges to attack the boy. But Lian is completely out of patience and cuts that thing in half, not even giving the guy a chance to start his nonsense. He's terrified. Then Lian rushes at him and pierces his chest with his sword. While he's being injured, that guy grabs the protagonist's sword, asking if he really thought an attack like that would work on him, but he ends up noticing that it did work, because his wounds aren't healing, regenerating. He's shocked to see that it's an attack that nullifies heretical arts, exclaiming that it can't be, and he's someone. He doesn't have time to say who he is before the boy kills him. When he finally dies, Lon simply gets up, leaving the man lying on the ground. When he looks back, Karen asks what she missed. Then she gets irritated, because those two are dead, and Prota thinks she fought them both, and comments that her opponent was probably weak, but he says he has something more important, and asks about Conrad. So the two of them rush over to him, and he says he messed up badly, apologizing and saying he doesn't think he can keep up with them in his current state, and tells them not to worry. Because he told him to look at the teacher. He says he told him to use the teacher as a focal point, and not to just stare at him, and the boy doesn't know how to answer, because he thinks about him and to go on ahead, as he'll be a little late, but he'll return as soon as he recovers. Then Karen talks to Conrad, asking how much time he has left, and he replies that she already knows, and she says, if an aura user of your level can't stop the bleeding, that's what it means. He has a massive hole right in the middle of his chest. He says he can last about an hour, and there's no certainty after that. And the protagonist thinks about this, wondering if they'll be able to cleanse the malice from inside the city in just 1 hour. And even if they do, he questions whether he'll still be in good enough condition to be treated when the battles are over. He says he wouldn't even be thinking about it if there was nothing he could do, but now he has the holy sword. He tells him this, and he immediately agrees, telling the boy to repeat after him, saying that he can activate a sacred healing art with accumulated power and diminish the wound. And Karen is surprised by this. Then the boy begins to pray, speaking to the almighty goddess, asking her to bring relief to those devoted to justice and not let them tremble in the icy northern wind, in the valley of death. With that, the boy starts healing Conrad, who is taken aback by his actions. Conrad then realizes that this is at least a sacred art on the level of a bishop, and the wound really closes, and he begins to understand, saying that Virgo planned that subjugation. Now he sees why, understanding why Cesario trusts him so much, questioning if the boy is a candidate for Cardinal of the Holy Church. Then Virgo states that he has gone from paladin to candidate for cardinal. Then, Conrad recomposes himself, saying that he lost his composure after being placed in Virgo debt to him, stating that he is not yet healed enough to join the battle, but that he should be able to heal completely now. However, the boy speaks to him, saying that he was just looking at the teacher and had no idea what was on the board, and so the ghost notes that he doesn't remember and that he has to be sure that the blackboard was also in his field of vision. He must not have wanted to reveal his identity. So, Conrad vows to remain silent until he orders otherwise in the future, and so the CD says that the misunderstandings continue to accumulate, and the boy simply thanks him. And Karen says she's going to give him a potion, asking him to wait and telling him that they'll return to where they were headed. So, he thinks he has to hurry and ends up leaving Conrad and Karen behind. Karen continues forward, very quiet, until she turns to the boy, looking at him with a sparkle in her eyes and making a fuss out of nowhere. She asks the boy if what Conrad said is true about him being a cardinal candidate at such a young age, questioning if that isn't completely unprecedented. The boy becomes uncomfortable as she mentions that she thinks his solar attribute, aura, and sacred art level are to be expected. It was then that she realized that he is also very skilled at using a weapon with aura, asking him who he learned from. He says that, unfortunately, he is not a cardinal candidate. So, she asks if he is a holy knight apprentice of the Iron Chain, begging him to tell her, as she cannot contain her curiosity. Whoa, she's using it, isn't she? She's using her little eye. From being an eager kitten to get what he wants. That's going too far. And the protagonist thinks he would have fallen for it if he hadn't known her identity, but he says he'll tell her if they get closer, nearby. Then she says that he has a very strong defense and asks if all the people in the church are like that, adding that most men tell her everything when she asks them something, right? It's difficult to defend the Kaaba. There's just no way. And Lian thinks he won't fall into such an obvious honey trap and says they'll drop the jokes and start thinking about what they should do, or whether they should look for the others, or just the two of them go. And she talks about it, saying he doesn't need to worry, and he questions why, and she says he will see when they arrive. 2. So he bets that he doesn't remember anything other than the teacher. And even after looking at it for 10 seconds, he asks why he doesn't remember anything about the blackboard, and the boy says he didn't know. Continuing forward, some people are being defeated, and Cesare notices that Lian is there, along with Can, and they made a huge mess there. And Lian himself begins to feel a little, I feel sorry for the Heredas artists. And Cesario says he's happy that the two of them are okay, but then Shadow Clone asks if he isn't happy for times him asterisk. He replies that he didn't even realize he was there. He simply agrees and moves on. And Leon says that Conrad won't be able to move due to a serious injury, but he'll be fine after an hour or two of recovery time. However, they don't have that much time. Then Cesare says there's nothing they can do and that only the 5 of them should go. But what about Campon? Shouldn't she have useful magical tools, since she's an adventurer? He tells her to hurry up and get the tools if she doesn't want to die while saving them. But then she asks why he doesn't take out whatever he's hiding, saying that a mere parasite who stays alive by sucking up to the poor shouldn't say anything. They start to get irritated, and Can questions what she said, and Cesare tells them both to calm down, as they are going to explain their. Next is the action plan. He says that Care will be at the forefront because of his resistance to the art of the Heredes. Karen will be in the middle, and Lon will be at the end as their trump card. And Kay wonders, asking if that adventurous brat is really his trump card. The boy senses this accusation, but says everything is fine. And setting that aside, he asks about the coffin keeper, and the boy says that he will do his part if they leave him alone, since he was quite useful when they were together. Karen agrees, assuring him that he did his part. Then Leon notices that his desperation is as clear as day. At that point, Can says that he thinks it's best to leave those who don't listen to people alone, and so Cesare calls them to leave, so they move ahead. And the ghost says it's simple, because he only tried to look at what mattered, and the boy realizes the mistake he made. And the ghost says that eyes are much more wasted than he is. And Can senses a terribly sinister energy in front of him, along with a portal with several rings of light. Cesario says it looks like a space created with Cerise art. He begins to gather the his sacred power calls everyone to enter, and he goes ahead with everyone following closely behind. The protagonist sees an irritating darkness in front of him, unable to see anything beyond the aura. He can't even hear anything. It's as if he jumped into the mud, feeling like he's drowning in a sticky swamp. But then he finally manages to get out, and Cesare calls to everyone, asking them to be careful. Be careful, as there are several Heredas ahead. They are quite surrounded, and he wonders if they already knew they were coming. And one of those Heredas, one that looks quite different from the others, says that he was dying from waiting so long, asking if they knew that, and says that they made things difficult, but to think that they would take so long is too much, thanking them. He doesn't have a mask like the others, and his face is painted, along with some tattoos made of blood, and so Cesario asks about that guy, and he notices that he's an evangelist because of the mark on his forehead, and he questions how the protagonist found out about it, and the protagonist asks Sid if there are rankings within Malice as well. He says that Malice has a hierarchy, and devotees are those who only use arts that have been passed down to them, and congregants are those who explore cerebral arts on their own and end up being consumed by them. And those who spread these arts, cerebral arts, and are treated as executives are the evangelists. In terms of the Holy Church's ranking, they are at a reasonable level, at least at the bishop level. So, that evangelist says that this day is magnificent because the ritual worked. The countless lives sacrificed were finally worth it. And, above all, to think that he can show a foolish and irritating servant of the goddess he understands, since they have a maximum range of 220 degrees and an average of 120 degrees, and we only take advantage of the front part. He says maybe it's to filter the necessary information, but most people, guidance of what the true God is too much for him, and everyone notices that he is crazy. Then, Can asks about this ritual having worked, questioning if he's just saying that, but nothing actually happening. However, he claims those races are too idiotic and beyond salvation, adding that the plan has already begun and all that remains is its completion. So, all that remains is for them to realize their defeat and the futility of their efforts. But the protagonist questions if everything is lost, since he said the ritual worked. But he says that, not yet, because devouring cities is like fishing, and the essence of life is being used as bait to attract an extra-dimensional monster. The protagonist doesn't really like where this conversation is going, and he says that they still have time before that thing finds and bites the bait, and the boy realizes this means nobody knows when the monster will appear or when it will bite, and Sid agrees with this. Elon realizes they might have more than an hour left, or it could be summoned in seconds, and in the end, he notes that everything boils down to a battle against time, and then, he shouts to, the bishop begins to pray, invoking sacred energy, and asking to bathe the darkness in its warm light. And with that, light shines from the ceiling, affecting everyone present. Strong with sacred energy, Silvio explains that it's a technique composed of sacred arts and aura, not nearly as effective as the sun, but it can at least restrict the invocation of arts. Although using his own light would have been more effective, the evangelist is clearly not enjoying this. So, they say that, in any case, they can block his invocation with this and charge at him with daggers. But the evangelist grabs one of the suckers on his side and uses him as a shield. And Cesar and C aggressively join the attack as well. Along with the protagonist, don't use their full field of vision. He must focus on his entire field of vision and memorize each figure that is reflected in his eyes like a drawing. He tells the boy to relax his eyes, who is slitting everyone's throats in front of him. He notices that the evangelist still hasn't joined the battle and is just standing there, observing. This means the place he's protecting is the center of the ritual, and they have to destroy that altar while they still can't use their arts. But the evangelist calls them all idiots, asking if they really believed they could stop his enchantments with just that. He uses several circles of heretical arts throughout the area, and the protagonist is surprised by the numerous hands emerging from behind them and the various demons being invoked. He asks how they can all be so ugly. And Oidio explains that the invocation of arts is blocked, so he created chimeras with incomplete arts that will self-destruct soon, because they are incomplete, but it is more than enough to buy time. The evangelist just stares and smiles at him, while Leon wonders if the ritual activation is instantaneous. Meanwhile, Can gets irritated with those damn little fish, hitting them all and tearing those things apart. But as he is using his hand to destroy those things, the blood turns out to be corrosive, and it hurts him upon impact. And Karen, when she throws her kunai laced with poison, notices that her poison has no effect, but she also realizes that that thing doesn't even poison. Cesare thinks that this way, it will end up being a battle of attrition. They will be in greater danger while worshipping. And the protagonist notes that he is right, thinking that they need to overcome the situation as quickly as possible, but he must not use the full power of the Holy Sword. However, the ID says that it will become a big problem if they become aware of the existence of the hero. They will do whatever it takes to hold him back, even at the cost of their lives. He must keep in mind that the situation can only be changed by catching them off guard, and discover how to see in the most expansive way. And then you should learn to do this all the time, instead of just for 10 seconds. Man, this is crazy, you know? I'm trying it out here with my... He says he knows this, because the only role he can have now is that of a final attack. Meanwhile, the evangelist is happy with this development, but he looks deep into the boy's eyes, he is scared, as is everyone else present, because the ritual is beginning, and he says that they have finally arrived. The apostle of God has answered their call, and that ritual will be, as it comes to fruition, it grows increasingly stronger. The boy places his hand on his chest because his heart is pounding wildly, and he's experiencing an overwhelming fear, unlike anything he's ever felt before. And he wonders if that is the city devourer. He calls out to Sid, saying it's not yet time to use the sacred sword, but they need something to overcome this situation. So, they will use sacred art, with half of its accumulated power. And he questions this. Sid replies that it will be difficult, but he had a brilliant idea thanks to the created Lua Sesa. Then he says that both the sun and the moon are necessary to fully reproduce the goddess's symbol. This is possible because they have people present who possess the auras of the sun and moon. And not only that, the combination of a bishop who can use composite holy arts and a hero is truly a lamentable situation for Malice. He shows the boy his status, instructing him to read it, and so, he begins to recite that the sun and the moon, the two pupils of the goddess who watches over everything, are coming together. They should always be grateful, for her eyes are their divine love, and her closed eyes are gentle kindness. And Cesare realizes that the boy is using the first verse of the goddess's scripture, and Cesare realizes that another sphere is being formed from the ceiling, so the moon and the sun stand side by side, and Karen feels that it is warm and comforting. And the protagonist says that on the day the sun and moon rise simultaneously, everyone who looks to the sky will kneel and pray with sincerity. And the two of them, device you have, whether it's a cell phone, computer, or even a tablet. So, don't waste time, and don't let your internet go to waste. Make it work for you with Honeygain. Remember, computer, I was looking like a horse. I only saw the screen shining in front of me, but I looked to the side, and it's a terrible freaking mess. I think I'm even going to deactivate it, right? Because, man, I want. Merge with the boy as the center, and all the surrounding mounds are destroyed. And so, it is said that the sanctuary is the perfect sump of the celestial arts, and space rejects all principles, and extra-dimensional creatures. And Cesario orders everyone to attack now, destroying everything in their path. And the evangelist says that it is damned blasphemy, calling them mere cattle of the goddess, snapping his finger, saying that he is going to massacre them all, summoning his creatures. And with that, they dissolve, going into the evangelist's hand. He says that he himself is the anguish, and to think that he had to sacrifice the lives of his precious devotees and congregants just to deal with cattle is too much. But while he holds those hearts, he tells everyone to take a good look, calling them fools, saying that this is the true grace of God, and he begins to imbue himself with his evil art, transforming completely in front of them. Then he assumes a very horrible form. They are apprehensive, and that thing asks what the insects think, saying that he will prove to them all that their God, who guaranteed human Homer such power as he has, is absolute. And he transforms into a completely bizarre demon that looks like it was ripped straight out of Black Clover, and he says that the sanctuary's effect, activated at their level, won't last for long. And if he is so powerful within the sanctuary, he won't be a match for him once the effect wears off. And with that, both Can and Cesare rush towards that thing, trying everything they can to kill it. But the monster remains calm, taking those attacks and asking if that's all they have, saying that now it's his turn, and he throws all his paws at them. They really suffer quite a bit of damage from all those attacks, with Can taking the brunt of it, Cesario being thrown back, and Leonolda also getting hit. The difference in power is too great, and he has overwhelming attack power, and his set the table now? No. But wow, you can see so much more than just looking straight ahead. Elon starts testing here. He says he'd like to say it's impossible, but he didn't expect the regenerative capabilities and defense are far beyond theirs. And the only attack method that would work on him is the full power of the sacred sword, but he wonders if even that will be enough to kill him. With a single attack, he stared at the enormous devil before him. A doubt surfaced in his mind, as he couldn't see how they could possibly win, and they would end up losing their only option, that they have to stop it. And that being begins to proclaim that it is overflowing with power, saying that now they truly look like mere insects. And the protagonist glances to the side, seeing Cesare completely wrecked, along with C as well. He is infuriated by this, as they need to find a way to defeat him with a single attack, but he wonders if that's even possible. And when he looks to the side, he sees Car completely broken and asks if she is all right. She replies that she probably is, and setting that aside, they are in a dire situation, as none of the attacks from the Guardian of the Coffin, or their own attacks, are effective. And he contemplates this, thinking about Karen and the Guardian of the Coffin, besides the Step of Shadows, and he asks her to help him, saying he needs her strength. She asks if he's come up with a good plan. He replies that he's going to go around him and destroy the altar to stop the ritual, and that defeating him isn't his priority. But she objects, asking how he plans to get behind him. She questions if he thinks he's a wizard and can teleport. He says they can just jump through space itself. So, she asks how he's going to do that. But then he loses his temper and yells at her, calling for the coffin keeper, asking if he can make it happen and promising he'll keep his secret, asking her to help him this one time. And the girl nervously replies that she doesn't know the full circumstances, but that everyone will die if they fail, saying that teachings of a holy sword to actually be easy. He says he can't start complaining now, and then the ghost tells him to look above the blackboard. This time, he has 10. She, he, everyone there will die. And she walks away, changing her appearance. He starts to get scared, and she ends up accepting, saying she will help him, but asks how long he's known, saying that he should have told him sooner that he already knew, saying that he was going to die of embarrassment. But he says it's nonsense for her to think that she would have tried to kill him if he had told her, and he puts his kunai to Cesare's neck, saying that of course she would do that, because a woman's secret is precious. And while Cesare is down, Can goes to the bishop, asking how long he will lie there, calling him a weakling. Then the elf gets very angry, saying he's going to kill him, and the two start to fight. Meanwhile, so much for that guy, as he leaves, running. Then she says that they are further than he can go, saying that he will have to go alone from here on out. He will definitely catch him if she is hidden. But hearing her, he just smiles, asking her not to die. And this time the girl is really touched, because she can hardly believe that she would ever see someone from the church care about her. And so, she envelops him in the shadow of the coffin guardian, explaining that shadow step is a technique that allows one to jump through space, but that long-range movements are difficult. Even for high-level mages, he's certain that it only goes as far as is necessary for assassination. So, it's more than enough to get behind him, and the boy really goes after that thing, and he notices that it's the heart of the City Eater ritual, and realizes that it's the essence of life. And C confirms, saying that it's the result of sacrificing over 10,000 lives. The boy draws his sword, declaring it unforgivable, and invokes his aura. Then Cesare shouts, "Lon," startling the boy. But before he could do anything, one of the evangelist's arms seconds again. And the boy does so while Chloe watches him, finding it strange that his eyes are glazed straight ahead, wondering what Elon is doing, and already, from that evangelist pierces his shoulder. "But you're an idiot too, aren't you?" Appearing behind the creature, just looking, thinking, and talking. "Geez, is this the thing? What the heck? Unforgivable. I will invoke my aura to attract attention. It's obvious that the beast is going to attack you, you idiot." Then he almost dies from that attack, and Sid screams at Lian while the monster is attacking him. He gives up, calling him the goddess's dog, saying that he lost his last chance, and tells him to accept his inevitable death. He says that this is the blessing that his god has granted him. Everyone shouts Lian, trying to go after the boy, but that demon interrupts their advance, saying that there is no need to get angry, as they will soon be in the same state as him, and questions if the boy has already died while Lian thinks about death, wondering if he will die there without doing anything, or if he will do something heroic. And Sid himself keeps calling the boy's name. He questions why Sid is talking, because he can't hear him. And now that he thinks about it, they were supposed to go to the Titan mountain range together, but he thinks he won't be able to keep that promise, as he loses his life. He remembers the promise, also remembering Lon, who said that he will believe in the boy's promise, because he is the type of person who will keep any promise he makes, no matter what it takes. He really pulls that power out of thin air. The protagonist. And with this strength that he pulled from who knows where, he grabs the little leg of the cockroach that became an evangelist and breaks it, removing it. His arm. Then the monster gets scared as the boy falls and rolls around. He gets up with great difficulty and thinks he has absolutely no chance of winning. And yet, the fate of a hero is to look toward victory. And this is what his master, who always pushed him forward, taught him. He says that he will finish him off and save everyone like a hero. And even with a huge after class, the boy comes out of there almost dead, completely exhausted from the lessons. He thinks his eyes are hurting, because his head feels like it's going to be split in half, and the reward? Hole in his chest, bleeding profusely. He is still standing, holding the sword with just one hand. And that evangelist starts to smile, calling him cursed and saying that at the very least, recognizing that he's suffering from acidity and saying he's half dead, he still holds his sword, resolving to endure it and launching several attacks at the boy. But then, the real ID says that it seems he has no choice, acknowledging that the boy did his best. He incorporates himself into Lian, saying he'll help him just this once, urging him to take a good look, calling him a foolish disciple. The boy looks at that image, with a smile on his face, and so, he enters Leon's body, wielding the 7 stars sword, Great Merak chariot. With that, he launches an attack so powerful that it surpasses the demon before he can even see what happened, completely piercing through him. When the demon looks back, he wonders when the boy arrived, and with that, his head detaches from his body. He starts talking, with his head fallen on the ground, asking how he dares to hurt him again, asking if. The boy thinks that just because he cut off his head, that will stop him, since something like that would regenerate in a minute. But then the head doesn't regenerate, and the boy starts to smile, asking if he's still alive after losing his head, saying that he's very filthy, or questioning if that pathetic state was the form he desired. Elon is already in his complete hero form, really acting like one, asking why that evangelist won't serve Dolan, since they can just walk around without their heads just fine. Then, that body says it's damn irreverent, and now, he creates eyes and a mouth in the middle of his abdomen, saying that he's disrespectful, and that not even his blood would be able to atone for it. But Sid says he's lacking power, because Ghost notes that things are going very well. And the eye fatigue is either because his eyes are dry, or because he is straining them unnecessarily. However, the headache is different, of the injury, and he's shaking because of it. Then he says that his body might not be able to withstand a second attack, asking if Lian is still going to try. And the boy obviously agrees, and Sid, he complies with the boy's wishes, but warns him that it will cost him dearly. He uses the large dub car and unleashes another attack on the demon, slicing it in half. Then, the demon begins to scream, asking what is happening, because he isn't regenerating. And as the power of his inherited art crumbles, he says that now that it has come to this, he will take them all down with him, transforming into a large mass of something twisted and demonic, wanting to explode together with everyone. But Yushi says he knew this would happen, so he held back a little, and now he's really going to blow him to smithereens. The demon is frightened that the boy is still going to attack him, and C tells him not to waste a single moment talking to Lian, saying that the true essence of the 7-star sword lies in his fervor, and he is still too inexperienced to even handle one of them correctly. But as long as he releases the recoil of the Yi Saint sword technique, it will at least become a unique ultimate move. Big Dipper, Holy Cross, going all out against that thing and making several cuts, just like that, as well as destroying the essence of life. And that evangelist realizes that all of his plans have gone wrong, and his self-destruction has failed. Furthermore, the essence of life was destroyed, and he thinks this is impossible. But, to make matters worse, he ends up being sucked in by the very thing that he was trying to summon. Then, he says that he can't let it end like this. However, the City Eater appears, swallowing him as a last resort, and disappearing along with all of the evidence. And OD says that this was a very close call. And Lian asks if it's over. He says yes. And, because of the attribute that had been dormant until now, the pain appeared from releasing what was frozen, and it's no different from muscle pain. Then he asks if the ghost is saying it's a muscular pain. It seems that it settled for the little one after the essence of life was destroyed, and it turns out that they actually saved everyone. And C says that, with just a few more seconds, they would have been sacrificed to the city devourer as well, and everyone watches it lying on the floor. So, I know I have to say that the boy did a good job, but Lian falls to the ground, completely injured, screwed up and tired, throwing his sword nearby. Then, Cesare goes to him, calling the boy. Elon even tries to talk to the bishop, but he says that the boy doesn't need to speak, saying that he will treat him right now, using his sacred art to heal him, and he says that was a close call, saying he's glad he wasn't hit too badly. But Lian says that he should heal himself first, and so Karen asks him if they won, along with the coffin guardian who is serving as a pet, and says that when she arrived, something shone and disappeared, asking if he was the one who defeated that thing. So, Ken questions this, asking what happened with that ritual, or whatever it was, asking someone to explain what happened. So, he says that they stopped the activation of City Devourer, and the evangelist was swallowed by the ritual, so he must be 100% dead. And at that moment, Lian speaks to the bishop, shaking all over, saying that he thinks he's going to faint already. So, he leaves everything in their care, and everyone is scared by the boy collapsing there, while Sid thinks the boy did a good job. And then, after the completion of the SCO battle, the whole place starts to fall apart, and both Cesario and Karen are scared, with her wondering if she is collapsing or if it's just her imagination. And Cesario says that it probably is, since the person who created the space died, and Cesario says he ended things there, calling for everyone to leave. Then the girl says that they have to take Lord Conrad too, who is all torn up from the place, muscular type, and the ghost says that, in a way, it is, It's probably a little different since the brain doesn't feel pain, but he should think of it that way. And furthermore, they will. Corridors of the place. But Can says he's going to go crazy. And when they finally manage to get out of there, the hero starts talking to himself, saying that this time it was a little dangerous, because Lian hasn't fully learned how to use aura yet. However, even so, he managed to defeat the heretics before they could summon the city devourer. It's a good thing he wasn't alone there, but this is like child's play for the boy. He questions what happened, and says that it wasn't a joke, asking the boy what he would do if he ended up dying, saying that he should protect him more, but he says that, in any case, the worst is over. This kind of crisis is normal for a warrior, and this was a good lesson for Lian. However, he questions this punishment, and says that there isn't much he can do, adding that it's a shame his power is still sealed, but he hopes that the boy will be fine, because if he continues, by practicing, he will soon reach rank B. Then, in about 2 months, he should teach him how to use the 7-star sword skill. So, the hero doesn't really agree with this, saying that, anyway, he needs to get stronger before they go to the Titanic mountain range. And apparently, the order of the techniques is 7-star sword, 7-star sword, and mountain range. Of the Titan and the Titanic range, and then, sometime later in the guild hospital, the protagonist finally wakes up, startled, and questions where he is. But as he gets up, moving abruptly, too much, his whole body begins to ache, and he yells out in pain, feeling an absurd pain and writhing. Then, he remembers being impaled by that creature, and also when he managed to remove part of it from his shoulder, and the techniques he used at that moment, which surprises him. He also remembers talking to Cesario, and realizes that he had passed out, and must be in the continue the training. He starts screaming to himself, since no one sees the ghost but him, and the ghost tells him to look at the candelabra on the wall above, and asks how many candles there are. Guild's recovery room, but it's too luxurious a place for a C rank. He speaks to Elid, asking if he's there. Then, something starts coming out of his hand. He notices that it's different from normal. It's kind of falling apart. So, I prepared myself for Lian to pay attention, because if he's listening to that message, it means he's okay, and has regained consciousness. And, above all, he congratulates him. And since everything was thanks to him, he won't celebrate his victory too much. So, Proto is already irritated because of this, and Sid says that, jokes aside, there is something he needs to know, and says that he won't be able to talk to him for about a month, asking if he's sad, and says there's nothing he can do. After all, it is a problem that couldn't be avoided, and he can't stabilize his soul in the Holy Sword right now. Then, the boy asks if it was because he used his power on him. He says that sometimes being too nice brings bad consequences, and the boy thinks it was too good to be true. He wonders if he was able to understand what he said. It will be a month, and the next time they encounter, he should probably already be able to fully utilize his aura, telling him to push himself harder, since he was able to give him a taste of what it's like to wield the sword's power. 7 stars, and tells him not to slack off while he's away, because unless he wants to be showered with punishment upon his return, the boy better work hard. So Proto thinks that, even though he is rank C, he could sense what happened. He figures he must have been incredibly strong in the past because of that ability, and then he says that his message ends there. And getting involved with the city devourer and surviving at such a young age means that he will face many obstacles, but he will be rooting for him, and he says there are 2, but it turns out there are 3 instead, and the ghost tells him to observe something else, the boy next to that student who passed him 3 seconds ago, asking if to keep practicing. Then Lian agrees with him, saying that he will give it his best shot, and with that, the message ends there, and states that it will be automatically destroyed in 5 seconds. And the protagonist is surprised by this, but after a while, he reflects on everything that happened, thinking about the large vehicle, and saying that it was incredible, because the moment Sid controlled, his body felt as if they were sharing the same vision. His vision at that moment was so clear and pristine, like a crystal, and his world completely changed, along with the flow of space, the vibrations, and something else he couldn't see or feel with his current perception. It's something he's still far from achieving, but if he focuses on improving his vision, Aurora will be able to wield the Sword of the 7 Stars. He says he'll definitely succeed, but remembers her saying that she's rooting for him and that it wasn't so bad, even though his head still hurts from using so much power. He's fine. Then Cesare goes to see Lian, saying that it's good the boy finally woke up, and when he looks at the water, he asks the bishop, questioning how many days had passed since he lost consciousness. Then, after learning everything, he mentions that, according to the bishop, The subjugation of the heretics concluded 3 days ago. By the time they managed to escape the labyrinth, it seems that it had completely collapsed and been destroyed. Furthermore, his forces stationed outside the labyrinth were attacked, resulting in 56 people died, and 107 were left in serious condition. The remaining people who assisted them are unharmed. Many were sacrificed to achieve victory, but this time, evil failed to triumph over good, so they can consider it a victory, at least. However, Lian still regrets not being able to save more people. He agrees with the bishop, and Cesario then says that the link is in the pinned comment. And without further ado, let's get to our story. At the very beginning, on an isolated mountain, an explosion of mana engulfs the entire landscape, and in the middle was wearing glasses or not. And the boy says yes. Then he also asks if he was wearing a tie, but the boy doesn't get it right, and he continues asking several questions about things they were wearing, that they are still investigating the city devourer and the circumstances surrounding the event, and that they must prevent a recurrence. It was thanks to him that they were able to prevent a chaotic situation from unfolding. Happened in your city. Mason says that wasn't the case at all, and it was thanks to Cesare and everyone who came to help. But upon seeing this, Cesare begins to wonder if that's really true. After all, if the hero hadn't been there, they would all probably be dead by now. So when Liam hears what Cesare is saying, he starts to speak up loudly. Then Cesare tells him that he seems quite surprised. He questions how the bishop knows this information. He says that he confirmed it when they met in the maze. And actually, Lon thinks he had kind of figured it out when he first saw him. He says that, at first, he thought he was a member of the Holy Knights of the Iron Chain, and that he has experienced many things as an elf, since his race has a very long lifespan. So, he thinks that for a long time he believed he was a person who didn't deserve anything, and was jealous of others. And no matter how incredible the Hour of the Sun is, it's difficult for anyone to master it so easily as he did. And even though the boy's skill still seems too immature to call him a master, Lon admits he knows it's still a shame, but the bishop says, that's not the point. He's just amazed at how he could defeat such a strong, evil creature with such immature abilities. But the skill he demonstrated at the end was incredible. It was the skill of the greatest knight in history, the Sword of the Seven Stars, invented by the hero, and the 7 stars represent the Great Chariot. He remembers reading about this skill in a book that told of the heroes of the past, and since that hero died, no one has used it. And if someone like that has appeared again, the meaning is quite obvious. So Lon thinks he can't lie to. Seeing it in front of him is like the light in the 12th room on the left, asking if it's on or not. So the girl says yes, but he asks what's above her, and the boy doesn't know how to answer. Razor and asks the bishop if he remembers the sword he used in the labyrinth. Then he says that when he saw it, it disappeared immediately. He couldn't even touch it when they emerged from the maze. Then the protagonist thinks that he can summon the holy sword even while they were still there, so he asks her to grant him the blessing, drawing out the sacred sword. The bishop, seeing this, is beyond amazed at the boy wielding that object and kneels in front of Leon, praying to God. He says that he feels very ashamed, begging, sorry for being rude and for not recognizing his divine power sooner. However, Leon also apologizes for having hidden it. Then, Razor speaks, calling him a hero, and asks if he intends to continue hiding his identity in the future. And the protagonist says yes, explaining that most of the Holy Sword's power is still sealed, and his abilities are still not up to par. When he is no longer an embarrassment as a hero, he will reveal his identity. And Razor says that, in his opinion, he is already good enough. But the boy is very humble, and since that is how he will keep his secret. However, he asked if it would be a problem if one more person knew the secret, so he asks about it, and Razor says that person would be the saint, and even if the succession ceremony isn't over yet, she would be a little happier and more excited to hear this news. And Proto thinks for a bit, and decides that if it's just the bishop and the saint, it's okay, and he is counting on the bishop, who is overjoyed and thanking him. But then someone knocks on the door, and the boy gets scared. But Roz tells him to rest for now, since he blocked the sound from that room from reaching the outside world, and no one will be able to know what they just talked about. He asks that person to come in, and it turns out to be Kara, who goes to check. And a while later, when he gets to his room, he's still feeling a terrible pain in his eyes, and the ghost says that it's even acceptable for a first day, and that he thinks how the boy is doing. And they are both surprised, and she wonders if she interrupted something, asking if it's because she came so suddenly, and says she'll come back later. And Proto says he had forgotten, completely detached from this since the mission. Karen's true identity is the Coffin Guardian, one of the three biggest villains in the favela, whose identity no one knows, not even Can himself. He said, during the mission, that he would keep her true identity a secret, but promised, in a verbal agreement, that he could break that promise whenever he wanted. However, she was very convincing that he would never break that promise, and the situation at that time was very horrible. Good thing the bishop is there. And so, Karen says that everything is fine, saying she's sure that guy also already realized who she is, and the two remain calm with her, revealing her to be the coffin guardian. And Silver asks, "What do you mean?" Then the bishop says that it was thanks to his aura and the experient, his sunny time, and the combination with the aura of the moon has the power to sense any resonating evil magic. So, how could he not perceive a person with two different attributes, one being their shadow, and it would be strange if he didn't notice it. And she thinks that she should have killed him when she had the chance, but in the end, Rounder himself will receive some punishment. After all, he knows her identity, and yet he kept his secret. But he says it's not like it's the biggest problem in the world, and asks why she wouldn't give him the chance to do the right thing. Even a killer can do something good for others. And in the end, Karen didn't run away from the situation until the very end, and they fought by her side when they needed her most. Even if their religion does not allow forgiveness for bad things she has done, he can say that she is a colleague they can count on again one day. And the protagonist thinks that a decision like this would be impossible if Karen's appearance were truly that of a bloodthirsty killer. He can be praised for not asking to stop or rest, and he asks if the ghost would have let him rest even if he had asked. So, obviously, the ghost says no. Eon, like this would be impossible. Then Karen notices that, somehow, everything seems fine, wondering if she can take off this uniform without any issues, and asks why they started the detonation, questioning if they are setting the date for her execution without her knowledge. Then, the bishop speaks with Karen, inquiring if she is finished. He tells her that first, she needs to tell him her story, and the reason she became an assassin and lived secretly as a normal adventurer. And with that, a heavy atmosphere fills the room, and she questions if he has ever stopped to consider who people hate the most in the world. Then they are surprised, and she says that it's orphans, just like her, in addition to her being of mixed race. Then the proto says that the story she had told them was as dark as the shadow of her soul. And when she was little, she had no money for food or clothes, and not even anyone to protect her. And she wasn't much different from a tramp wandering on the streets, since she was from one of the lowest classes in existence. And one day, while she was suffering the dangers of the favela, she was saved by someone. However, the hand that extended help to her, for her, everything seemed tainted with malice from the very beginning, and she recounts that he had told her it was normal to take orphans who no longer cared about living and turn them into assassins. But she questions, who could guarantee that she could grow up properly and earn a living in this world? And even the person who took her in was surprised, because she was born from a human and a dark elf. And after she awakened her powers, she managed to assassinate numerous people on missions, so they began to call her the Coffin Guardian, and the more she killed, the stronger the assassin organization became, and her status also increased, and she ended up as the right-hand woman of the head of the assassin organization. But she says that it was nothing, because it only took 7 seconds for wonders how long it's been since he was pushed to his limit like this, and says it's been a long time since his mind felt so weak. And the ghost says that getting used to it can also him to die by her hands, and in the end, she killed the head of the organization, who was one of the 3 strongest and most feared people in the entire slum. Then Karen began to kill more people under her command. Own judgment, but she no longer wanted to live as a coffin guardian. And after eliminating the head of the organization, she began to free the orphans who had been caught up in the same way she had, the way she was. So, she thinks her work as an assassin was amazing, but she didn't want to be like that forever. So she became an adventurer, and, little by little, she was hiding her past. But in the end, she still remains the same, and they both feel super apprehensive upon hearing that. And she says that, now that they know her identity, she doesn't think she will no longer be able to escape the Holy Church. But if they can remember how she helped everyone, she will be very happy, because she doesn't want to go to prison, asking them to think of her fondly. And she starts to use pleading puppy dog eyes to try and win their favor. They find it very strange, but Cesare speaks to Lian just by looking at him meaningfully. He is surprised to notice that Cesare is playing the marvel dog responsibility for her, and he realizes that he has to think about this not as Lian, but act like a hero. After all, if you think about it, she didn't become a murderer by choice, and the way in which she fought with them against the demon, and she was actually quite good. Besides, her life now doesn't seem to be a lie. And heroes aren't people with the right to forgive, but she is someone to whom he would never point his sword. He talks to Karen, saying that he will give her 2 options to choose from, and she will be the one to decide which one she will choose. And no matter which one she chooses, he promises that he will respect her decision. And she is surprised, questioning what he is talking about, asking why he is saying this, and not the bishop. So he thinks about it, because he didn't want mean that he has stagnated, and that there's a limit to how far he can go if he just keeps repeating the same training. And even if there are advantages to repetitive training, it would be a big problem if his identity to be revealed to the bishop, but he discovered it on his own. The only people who know his identity are himself and the saint, but they still have to settle the score. Then he thinks that the coffin keeper, or perhaps Karen, might be someone he can truly confide his true identity in, and the bishop questions whether that will be all right, considering how it might end up impacting his future, while talking to Lian. Then, she reiterates her question about what he is referring to, so he tells Karen that, having witnessed that, she must carefully choose between the 2 options, and he begins to draw the sacred sword from his fist, surprising the girl. Then, he says that after he recovered and was able to leave the guild, a week had passed since the confrontation with the indifferent evil. So, he thanks everyone for their previous assistance, and the boy replies that he only did his best to help the city, and that was enough for him. Then, the guild leader brings up what he had told him previously, asking if the boy is genuinely okay with it. Lian agrees, and the master chuckles, remarking that, even so, it was good to meet such a kind and young man like him, and, if he ever changes his mind, he must tell her immediately, because, as he knows, he is one of the most famous bards this world has ever seen, and his name and his story will reach the other side of the world in less than 2 months. The protagonist thinks this is a bit much, but as he walks, Karen is waiting for him, already all dressed up. The girl is touched by this. She asks what's going on, and since when did he have so much confidence, and the girl questions if it's really him, and talks about something, asking if he met with Lyda from the guild afterwards. And the boy says yes, explaining that he went to talk about his reward, but he says that Lyda was really nice to him compared to the first time they met. So Karen, his body will find an easy way to accomplish it, and so he inquires about the body finding an easy way, and the ghost explains that it signifies the body will become accustomed to its own training method, asks what the reward was, but the boy says that he wanted to raise his status to a ranked adventurer, but he refused, and she is surprised by this, questioning what the hell he is doing, talking, and the boy says that, in addition, he also wanted to introduce her to the king, but he refused again, and the girl doesn't even understand why he decided that, saying that the boy is very stupid, and she says that he had a great opportunity in his hands, asking if he didn't think before refusing it, and Lon said that the result of his actions will be shown in these battles, but perhaps the rest of the evil groups already know of his existence. He had never used the power of the holy sword like this before, and he can't even take care of himself yet, so he has to train and make it strong enough to be able to use it. But then, the girl asks why he had made that proposal, and she remembers when he revealed that he is the hero of this generation, who was chosen by the sacred sword, asking if she would like to be his ally in its name, and in the present, she says he gave her time to think about it. He asks if she has already decided, and he says that it must be nice there, leading him to another spot, and she says that forests and trees are sacred to goddesses and elves. This applies to her as well, since elvish blood runs through her veins, and that time, when he made the proposal, it was like asking her if she wanted to be free to walk in the sun and emerge from the shadows. So, she says that before making any decision, she has to be honest. She doesn't regret the blood that was spilled by her hands, because it was the only way she found to survive, and she grew up in the most dark part of the favela. And, at the end of all of this, she's still grateful that those people died. And the protagonist remains silent, observing the girl's words, and she says she doesn't want more people. Training by switching methods is absolutely necessary, and so he realizes that the instructions about running on one leg or doing handstands must have been for the same reason. Like her in this world, without peace, growing up without love, and surrounded by people who don't give her any hope, she doesn't want people like that to exist and go through everything she went through. And she talks to the boy, addressing him as a hero this time, and says that if he promises this will never happen again, then she will devote her life to him. Kneeling in front of the protagonist, the boy is surprised by her action and remembers Eli saying that this is his destiny and duty as a hero, to make today better than yesterday, and tomorrow better than today. And the boy thinks about people no longer suffering like her, resolving to do his best to make this future a reality, reaching out and accepting her vow. He says that, on that day when everyone was killed, only she deserved to survive. So, after some time passes, he sits down to talk and pauses to think about what happened to Can, and she says that she didn't say anything to anyone, that Janandos just went back to the favela, and she asks if he really didn't know anything, revealing that Khan ran away, and when it was all over, he gathered his junk and left with his group, and nobody knows where he went. Because he was so fast, no one could follow him to find out. The boy is surprised by this and thinks he's right, but he doesn't. I didn't expect him to run away, and after the battle, the number of people living in the favela dropped significantly, leaving only one thing left to do, and even though they deserve credit for helping them, doesn't mean they were forgiven for working with Mawante. So, they can't escape punishment, but because they helped to do good, their sentence was reconsidered. They will only have to spend a few years in prison. But Proda thinks that, even so, she didn't expect him to disappear without saying goodbye. And she says that there are still some things weighing on her conscience. But for Can, this reason, and the ghost confirms, explaining that it's because he needed him to become aware of things he isn't used to. And humans, based on how they train and live their lives, develop, was different. Then, he just disappeared like the wind, and he remembers how fun it was. Remembering their interactions, Elian wonders if it's wrong of her to ever want to see him again. And so, laughing, he considers what to do from now on, remarking that he hasn't told him anything yet, and questioning if he's going to do something stupid without thinking, now calling him a hero. So he thinks he already had a plan, saying that when he gets promoted to B rank, he's going to embark on a journey to the Titanic mountain range. Then he remembers the assistants, saying that 100 days should be enough for him to learn how to use aura so they can go, and that B rank should be sufficient for him to depart. But he mentions that he still has some time until the 100 days are up, and the problem is that the ID is still sleeping, and he remembers Karen in front of him, calling her in a way that makes the girl very scared, complaining about what it was and what that bad feeling is, and the protagonist thinks that Karen is an A-rank rogue and a former high-level assassin. She also has detection abilities, plus, she can even transform her environment in his favor, allowing him to move freely. He remembers everything she did during the mission and smiles at her, a wide grin on his face, saying he hopes she can take care of him for a while. The girl questions what he's talking about, and he replies that they're going to visit the bishop because they're going to need help. She questions again what he is talking about, because if he doesn't tell her, she'll get anxious, wondering if he's doing it on purpose to provoke her. Then, he says there are still 3 weeks and 2 days until Elia wakes up. So, he still wants to train and perfect his skills using aura, and when he gets past the basics, he'll be able to learn the 7-star sword skill. So he asks C, their bones, muscles, and nervous system differently. So, navigators develop a sense of balance, hunters develop a sense of direction, and nomads develop a sense of to wait for him, because he's going all out. And in District 13 of the favela, things are very calm, and they say it's good, that they have plenty of food, and they also say that it's all thanks to the bishop and to the church that's serving bread to some homeless people. And a guy asks the girl to get one more, saying it's for his kids, and apologizing for how he treated her back when they were in District 23, and that lady just thanks him. That guy tells the little boy to help his mother carry it, telling him to take it and thank the church, and to say a prayer to God there, because if it weren't for them, they wouldn't be standing there today. And so the church really seems brighter, and they think that things really are different from District 23, and it's a relief. But then, in the middle of their prayers, a huge racket starts inside the church, scaring everyone. I can even imagine what's going on inside. Elin starts to say that there are still 3 weeks and 2 days until the awakening day. So he still wants to train and perfect these skills using aura, and when he gets past the basics, he'll be able to learn the sword skill of 7 stars. Remembering how he presented himself at that moment, he tells her to wait for him, as he already has good plans in store. Sometime later in the church, he continues to fight against her, but he notices that the girl is not weak at all. She disappears from in front of him and reappears behind him, ready to kill him like the assassin she is. But as soon as he turns his head, he's able to notice the blade and plants his foot firmly on the ground. And so she asks him if he thinks he's good at using his feet, since he was able to deflect her attack, and tells him that he needs to think more like an assassin. And the poor boy is shaking all over after that beating he received, and she says that his current skills aren't really that bad. He knows the basics perfectly, but he's still too immature for a real battle. And of all that, the boy is near a crater, with a sword stuck right in the center of the hole. Then, the sword speaks to Lun, asking him how worthy he believes himself to be, and the boy, exceptional vision. And the protagonist begins to understand this, as the basic training is meant to enhance strengths and compensate for weaknesses. And Sid decided to begin with this part before disappears again. They attack him, but this time with a clone of herself. And the protagonist, seeing this, thinks he's going to use his vision to predict her movements. But he realizes that she's too fast, but he manages to keep up with one of them, noticing that one is shakier while the other is standing more firmly in front of him. He sees the opening on the left and attacks from the right, nearly slicing the girl ducks down in fear, wondering how he saw her. The protagonist stares intently at her, and she says that she didn't use much of her aura, but even that was surprising. She says he's great and wants to see how far he can go. She prepares to move again, creating illusion after illusion. The protagonist is surprised and manages to see some of them, noticing that before it was very obvious which one was the fake, but now he wonders if it's a shadow clone technique. Then she asks if she can leave. The protagonist thinks that even though she's slower than before, this technique makes it much harder to see her. Even using his ability, he can't even get a sense of how far away she is now, or if she's to the right, either to the left or exactly where she is. And he thinks the muscles in his eyes hurt so much from trying to keep up with her speed, it feels like they're about to explode. But then the girl appears right behind him, pressing that times kunai times against the boy's neck, and tells him that he failed, saying that this is her 102nd victory in 102 attempts, and he simply gives up, asking if it isn't too much for an adventurer who isn't even rank B. And she says that she didn't exaggerate, and says that she only used a level of strength corresponding to his aura, and did anything excessive, but asks if he isn't tired of fighting in an open field, and says that it isn't advantageous for him, asking if he doesn't get tired of losing, taking everything else. And the ghost explains that his strengths are stamina, improved by the absurd amount of training, in addition to his mentality and the basics of swordsmanship from training fundamental movements. With the kid's face, who is all sad in the corner, he thinks that her words hurt more than the blows, and that he did a good job when they faced Maand, remembering all those cuts and monsters that he defeated so easily. So, he mentions that he thought he had become stronger, but the difference between him and Karen is still immense. Furthermore, she didn't even use all of her strength against him, and then he asks if he's gotten any stronger now. She says yes, a little shyly, because she's lying to him, but then she tells him she's just teasing and that he's doing well. He asks if she's serious, and she says that when he can see through her illusions, even a first-class assassin won't be able to defeat him. She says that his skills already surpass those of John Hankby, and Proto asks if that's true, even though he can't use aura properly. And she says that aura is certainly something powerful, but he doesn't need to worry, because his eyes and feet are already doing a good job, and she can cut iron like paper and can even break rocks. But when it comes to facing a real enemy, it's much more difficult, that they can deflect. And for an assassin who depends on their aura, this could prove to be a significant disadvantage. So, in order to defeat the opponent, the assassin needs to use some tricks up their sleeve, cards up her sleeve, and while this could be considered winning, she says she doesn't like to defeat her enemies by cheating. Anyway, if she had to list the pros and cons there, she could say that the protagonist is very strong, but because her vision is still superior to his, he couldn't catch her. But he shouldn't misunderstand her, because she never cheats. So, whenever she faces someone, she gives her all to make the fight difficult. And the protagonist thinks a little about cheating, but she says he's overthinking it, and says that cheating only serves as a shortcut. He says that his weak point is his rigidity due to the repetition of the same fundamental movements. In other words, the boy lacks flexibility, both mentally and physically. He asks about this, in bridging the difference in ability, and following that path, he will never be able to surpass her, and she says she doesn't know who taught him to be like that, or if it was with that crazy person, or if it was from fighting someone. Monster. The protagonist remembers fighting the monster, but then she tells him that he needs to be faster and more skilled. He doesn't have to follow her path exactly, but they will improve the cards up his sleeve, calling the protagonist a hero. He thinks she's right because choosing the easy path won't make it easier for him to get stronger, and he needs to choose the right path and strive to become stronger. But then, the coffin guardian touches the protagonist's shoulder, telling him that he has arrived and that the first part of the training is over. And so, they move on to the next part, and the protagonist is really startled by that thing. Then she tells him not to worry, inviting him to go to aura theory training and learn how to use the aura weapon of aura. And a while later, Karen goes to meet him, asking if they stopped at the last class, and wondering if it was about aura and training methods. Then she continues, explaining that aura is a power created from the user's body, and in short, it's like the essence of a human being. And the protagonist pays close attention to this. She explains that life experience and thought are the basis of a person, and several people can face the same situation. Some run and others hide, and because of this, it's impossible to distinguish good and evil based on one thing alone. No matter how much he seeks justice, if he deviates from that path, he will have to be fair to himself and train, basically making his essence pure and more powerful. For example, the method of fire attribute training involves breaking something, fighting with someone, or even torturing yourself. Actions like this can refine the fire aura and make it even more powerful, and the protagonist is startled, but also asks about aura and swordsmanship, and the ghost says that, in the end, swordsmanship is just the way to wield the sword. What if he can freely apply the fundamental movements to combine by these methods? And she says that, depending on the attribute, the difficulty of the training can vary greatly. In her case, she has the shadow attribute, and her life mission has been training, and the sun attribute, for example, is something else entirely, as it symbolizes divine power and has already manifested in several prestigious warriors, and he, looking at her, falls in love. Oh, Thor can draw, okay? This guy could just grab Blitz's cube, hold her hand, and walk away. And then Froda turns all red, and she asks him what comes to mind when they talk about the sun attribute. And the boy isn't thinking about anything she's saying, he's thinking about something else. Then, he starts to really think about what she's talking about. When he thinks about the sun, he remembers something warm that illuminates the entire world and eliminates darkness wherever it is. But then he stops and thinks about it, because what he's summarizing is shining, and he looks at himself. The girl notices that he's thought of something. He says maybe it's because of the battle ahead, but the aura inside his body is burning as if it were lava flowing on the surface. If he takes that fluidity and puts a little power into it, and then concentrates it at the tips of his fingers, he starts to feel the heat as if he's going to burn himself. He can concentrate power, but he wonders how he can release it. Then he realizes that if it's the sun, then it would shine, basically creating a Rasengan-like attack. What a scene, huh? What a scene. The only thing missing was for the buff Tabio to show up, and then she looks at him, completely smitten, because he actually managed to activate his aura. He creates a photosphere, but it's not good enough to be used as a weapon. However, he still managed to do it. But then, that thing in his hand explodes, and he ends up hurting himself, falling to the ground, and she goes to him asking if he's okay. But then he remembers a little bit about how the hero used his power, and thinks that it wasn't. With the situations, then that is already swordsmanship. Of course, there are extremely powerful sword techniques, but who the hell would teach something like that to someone with nothing more than a promise of loyalty? He knew it since he had used Elid's power, and one day he hopes to reach that high level of aura from that day, and Karen takes the opportunity to tell Lian that he is incredible, saying that he has already learned the Birderly C2 basics of how to use aura and release it from the body, and now he just needs to learn how to control it. She says she doesn't know if it was just a flash of light, but it only lasted 10 seconds. However, this is already something very good for a start. The basics are no different than using an aura weapon. She says that when he can better control his aura, he will be able to control the rest as well. And the protagonist thinks about that. She says that, for her, that's how it feels. She sees the aura flowing like blood in her veins, and it's as if she's just expelling it outwards. Aura weapons consume a lot of power, so stabilizing the aura circulation is very important. But the bishop arrives, saying that it is too risky for her to base her understanding on such a simple vision of aura. She is startled. He says that if she only focuses on becoming strong, her power won't last very long. In short, if it were the fire attribute, it would explode. He is surprised that the bishop is there, and the bishop replies that he finished his patrol early. He just agrees and mentions that, furthermore, he went to get an estimate to repair the damage they both caused in the explosion, which makes them nervous. Then the bishop says they'll discuss the matter later. Concert, asking what they think about doing something more important, since he has brought a message from the saint, and the protagonist, Proda, is surprised and questions the message. And so the bishop says he believes that the succession ceremony is currently taking place. Far away from them, in the middle of a snowy mountain range, something is happening to two pillars located there, and they begin to shine. The saint is also shining. The bishop explains that the saint must receive divine power in the presence of 10 bishops, and that a normal person, even a master, and the boy realizes that he is right, and the ghost says that in terms of aura, there is nothing he can say, asking if Lian defeated him using aura, and stating that not only that, but wouldn't be able to withstand receiving that kind of power. Some saints from previous generations have died during the succession ceremony because they weren't suitable, but she is the 8th saint, the most holy. The strength that will support the hero is being born, and she actually obtains the sacred power, even manifesting a cross shape in her eyes. And inside that place, there is a mass embedded in the ground, and it is said that 300 years ago, when the hero appeared, the first saint who accompanied Roderick ended up being killed because of his powerlessness. He only prayed, wishing for the hero's safety, but he couldn't. It is not only faith that will keep the hero standing in a war, but the saint themselves must have the power to defeat evil. This is why your ancestors created the Iron Chain Holy Knights, and, currently, they are one of the strongest military knight groups on the continent, and in the name of the goddess, saints from other generations are appointed as sub-captains, and being a saint is even more so than being a warrior, and thinking this way, he blesses her in the name of the goddess, and the power to fight alongside the hero is something her ancestors dreamed of achieving one day, and the girl accepts it, and so, he wants to go to the final test by talking to Han, telling her to prepare for battle, and the girl takes off her sleeve and begins to transform, putting on her battle armor, changing completely, and so she picks up that mace that was stuck in the ground, lifting it with just one hand, and everyone notices that she is holding the weapon of the holy ancestors, the Morning Star, and they say that the line outside leads them to the edge of a cliff, and it is said that the hero left a mark from his sword there, and they say that he made those marks on the stone with just one blow, and that the other fine marks on the other stones are what the other saints made. Even he himself made some of them, and now it's the girl's turn to leave her mark, as she speaks to Eliran, and someone like him, with no prior experience, suddenly learning it would arouse suspicion from many people. Therefore, he will teach him about aura after he leaves the academy. He should focus on, then, in the middle of that biting cold, the girl stands in front of that rock and thinks about the hero, having heard so much about his deeds, and she thinks about when the protagonist destroyed that typhoon alone killed that devil's envoy using the hero's power. And he thinks he still has half a year left until the day the oracle predicted. But he's already there, and she says, who is ashamed of herself for only now becoming a saint, thinking that the Prota is a very brave man, and that she will also become a saint worthy of accompanying him. Meanwhile, as she thinks, she gathers absurd power, raising a very strong aura, getting ready and attacking that stone, making a hell of a noise and scaring all the bishops that were there, because the girl opened a huge hole in that canyon, completely changing the landscape, and she keeps thinking about the hero, asking him to please wait for her. Look, maybe the next one will wait for you. You're damn strong, you know, my friend. What has this girl been eating? And she's totally in love with a hero she doesn't even know, hoping that he'll accept her, by your side. And so, the bishop explains that because of the saint's titles, and for granting him that power, she is willing to give her life for the protagonist. She also said she hopes to see him soon, at the end of the letter, and the boy is surprised because he is feeling butterflies in his stomach for no apparent reason, and then Karen looks at him. The protagonist thinks it's as if he's sensing problems that are coming his way. It definitely will be. Oh, if she finds out that Kara is an assassin, oh my god, she has a face like Ander. Doesn't he know that's going to cause problems? That crazy, kooky girl, swept away. And he asks what kind of person the saint is, and the bishop says that she is considered one of the best saints in all of history, not only for her faith, but also for her abilities, and with mastering how to see for now, while wondering if he doesn't want to defeat that guy as soon as possible. So Lian agrees with him, all excited, saying that he's getting more and more thrilled. Certainty, she will be of great help to the protagonist. He thinks this might be a good thing for him, since the saint has existed across many generations, so he has to become a competent leader, enough to stand by her side, and he thinks he's beginning to understand how the aura weapon works. He just needs an image. So, he asks the bishop if his attribute is the moon, and the bishop confirms. He says that, if it's not too forward, he would like to know what image the bishop visualizes to activate his aura. The two people nearby are surprised by this question, and then she tries to subtly warn him that this question is considered taboo among aura users, explaining that revealing the image of one's aura weapon is the same as revealing their weakness. But the bishop assures them that everything is all right. He says he imagines all the phases of the moon, the crescent moon when he wants to use a little energy, the half moon when he wants to use more energy, and the full moon when he needs to give it his all. He adds that there are also other phases of the moon, such as the waning moon and the lunar eclipse. The protagonist notices that there are 5 phases, but in the meantime, Karen, he almost can't believe he said that so easily to them both, which means the bishop really trusts them. And so the protagonist thinks that if he uses the 5 phases of the moon, the phase of the sun is the opposite. Unlike the moon, the sun's phase is constant and unchanging, and he thinks he can't quite imagine an image like the bishop in his mind, but he can clearly think about the sun and also the eclipse, saying that he can block the sun, and if he thinks of the image of the eclipse as a form of power, then the sun is something that constantly shines above the sky. So he will solve this problem by blocking its light. And so the bishop notices that the boy seems to have found his answer. He gets all excited, saying he can't wait to test what he just thought of and see if it will work out. However, the ghost says that it's not enough. And the guy asks what he's talking about. And the ghost asks if he didn't tell him, saying that he will get used to the repetitive training. And so he goes outside with the bishop and raises his sword, calling on him to begin. And the bishop notices that his expression is very good, asking him to show him the power of a hero now. The protagonist considers the different types of aura, deciding to test it out by imbuing his sword with aura as he anticipates the bishop's incredibly powerful attack, bracing himself to receive it. The iron ball is launched, but the boy manages to dodge out of the way, avoiding the hit. While stirring up a huge cloud of dust, he starts to imbue his sword with aura and takes a few breaths to focus, and he focuses on that feeling, as it's still a bit difficult to unleash that power. And during this training, he has to directly confront the bishop's attacks. But even if he tries to fine-tune his power, he visualizes it, his focus completely on that weapon. But if he slips up, the bishop could catch him at any moment, and the bishop's weapon comes at the boy once again, and he thinks that it's difficult to dodge or block his attack. He needs to predict its trajectory and find an opening. As the attack gets closer and closer, the boy decides he will maintain a safe distance. Get close, and you'll be swept away by the current. And so he dodges, going underneath, approaching the bishop, and declaring that he's going to get close enough to block his attack. And first, he's going to dodge, but then the bishop's weapon curves and begins to encircle the boy, ready to wrap him up. And the bishop questions if he really thought he could escape his attacks, provoking the protagonist, calling him a hero. The boy becomes frustrated, wondering if this is even possible, but he refuses to give up, thinking that he has to try, planting his foot firmly on the ground, then imbuing his weapon more and more with his aura, causing it to manifest. And the bishop is startled, because in the middle of that whirlwind of currents, the boy is shining brightly, and Lian thinks that repetitive. And even if he focuses on pushing himself with all his might, he is bound to get tired of the same training method. Then the spirit laughs at him, and the protagonist begins to feel can't use the sword of the 7 stars, but he will still forge his own path, creating his own solar eclipse sword. My friend, my boy is shining. Lian thinks that what he needs to do first is attain the power of Merak, the 2nd star of the Big Dipper, and he's seriously considering it, since that power took down that monster with such ease. He mentions that it's a bit challenging, given that this power manifests with a will of its own. So, he must first compress his aura and concentrate it all into his blade, suppressing it. Previously, he couldn't unleash this power, and the solution he discovered to overcome this problem was the Eclipse Sword. And the kid is already emitting aura through his eyes, and the eclipse actually takes shape on his sword, right there in the boy's hand. And the bishop is taken aback when he sees it, and his orb is cleaved in two, along with his chains, by a swing of Lian's sword. Then, he questions the boy about what that was, and Lian reflects that he did pretty well, even though it's an incomplete skill. However, he acknowledges that he's still far from being able to wield the 7-star sword, and for the time being, he will perfect what he currently has, and despite the ability being incomplete, he can proudly say that he created it using his own power. And furthermore, he managed to block his opponent's attack, much to his delight. And so, the bishop tells him that what he did was really cool, but then Prota apologizes if he hurt him, as he ended up cutting the bishop's dough. Meanwhile, Karen appears, announcing that Lian has a visitor, and the guild girl herself is calling for him. He notices that it's Rise who has come to see him, and they go inside the bishop's house, where she mentions that this is the first time they've met outside the guild, asking if he's feeling better. The boy confirms that he is, thanking her for her concern. He's terrified to hear that, the sword speaking to him. Then he pauses to think, and says that, as for him, who has always given voice to the irrationality of destiny, this sacred sword has appeared, and bad feeling and asks what they are going to do. He says it's no big deal, as they assess the punishment whenever he answers incorrectly, while wearing a somewhat different expression, for him. And she says that, because she was worried, she even brought him a potion. And there's something else as well. A reward given by the Lord. It's a bracelet that has been enchanted with magic. Subspace. And it's not a big deal, but I hope it helps. And so Karen is surprised by this bracelet, saying that it's worth hundreds of gold coins, and if its design were more beautiful, it would be worth more than 1,000 coins. Then Rise is surprised that Karen actually knows all about it, and the girl says that her earrings are the same type. And she says that since it's not very powerful, she uses them as it were a small pouch to take out her coins, and he thinks that now he knows where she gets so many of those daggers. And so the protagonist puts the bracelet on his arm and uses the inventory, taking the potion that was inside and putting it back. And he notes that this item is very convenient, as the person he gave this to might be more important than he can imagine. Then, Rise says that the second reward is Leon's promotion to rank B, and since he meets all the requirements for the promotion, he just needs to show them his aura weapon, and they will give him a new rank plate right away. And so, the protagonist remembers when Sidio told him that he would need 100 days. He mentions that he managed to reach rank B even before the 100th day. It's a shame that the ID can't see it, but the boy shows Rise his aura weapon, surprising her. She confirms it's his weapon and gives him the B rank plate. The boy is overjoyed, as he never thought he would be a B rank adventurer while still in the academy, and the two congratulate him right then and there. Then Rise says there's something else and tells him that they have an answer to the request that he made. The protagonist asks, "What request is that?" And she asks if he didn't request an escort mission from the guild. He remembers it only now, and Karen realizes he had no idea about it. A very mischievous smile is reflected in that monocle, and he says he'll push him to the point where he won't have any leisure time to get used to. He adds that this will start tomorrow, and the boy becomes fearful. She explains that since he's going to the Titan Mountain ranges and blind is just a stopover, they said he could leave as soon as he finishes preparing his supplies. And that's where the Rise herself enters, saying that since he was the one who asked, she put in a lot of effort to get it. Karen clearly doesn't like any of this, giving him a totally murderous look and asking what he means. He says they weren't partners yet when he made that request. He explains that, because the bishop has many connections with higher classes, he asked for help, and the fact that Rai is being willing to help him with this is really great. And until they receive a call from above, they will continue their training until that day arrives. And she immediately goes on the offensive, wanting to hit the boy a little, to calm her anger, and because she's moving so fast, he thinks she's too quick. Probably the most dangerous thing she has, besides her abilities, is her speed, but he manages to stop more and more of her attacks, and she says that she thinks the power he uses in his eyes is a bit inconsistent. He tells her that she shouldn't just rely on her hero vision, and he thinks that because of this, he needs to train his physique instead of just his skills, and to do so, he has to improve his aura sense and perfect his eclipse sight. Then he notices that he has to focus more and more, and just like that, he notices a change in the wind near the girl and a tremor on the ground. She appears right behind him, and he feels her gaze, realizing exactly where the girl is, scaring Karen, who immediately stops her attack and moves away from him, escaping his reach. She asks what that was because she never imagined he would be able to learn aura sense that quickly, that fast. And the boy just gives her a little smile, saying he's all grace and thanking the girl. She gets all red, thinking he's a cheeky brat, and then she goes with this so-called punishment. And he says he's not punishing the boy without a reason, explaining that it's just a very effective method called operant conditioning, and although his mentality is useful, in addition to, on top of him, hiding her shyness, and the protagonist thinks that he cannot forget the feeling and must continue engraving it in his body, he can become much stronger than he is now, and the bishop goes to Lian to congratulate him, as he managed to reach an even more incredible level of power. The protagonist is surprised by his arrival, and the bishop says he has great news for the two of them. Tell them both. He scheduled a meeting with his boss for this afternoon, and the place where the high-ranking personnel are located isn't too far, so they can take the opportunity to go there and meet them in person. The two are amazed by the bishop, who does so much for them. After traveling for a while, they arrive at a small village, realizing that they've arrived, and the protagonist asks if they should head in right away. Initially, when they arrive at the camp and approach one of the tents, they are asked if they are both from the guild. Leon confirms, stating that he is rank B. Then, Arnold from the Thunder Clan introduces himself to the protagonist and mentions that the place isn't very big, but he hopes the protagonist likes it. When the boy touches Arnold, he senses something, and the protagonist does too. He says her hands are different from his own. His are deformed from holding a pen for too long, and he must have used a pen more than he has held a sword in his entire life. And so Arnold says that the boy has the hands of a hard worker and that he's just starting to do well. The two of them really get along and start to trust each other, remarking that they are very similar. And Karen watches strangely from afar. Then he says that this means they're going to need a seat, but Arnold replies that they are on a limited budget and he doesn't know if he can afford to pay more people for the escort. But the protagonist states that his goal is to go to the Titanic mountain range with them. At this, Arnold remains suspicious, but the protagonist asks if he is aware of the dangers that they may face along the way. Willpower. He needs someone to give him a push, and the boy thinks that, even so, it's a little difficult, but he realizes the website is right, as it will be impossible to achieve everything. And Arnold affirms that he does know. Lian then asks, on such a dangerous path, how useful a ranked adventurer would be. Did they need escorts? He's surprised, mentioning that they are usually very strong, but their services are quite expensive, including the cost of life insurance. Besides that, an A-rank adventurer probably wouldn't agree to escort such a small company. However, Karen shows her coat of arms, explaining that she forgot to introduce herself and that her name is Karen, an adventurer of rank A. He almost turns pale seeing her display something like that so casually. He starts rambling that he didn't realize such a strong person was before him, and he says that, even though he has the eyes of a merchant, he realizes he still has much to learn, but she tells him not to worry about the money, saying she's there to accompany Lian, so he can pay her, as if she were a B-rank adventurer. He signs the contract immediately and apologizes for taking advantage of her consideration, even though he doesn't have enough money, and, next time, he promises to pay her the amount that a ranker deserves, and she tells him to relax, saying that she should be the one apologizing for intruding. He says that he will put them both in the most comfortable wagon later, and will also help them with food. The protagonist asks if they can really agree to all of this, and she says, of course, because her rank is A. Then, he asks the guy if she is really okay with all of this. She says that sometimes, A-rank adventurers don't really care much about being hired for a low price, since they receive a lot of comfort during those times. But the protagonist notices something nearby, realizing that there are mercenaries. She asks if it's his first time seeing a mercenary. He says that he has seen them from afar, but not this close, and that during the starting tomorrow, he will be punished sooner or later. He should decide and experience it soon, so he can develop the corresponding resilience as well. And so subjugation, the situation was different. So, he wasn't that shocked, since they all seemed quite strong, but their expressions didn't look like they wanted to be helping. And Karen says that, true, mercenaries are a bit prejudiced against adventurers, and if he doesn't cause trouble with them, everything will be fine. The boy agrees, but he's still a little down. With his head down, he leaves, thinking he must say goodbye to that city, wondering if he'll ever return, and reflecting on how much he's been through since leaving the academy, remembering all the hardships he faced in the forest, and also upon arriving there. I mentioned that when he arrived in the city of Blind and met Rise herself, he was happy to meet everyone who has helped him so far. He discovered people and many things. He says he can forget the other places, but he would never forget that one. He wanted to leave only when Oid woke up, but if he misses this opportunity, who knows when he'll get another. And it's rare to get a direct ride to the Titanic mountain range. Furthermore, he can't keep depending on Essie, since he's already helped him immensely at the end of the subjugation. He won't be a worthy hero if he doesn't learn to stand on his own. So, the next morning, the bishop bids them both farewell, hoping that the goddess will bless their journey, and he tells the boy to be the sun during the day, and to let the moon protect and guide him during the night. Lian thanks the bishop for everything he did, but the bishop says it's all right, as he can do nothing more than wish him good luck. He says that, if they hadn't met him, they wouldn't have been able to prevent the city from being swallowed up. They say the goddess placed the boy in their path. Then, he says that he has a gift for Lian, and explains that it is a sacred relic imbued with holy magic, and asks if he wants to do this, and the boy says he can go for it, but when the punishment begins, he starts to feel an absurd pain from the electric shock, and so the ghost realizes that, be very useful to him in battle. He should use it in situations where he needs to use the power of the holy sword, and the protagonist says he's going to use it right now, placing that necklace around his neck. He says that now that C is asleep, this will be truly useful for him, at which point the bishop reveals that this relic possesses a hidden function. Then, the protagonist inquires about this function, and the bishop explains that, if If he presents the coat of arms from that necklace to the higher-ups in the church, he can summon all the holy knights nearest to him. He expresses surprise that he can summon the holy knights of the iron chain. So, the bishop instructs him to use it cautiously, because if anyone other than the necklace's owner attempts to use it, problems will arise, as its power can only be used a single time. He mentions that he will be extremely careful with it, and acknowledges that having the authority to summon the Iron Chain's holy knights is a significant advantage. He can only use it once, which makes it a difficult thing to manage, but if something terrible occurs, it will be of great assistance. And with that, he returns to Arnold, who is overjoyed, asking if they are ready, and mentioning that they have prepared a breakfast, leaving them completely fed up. And the protagonist tells them that they didn't need to do all that, because he's going to end up eating meat in the morning anyway. But Carne is very happy, because the boy's food has left her extremely satisfied, but he still thinks it was too much food. And she complains, saying that it's the first time anyone has treated her so well, and tells him that he can't make a bad face right after eating. He says it's because it's bothering him, but she writes something down, asking him to wait, and if there isn't something else bothering him, so he doesn't understand what she's talking about. When he looks back, he notices several other adventurers glaring at him with menacing faces. Then he realizes that he thinks things are going to be a little complicated from now on. And the girl, it only took 5 seconds and he was already fried on the bed. But he says that was the first time, so he couldn't adjust it properly. He will hold back to go with less intensity next time. Says that it seems like there are some pretty annoying people around. As they continue on their way, everyone stays in their carriage, and the protagonist continues thinking about them. He says it's faster, more than I thought. But the girl says that even though they have 2 horses, the cart is enchanted, and he asks if it's done with magic, and she says that spells to make things lighter are very common and useful. And besides being cheap and highly durable, it's quite convenient, but it's not perfect because, in the case of carts, since they are already weak, they cannot withstand any first body impact. Besides that, near the Titanic mountain range, the road becomes terrible, and therefore, they will deactivate the spells there. So now they are moving quickly so as not to waste too much time. And so, after a while, they stop in order to camp. Then, she says that it looks like they are going to set up camp there, and night comes very quickly to their location, and the protagonist asks if they have to go down as well. But she says in passing that she's not hungry now, so he can go out without her, and asks him to call her if anything happens. He says okay, leaving her sleeping over there. And when he goes outside, he watches the people doing their jobs, and says he has to make preparations regardless, before it gets too dark to set up camp. He thinks that, seeing all these people moving together as one, as if they had been working together for a long time. However, something startles him, and he sees some mercenaries heading him, and those people don't seem to have good intentions. He says that, as he expected, those guys came after him alone, and asks what they want from him. And then the most arrogant and ugly one starts talking rudely, saying that he doesn't need to talk to them like that, since he's acting like a skittish kitten. And the protagonist says that if that's how they see him, it's not time. And although he will increase the intensity if he keeps making mistakes many times in a row, he just needs to do it right, and his smile means that at least he will take it easy on him. His problem. And that guy doesn't like the response very much, asking if the boy is acting like this just because he has a high-rank adventurer with him, saying that she can tell what he's up to. Thinking, just seeing his face makes him angry. However, Proto doesn't like that very much either, and asks what the problem is with him being accompanied by someone of that level. And so he tells them to be honest, because they are angry because they are not being treated as well, due to their weakness. And, since they are mercenaries, they are considered below adventurers. And that guy starts to blow up, itching to insult Proto. But the boy looks at him face to face. But just then, someone calls out to both of them, and Karen appears, asking if they aren't too big to be fighting someone younger, saying that if they think they are so strong, she can test their strength to confirm it. And they are surprised, asking if she's serious. And she questions them about it, asking if they got scared now that they got involved in their little game, and they become scared shitless. And one of them says, that's not it, saying that if she is willing to measure his strength fairly, he would like to duel with her friend. So she agrees, asking if it's okay for Lian to go with him now. And since she's there, he goes ahead and says that things are unfolding exactly as Karen predicted. Well, if the mercenaries there get annoyed because they are adventurers, all they need to do is change their minds using force. After all, that's the only thing that matters to them. And the boy, he wonders what he would do if he were there. However, he starts to imagine it, but then thinks that this isn't the time for that. After all, That crazy guy would definitely agree, and the three of them stare at the Prota. And Lian remembers that they are B-rank mercenaries, but he won't lose to them. Then he remembers the two paths that divided the population, and starts thinking about the problems between the. So he says that they will do their best the next day, and the protagonist notices that that one is actually a demonic sword, rather than a holy one. And then, the very next day, he wakes up very early, and starts Adventurers and the Mercenaries, which is a very old conflict, and especially a B rank like him. He must be pissed that he's relying on an A rank adventurer, but that's not the only problem. Now, Karen is essentially taking bets on who will win, and everyone is putting their money on the mercenary, since no one wants to bet on the protagonist, because the mercenary seems much stronger than the boy, which disappoints him. Just then, his companion, who is sitting at a betting table, mentions that the B-rank adventurer is the same as the B-rank mercenary, and she keeps trying to get people to bet on who will win the duel. She asks Arnold if he would also like to place a bet, and he asks if he's allowed to, telling her that he's going to bet everything on the protagonist, and then he wonders why everyone is looking at him like that. After all the bets are placed, the duel is about to start. He comes face to face with Lon versus Hansen, the representative of the Steel Claws mercenary group. Before the duel begins, Karen tells them that, as she was saying, direct attacks using aura weapons are forbidden. Items and weapons she didn't mention before are also prohibited, as are enchantments using external items. And those are the rules. There's no time limit, but they can't get out of there until it's over. And if they injure anyone besides the challenger, she'll consider it a defeat, asking if they understand. And so they begin to move, to position themselves for the duel. And the protagonist raises his guard while the other keeps his spear and shield pointed at Lian. Then he notices that the opponent is using aura on the shield. He's not a C rank, but it's quite rare for a B rank to use a shield. And the boy notices something, seeing several scratches on the front of the shield, making him wonder what material, running with the ghost, while also training his vision by looking at the back of the teacher's head, who is terrified because the boy is looking at him like that. And he also trains several other things, such as, it's made of. He realizes that shield doesn't seem like an ordinary one, and Hansen says that the boy's eye is very sharp, and that it has some mithril alloy embedded in it. And once, it saved a dwarf, and he returned the favor by using it. But Lian asks if he's okay telling him all this, and Hansen says he knows he should hide it, but he would have guessed anyway, as soon as he attack. But, more importantly, he tells Lian that, from the beginning, he never considered taking it easy on the boy. However, Lian smiles at this, talking about that guy, because it seems like he's being underestimated there. And so, he thinks he will fight Ran without regrets. And when Prota gets his footing right, he goes all in on the mercenary. He watches carefully before striking and plants his sword in the mercenary's shield, pinning the mercenary's foot into the ground. And the mercenary is scared by what he sees, because the boy is stronger than he was expecting. So, he takes his spear and tries to hit Prota with it, but the boy manages to deflect all of his spear attacks, only with his sword standing in the same place. So, the mercenary thinks he'll use one hand to attack and the other to hold his shield, allowing him to counterattack and defend simultaneously. It's a very difficult and not particularly daring strategy. As he continues with that, Lian begins to think that he's taking too much damage from their attacks. It's like he's rolling in a sea of roses filled with thorns, and even if he uses the eclipse, he won't be able to cut through that shield. But, as soon as he thinks a bit more about the eclipse, he says that he's actually not so sure about that. But if he continues like this, he might end up losing. So, the boy crouches down a little, thinking that he won't give up, and everyone watches, wondering what he's doing. Then Karen realizes what's happening. Lian disappears from in front of the. So the sword says that opportunities should be given fairly. Then the boy goes over and grabs the handle of that shining sword, crackling with lightning, with part of the bandage on his arm destroyed. Strengthening exercises, like doing a handstand with just one hand. And the ghost asks how many pigeons are sitting on the roof of the dormitory, and the boy says there are 10. He asks which one he will throw first. And, mercenary, placing his foot on the shield and simply kicking it away, completely dismantling any defense he could make. He's surprised that Lian is attacking with his feet instead of the sword, noticing that the girl is proving to be more formidable than he anticipated, and questioning whether he was the one who wouldn't play fair. But the protagonist attacks again, and the mercenary becomes frightened, completely hiding behind his shield. But the protagonist suddenly appears behind him, already striking his assassin's pose. And Karen likes this, because he is literally moving like one. And so he lifts the mercenary, completely disarming him. When he falls on his butt on the ground, the protagonist puts his sword to his face, then he concedes defeat, and the duel ends with Lian's victory. And Arnold is overjoyed, because he won a bunch of money, profiting off those idiots. And the protagonist thinks that the skills he learned from her were very useful, because if he hadn't learned them, he would definitely argue with him for imitating a female assassin. But the more knowledge he has, the stronger he can be in moments like these. He wonders if there is an even stronger person, that the first hero was able to defeat everyone with a single blow. But the other mercenaries didn't like this at all, since they would be next in line. However, Captain Gustav arrives, asking them to stop, and he tells them that they witnessed the duel with their own eyes, asking if they really think they could have changed the outcome when one of their comrades was there, giving it their all. So they even consider that they could have, but end up agreeing with Gustav and dropping the issue. And the real problem is the Steel Claw mercenaries. Then the leader lowers his head to Lian, apologizing, saying that they performed poorly because he was only a B rank. They were blinded by their own ignorance. He takes the blame for their childish behavior and arguing despite their age, and Lian could barely. He ends up guessing correctly that he's the sixth. And the ghost asks how many pigeons are sitting by the open window. And he says there aren't any pigeons. It's actually a crow. And the boy continues, believe it. Then Ghost says that, to be honest, he was also angry that someone so young was at the same rank as all of them. And furthermore, they are all men. So, traveling in the same cart while he was all cheerful, with a beautiful woman beside him, that's the reason for the envy, right? He says that he was hurting his pride as a man, and Gav says that he apologizes, sincere for having been so immature, and Karen pretty much lets it go. So he calls on them to get along, and they all see the boy shining as if he were a deity, or something like that, almost blinded by the boy's kindness. And Gustav shakes Lian's hand, saying that he will owe him one, and hopes to be able to repay him someday. But the protagonist says that he doesn't need to, saying that he really doesn't need to go that far. But Gustav says that when a man owes another, it becomes a promise from the heart, and even if Lian doesn't want him to, one day he will repay him. Then, the boy can count on him, and so they invite Lian to drink a lot that night. And as the night goes on, they start to celebrate, but the boy keeps refusing the beer that they offer to give it to him, but ends up falling inside and getting a little tipsy. Meanwhile, Karen is watching the boy closely, all proud of how things are going. But in the morning, the next day, the protagonist is in very bad shape, and she wonders how funny it would be if everyone knew that the long-awaited hero was lying there, groaning after drinking so much. But the boy isn't even paying attention to her teasing, and he says that, after the reconciliation with the mercenaries, the atmosphere there changed and became much better than before. They ended up making a lot of money as well, and Hansen was a mercenary from the Northern Army. He taught them how to deal with mountain orcs, especially for the place they are going, and it's good that they have some information about what they recuse, getting everything right. And he says that he is right, because even though he can barely see and I can't focus much, it's not bad at all, considering it's only been a month. He says that he almost didn't pass, might end up encountering along the way. And not only Hansen, but all the other mercenaries showed him the way. They set up their strategies, and the monsters they had faced. And the protagonist, Vega, surprised to see one of them so muscular, says that if he has any doubts, he promises he'll ask him. But at that moment, that guy asks if he can ask him a question as well, asking about the protagonist's companion, inquiring about the relationship between the two, since apparently, the protagonist sleeps side by side with her, and the boy doesn't quite understand the question. Well, I have to say, the protagonist is lucky. I can understand the guy's envy a little, and thinking a bit about how vulnerable Karen is by his side, the protagonist wonders about their relationship and questions why they are asking this out of the blue. And the two of them are already starting to misinterpret it, saying that he is hiding something, because a big kid alone with a woman like that says a lot. And the protagonist says that this doesn't make any sense at all, but they certainly don't believe in that. And so, the other person asks if they have some kind of relationship in mind, and Prota gets all blushy, and says that not only that, but their movements are also similar. So it's not an exaggeration to think that they are in a relationship, even though it doesn't seem like they have feelings for each other. And Prota wonders who that guy is, because he said he was a forest guard, but his powers of observation are incredible. He only saw him fight once, and already likened their movements. And Prota explains that they met while doing a mission together, so they don't have the kind of relationship that they're implying. He says not yet, but Prota asks them to stop with that line of thinking. But Karen is far away, quietly listening to everything, but he passed. And so the boy asks the ghost, already all excited. He says they're going to finish up there so he can rest. and Lian celebrates a lot for his first rest after, quietly, completely red because of the conversation, since it has certainly crossed her mind already. And Proda says that maybe he's not good enough to be beside someone of A rank, because it's as if she's a babysitter for a B ranker like him, so people will always think that way. But he believes he deserves to be misunderstood, as a guy who hides behind a woman. Being as strong as she is, she wonders if she should prove them wrong, thinking that she can't waste time doing nothing, since the time they have outside the carts is very limited. And, normally, they only eat when they camp, so he has to make the most of the little time they have left, and with that in mind, he goes to Stavion. Afterwards, the protagonist is already receiving a very strong attack that makes his mouth bleed. He is crushed to the ground, but still manages to stop the attack, and Gustav, wielding a great sword, throws all his weight down on the boy. And everyone is surprised, because Gustav, fighting against that boy, Lon, is incredible, as few of them would have the courage to duel against the captain of the mercenaries, and Gustav thinks that he is really strong, but he thought he would face his sword, but Lian says that wasn't exactly what he wanted, though it seems like it was. Then, Gustavo asks how many guys think that. They lasted so long in front of him, saying that even though he didn't do it on purpose, the boy did very well, and he says that it caught him by surprise. He didn't think he was going to dodge, try to fight back, placing his sword on his shoulder, but Lian says he doesn't regret having tried, and Gustavo finds that strange, but he starts laughing, and says that with every minute that passes, he likes Lian even more. And Lian thinks that responding to force with force and speed with speed is stupid, and it was only possible because it was training, and if that really were, an entire month. But then, Lian arrives behind him, calling out Lian, who gets scared and a little embarrassed for making that gesture out of nowhere by himself, so he tries to hide it by looking at a real battle. He would already be dead because of his horrible defense. Then he thanks Gustavo for listening to his request, and that he learned a few things thanks to him. He was the toughest opponent of all the fights so far, being a B rank worthy of keeping up with an A rank, and Gustavo says here, of course, that the boy can call him whenever he wants, because he is also a good learning experience for him to fight someone as strong as the boy. But then, he soon thinks that the peace was short-lived in that place, and that the next opponent will be strange. Then Gustavo says that it looks like they're going to pass through the forest soon, and if they make too much noise in a forest like this, some annoying little guys will come and attack. He understands what Gustavo is getting at, and asks how long it takes to cross the entire forest. And Gustavo says that maybe it will take about 3 days, but he thinks that, at most, it will be 5. He asks if they will be forced to fight monsters, and Gustavo says that is exactly right. He doesn't know the exact level of the monsters in the forest, but it is at least average. And, even more so, if there are medium-sized monsters, then they will definitely attack. And Proda, question about the medium-sized monster. Gustav explains to him that there are many trolls along that path, which quickly frightens the boy, and Gustav mentions that normally, they are 4 to 5 meters tall. Their body shape makes them quite agile. They might seem heavy based on their appearance, but they can even hang from trees, and the protagonist is even more surprised to hear about trolls hanging in trees, and Gustavo remembers this, explaining that many people don't believe it because they've never seen it, but all the trolls that live in the forest are used to doing that. However, the boy's eyes light up with this information, and he says he didn't know anything about what trolls were like, and that the things that line, saying it's been a long time, he says that he hadn't seen him since he started training with Elid, and setting Lian aside, he thinks it's been half a month since he last. Gustavo was telling him we're completely new to the boy, and it seems that they attack in groups, but when they are alone, they use orcs and goblins as subordinates, something the academy didn't teach. That's right. And these are things that are difficult to learn if you're not in the right environment, and he thinks it's great, and he's glad he chose to follow this path. And with that, Arnold addresses everyone. He says that they will now enter the forest path, and those who are tasked with escorting them must please do their best in this job. And the protagonist thinks that after all that, Ted is finally going to do something by entering that forest full of monsters, already activating his aura, thinking that he has to stay focused. But then she asks if it's time to work, and he says that they are entering the forest now, wondering when they will attack, totally tense, ready to draw his sword, and she looks at him, saying that he's really a newbie at this sort of thing, and if they appear, it will be in the morning, or at midday, so she tells him to rest, and the boy is surprised, but just agrees, and since Karen he needs to calm down, so he figures he should stay put for now. Besides, he's still exhausted from his fight against Captain Gustav. He stops to rest a bit, thinking he needs to improve his physique. before fighting the monsters. But as they sleep soundly through the night, the carriages continue onward until Karen calls out to Lian, startling him, and the guy on top gets startled too. He notices something, picking up a scent and looking to the side, already drawing his bow, ready to fire. He shoots a magical arrow into the sky, illuminating the night, and several goblins appear. They shout that they're going to attack, and Karen comes out, calling on Lian to do his part. Now outside, the archer launches triple aura arrows to kill. Talk to Chloe too. And Liam walks up to him, noticing that he's training right after lunch, which is typical of him. And he says he went there because he was. Several goblins at once. Gusab congratulates Ramel, saying he did a good job, and that now it's his turn. And so, as that aura light shines in the sky, they charge towards the goblins are engaged in melee combat, calmly cutting down several of them. The protagonist, witnessing this, is surprised, noting the difference from when they went to subdue them, where they needed to. They had to rely on their personal skills back then, but here, each of them is fighting together, displaying a completely different combat pattern. Just then, Captain Gusev looks at Lian and calls out to the boy, asking if this is his first time in a battle like this. Realizing the boy doesn't have an ounce of experience, he yells at Lian, ordering him to stay on his right side. Startled, the boy moves to that side, and as he does, he sees two goblins charging at him, but he manages to take them out with ease. He notices that they resemble the goblins he fought in the forest while training with Elsade, but now he can cut them down even more easily, realizing he has become stronger as he looks at the remaining goblins. Scared, the boy relentlessly attacks them, while the mercenaries decide they must keep the pressure on those guys, and the archers, in turn, should focus on the ones in the trees. And one of them tells the captain that they've already defeated everyone in the rear, and the other team says they'll finish off those who are left. And Proto thinks it's amazing. They have great teamwork. It's really awesome. But, among them, Gustav is the best, effortlessly cutting down the monsters with a single strike, taking out several at once. And he thinks that he can wield that sword exceptionally well, even in a forest like this. But, while he's overthinking, a mercenary ends up hitting Proto on the back, and startled, a little worried, but now he's relieved, and Lian asks what he's relieved about. And Lian says that it's been a month since he challenged him, and thought that he had given up like everyone else. Another almost cuts off the boy's head, and he keeps messing up, stepping on one person's cloak, and then another's, hindering more than helping. He thinks and realizes this, because he is hindering more than helping, and believes that if he keeps trying to fight, he will end up hurting himself. He thinks he needs to learn how to fight properly in his own space, when fighting his peers, wondering if he can better stabilize himself by using his vision, and that he needs to focus on both distance and one-on-one attacks. He starts using his aura to understand the field of battle, thinking that he has to see all the spaces and find an opening. Then he considers this opening, saying he sees one there and another there, and proceeds to eliminate all the goblins on the battlefield, leaving his bridge and finishing them all off before they can reach the mercenaries. And so, Caro, from a distance, notices that Lin has evolved again, and so, that light that was shining in the sky finally extinguishes with the death of the last goblin. Gustav says that it seems they're finished there and managed to kill all the goblins, asking if those idiots managed to hurt some of them. And then he says that those who haven't done much should escort the others, letting the rest return to their wagons to rest. And Gustav speaks, with Lian asking if he can have a minute because they still need to do something, and it would be good if he could join him. And the boy says it's okay, asking what that something is. And so Gustav says he's going to hunt a troll, and the boy is a little impressed. And Karen says it looks like the others want him to catch the troll for them. And so Gustav says, that's right. His contractor asked him personally hours ago. And, as she should know, trolls act completely differently depending on whether the people they face are strong or weak. What if a ranked person were to? But judging by his expression, he looks really anxious. Then Lian asks if it's that obvious, while invoking the power of the sword, and Lin ends up noticing it in his hand, saying that the faces of people who appears in front of them, he's sure that the monsters will start running without even looking back. But before anything else, Karen asks him why he needs a troll. And so Gu gets extremely scared, saying it was just a suggestion, and if Lian doesn't want to go, he doesn't have to hunt the troll. So, Karen pauses for a moment and asks Lian what he wants to do. The boy questions why she's asking him this, and she explains that it's a troll, asking if he's never fought one before, and that he'll be missing out on a great opportunity to fight one. The boy thinks for a moment, knowing that they live in forests and swamps and are strong, medium-sized monsters with a unique regenerative ability, and this might be the only time he ever sees a troll in his life. It's different from any monster he's ever faced, even that apostle monster, and he thinks it would be good to gain some experience fighting something like this. After all, the power of the Holy Sword won't always work on monsters, and he needs to get stronger and be able to handle monsters using his own abilities. Also, the boy agrees to fight, and Karen says she already knew he would, but insists on going with him for safety, just in case something goes wrong. They won't have to worry if they get into a direct confrontation with it. However, she imposes a condition. As soon as they spot the troll, Gustav must let Lian fight it alone first. The boy is frightened by her suggestion and shocked that she wants him to face the troll alone. She says that if he agrees to this, she will help with the troll hunt, asking him what he's going to do. Furthermore, she says that if Lian defeats the troll, they will give all the payment to Gustav. He says that's fine, and thinks the merchants would agree as well. And a while, think they can't defeat him, are very different from the face the boy is making now, and Lian is happy about it, saying that it's a good sign for him, but he asks if that's why he came too. Later, as night falls, and they continue walking, Liam mentions that it has been 4 days since they entered the forest. On the first and second days, they encountered goblins, and then gnolls, and, kobolds, and he can't even fathom what kind of monsters might attack him next. This fighting pattern is far from normal, and even the monsters are afraid of what's coming. He mentions that, furthermore, they've been walking day and night, and haven't even reached the halfway point of the forest, and he wonders if the troll knows where they are, and if he's the one sending all those monsters in their direction. And it's not as frightening when they attack them by surprise. But to resolve this quickly, they need to catch whoever is behind it all. And he asks if it's possible that the troll doesn't attack them after witnessing their power on the battlefield, and she says that something else might happen instead, but then she gets startled, noticing something, and Pronto asks, "What was that?" just as a huge stone comes hurtling towards them, hitting the wagon where the two were, and everyone wonders, what was that? A stone fell from the sky out of nowhere, but then they realize that one of the members of the caravan died instantly, and nothing like that had happened in previous fights. But now 3 people have died out of nowhere, and the only being capable of doing this is a very strong monster. And so, they notice the eye patch, remembering the boy who died, and the protagonist doesn't like this one bit, and Karen says that she is coming, asking him to prepare himself. Another huge rock is coming towards them, and everyone thinks, it's definitely the troll. He's the one throwing those stones, and more stones are coming, telling them to get ready. And so, they think that there's no way to know where the stones will fall, and they shout that they don't want to die. And the protagonist immediately grabs his sword, thinking that they must be throwing those stones from hundreds of meters away. It's as if he's using a catapult, and of his destroyed arm. Then, the sword asks Lon if she is not right. Then, just before this scene, it is mentioned that this world is extremely rational, and the boy is fighting another guy in it. Tease him during lunchtime. So why doesn't he just clear off since he's finished his business? But Lin says he's very cold, and it's been a while since they talked like that, asking. Therefore, some order them to disperse to avoid the attacks or try to dodge them, but the boy wonders if he can use the eclipse to cut that rock, thinking he can, but he needs to do this. But then, Gustav takes the lead, urging everyone to attack it, using his great sword, and cleaving the stone in half, even with some difficulty. And everyone there is left, surprised by what he just did, something unbelievable. And the captain falls to the ground, but shouts to his men, ordering them to use formation C, and he tells the blue-headed eagle and crimson sword, Million Striker, ordering him to protect the wagons from any attack. They will try to prevent as many monsters as possible from reaching there, and the protagonist thinks it's incredible because he calmed everyone down in an instant. They are moving perfectly according to the orders, and just then, other monsters come at them while they are regrouping. And so, Gustav thinks that, if this continues, it will be dangerous. They must prioritize killing the troll. He talks to Ramel and Hansen, telling them to take 4 mercenaries with them and discover where the troll is hiding, and report it immediately as soon as they see him. They shouldn't let him throw any more rocks at them, using their attacks one at a time until he stops, and so they understand. But Karen speaks to the boss, saying that they will go after him via the fastest route. He questions this, asking that if she knows where he is, why can't she go herself? And so she calls Lon so they can leave, and the boy follows. While some goblins try to block his path, the girl is happy about it, eager to kill, asking if they really think they will stop them, and chopping them to pieces in front of the protagonist in a completely frightening way. And the boy is truly horrified seeing this as he follows her. And so Karen says that the monster is right in front of him, telling the protagonist to prepare himself. And indeed, why don't they talk a little longer? Then, Lian asks what they even have to talk about. Lian says that just 10 minutes should be enough, and the boy eventually gives in, sitting next to him. The troll is waiting for them up ahead with stones in his hand, looking at the two of them, and she says she will block any route he might use to escape. Then the protagonist must go and fight him in a one-on-one battle, asking if he had forgotten. The boy actually had forgotten, but he starts to recap and formulate a plan, saying he will use the sense of distance he learned from the mercenaries, and before the monster notices his presence, he must approach from outside its field of vision. If he takes advantage of its night vision, which is more sensitive than normal, he might be able to do something, and the protagonist begins to make his sword shine, using the light of purification. The monster really is sensitive to the light, and its eyes begin to burn. It screams in pain, while the boy thinks this is great, going after the monster. He thinks he can win this way, but as he is heading up, he sees some rocks coming towards him, cutting his cheek, and it's the troll, digging its fingers into the ground, throwing dirt towards the boy, both to blind and hurt him. He wonders if the monster has lost its sight and is attacking randomly, but then thinks that he absolutely has to do something, even in this situation, and he begins to recap the plan so far, because the purification light from the holy sword had momentarily blinded him, but he recovered, getting on his knees and throwing dirt up at the boy. He says that he will take advantage of this and win once and for all, and he has to do it no matter what. But then he notices something strange, because the troll has apparently already recovered his vision and is covering one eye with part of his hand, leaving only the other eye uncovered. And Prota thinks this is incredible resilience, but the monster stops being defensive and starts grabbing his weapon to go on the offensive, extremely pissed, raising that huge club, ready to crush the boy. Then Lian questions whether he will. The two stand side by side, looking at the clouds, until Lin begins to say that Lian must have heard a rumor, one that says he isn't a commoner. Lian thinks about this rumor, wondering if attack, since it looks like just a piece of tree trunk. But if he takes an attack like that, it will be lethal, and he has to use everything that he learned on that trip, bracing for the attack of Gustav, and also the fight he had previously. He believes that from now on, no mistakes will be tolerated, and the monster brings its club down on the boy, who goes on the offensive, looking to dodge an attack. And in doing so, he actually manages to get out of the way of that powerful attack, which shatters the ground around him. He thinks he's fast, but he can't fall behind. He just needs a little more speed. As the monster attacks him again, the protagonist jumps, evading its attack, and when it attacks from top to bottom, he also manages to dodge sideways and continues to close the distance between them. He thinks he has to get a little closer, but then the troll once again sticks its finger into the ground, kicking up dust close to the boy, and it almost blinds the protagonist, who has to put his hand in front of his face to avoid being hit. But then the monster attacks him again, trying to crush him, and Lon starts to. He realizes the other's strategy. He focused too much on the weapon, so he simply threw dirt at him with his other hand. He starts to think that this is annoying because at this rate, it will be impossible for him to approach. Only 2 more steps were needed to get close enough to attack. However, he gets into position, closing his eyes and concentrating, thinking that this is going to be difficult. This skill is not complete, so he didn't want to use it. His sword begins to glow as his aura is imbued into it, and the boy concentrates even more. However, the troll, seeing this, realizes that something is happening and thinks it's strange, but he knows he needs to attack right away, going all in on the protagonist, jumping close to the boy to crush him before he can do. Was there actually any need for them to talk about it, since it didn't seem like he was trying to hide it? Maybe he should start talking to him in a more formal manner. Something. Elon says that, in addition to requiring a lot of focus from his aura vision, it is a blow that he needs to land in conjunction with his own physical strength. And that's it. The time has come to use Eclipse, on top of the monster, drawing his sword and breaking the troll's legs, leaving it without any support. The legs fall to one side, while the body and arm fall to the other. And the protagonist, he says that the attribute of his aura weapon is the sun and represents heat and light. So, he just needs to apply brute force and focus on the image of the eclipse to make it more powerful, and the monster's leg immediately falls off, charized. But, even with his only remaining foot in his hands, he starts running away like a dog, and the protagonist becomes irritated, questioning if that monster really thinks he's going to escape after, to make him go there, and says that he used all those weak monsters as if they were chess pieces, while the monster is jumping through the trees, running away with everything he has, full of fear, crying. The protagonist gets angry because he is abusing his power over others and doesn't have the courage to face the problem right in front of him, and he becomes enraged, increasing his aura, embedding his entire body into it. He questions the troll, asking if it thinks he'll just let it go, remembering everything that happened to those mercenaries, and says he wasn't with that guy for very long, remembering the guy with the eye patch, also remembering him dead and crushed by that rock, saying he doesn't believe anyone should have to die in vain like that, and filled with that hate. All the while, the boy's aura surges to its maximum, and he curses at the troll, ready to attack, moving like lightning in search of that monster. Then he uses the Great Merak, and with it he slices through almost the entire forest behind the monster, cutting it in half, going to get it in its own home. Then Lian, after splitting the monster like that, falls to the ground, thinking he succeeded, though he didn't think. Lian says that's not why he brought it up. Then, Lian asks what the reason is. Lian asks him to please understand what he's about to say, to think of it as coming, that he would be able to do it alone. Unlike Eclipse, who focuses all his power into the sword, he never thought he would be able to consume the aura to use Merak. And even with his body being in perfect condition, he wouldn't be able to do that again with his current aura power. And so, Karin notices that he actually defeated that monster, finally realizing that the boy is a hero, but thinks it's a good thing she was nearby, just in case. He questions her, saying that she thought he wouldn't make it, and she asks what he's talking about, just congratulating the modern assault boy. But the protagonist thinks to himself that it wasn't perfect. However, it's thanks to the skill that the ID taught him that he succeeded, and this time, he did it alone, using his own strength. This is another step forward in the boy's story, as he managed to beat him with just his techniques. However, he starts to fall backwards, completely drained of strength, and falls into Karen's lap, unconscious. And she says that it must have been difficult to use a powerful ability like that, telling the boy not to worry, as she will take care of him now, saying that he did a good job, letting him rest on his lap. Meanwhile, Prota feels another dimension collapsing, and has a strange sensation, wondering when he fell asleep because he feels very comfortable there. It's been a while since he's felt this way, but he finds it strange because he doesn't deserve to feel this way right now, and the situation has been difficult for everyone, so for him to be like this, he has to be stronger than ever, and will not give up. He remembers Lian looking down at him, which motivates him even more, and he wakes up in another corner without knowing where he is. When he opens his eyes, he wonders if he's in a cart. Then he realizes it's true. He did something yesterday, and he ends up feeling the pain from that something. He starts screaming, saying it would be impossible to, from Lian, who is hiding his identity, rather than his true feelings, and the boy is surprised, and ends up agreeing with him. Then, Lian asks if he knows that he accepted his duels for a reason, and recover overnight like this. But he remembers he still has what the bishop gave him to use in times like these. He uses the bishop's relic to recover his holy power. He is surprised, as it worked even better than he had anticipated. He mentions that it even eliminated all the fatigue he was feeling, and thinks that, even though he downplayed it, it's still so. He finds that absurd, and thanks the bishop profusely. But, out of nowhere, Karen appears on top of him, delivering the dose of fan service that everyone was waiting for, especially the asking if he's awake yet, and whether he can move properly. But with her being so close, the boy can barely respond. He says that, thanks to the sacred relic that the bishop gave him, he managed to recover, but he asks her to tell him what happened. She asks if he wants her to recount everything that happened after Junior fell asleep, and the boy asks for her to do so, and she says that the troll hunt ultimately proved successful, and even though she helped, he did most of the work, managing to capture one of them. But they also took 3 out of 4 trolls are dead, and the last one fled after violently beating his partner, but he's certain that the troll won't return to the forest. The protagonist says he hopes that's true, because they are a bunch of cowards. She tells him that everyone lost yesterday, so he doesn't need to be angry about what happened, but he asks what that thing is over there, and she shows him. He sees the bodies of the trolls they killed. There are 3 of them, plus one that he killed alone, which they're converting into money. It's probably worth around 90 gold coins. He is surprised that trolls are worth so much. She says that their blood is a rare material used in some potions, and wizards like to experiment with their bodies, but she gets irritated with him, asking if he knew that. He says he knows this because Lian wouldn't have been affected at all if he had refused, and he could have escaped the duels without even revealing his identity. The continuation of their duels is due. They're only going to receive half of their earnings, because since he split the troll's body in 2, the best part is gone. So it will only be 30 gold coins. The boy completely apologizes for messing up. Scared of her, she leaves, cursing him, while the protagonist looks back and comments that the first one looks like he was hit with a variety of weapons, and the second one was him, but he knows exactly who the other one was. Who did it, since it's completely disfigured. He figures it was probably Gustav, with that gigantic gun crushing the monster's head, but then they welcome him. Him and Arnold appears, calling for Karen Lian. Then he says that they certainly did a great job that night, especially Liam, for catching one of them, and Karen for preventing that most of them escaped. But she says that she only did what she felt obligated to do, and he tells her that she doesn't need to be so formal. But the protagonist remains quiet on the side and asks to speak with Arnold, wondering if he could know how many were injured. They both find this strange, but Arnold responds, saying that there were 8 deaths and 21 injuries, and none are in critical condition. Serious, but they will drop them off in the next town. The boy is furious about this, but Arnold says that the guild will help with the funeral arrangements and that they want to handle everything as calmly as possible. The girl just watches him and asks how much they will receive for the trolls. Arnold gets more animated, saying that he will pay well for them. He can pay 30 gold coins for one. However, since the body was cut in half and there isn't much blood left, 30 gold coins is a bit much. Then, she offers to do it for 15 for him, but he says it's not necessary, and she replies that she doesn't want to take advantage of him. 15 coins is already a great amount, but he says he wants to give her at least 25 coins, and the girl, who is not stupid at all, just exclusively to his kindness. He believes it's simply the victor's generosity. He thinks that as long as Lian sticks with it, he can become stronger and stronger, but then quickly agrees. So, he asks why she was refusing money like that, saying that he thought she would try to get as much as possible, but she calls him an idiot, asking who he thinks she is to be extorting money from someone so generous, and says that when someone does you a favor, one day you'll be obligated to return it. She learned this from Elon himself, which surprises the boy. She says that, thanks to him, she doesn't need to depend on anyone else anymore. While he listens to this cheesy sweet talk, Gustav goes to the protagonist asks if he's woken up yet, saying she's glad he didn't feel too bad, and he's surprised to see the captain there. Gustav says that, when they are alone and outside of work, he can just call him by his name or even brother if he feels more comfortable. However, he changes the subject, asking Lon about the technique he used when he defeated that troll, because you can't make that kind of cut with an ordinary sword. And, being curious, he waited for him to wake up. The boy says it's his fighting foundation and it's not grima, but something else. However, Gustav, he says he understands and apologizes. But then, the protagonist asks if his friends are alright. Gustav realizes what he's implying and tells him to relax, explaining that Hans and Hummel only sustained minor injuries, and Leonic is still the same as ever, a slightly crazy bodybuilder. Then, he affectionately pats the boy, telling him not to dwell so much on what happened, because his job has always been dangerous, and everyone already knew they would die sooner or later. They have been carrying this fate on their shoulders for a long time, and since his heart is so sympathetic to death, he shouldn't get to the point of being consumed by this pain, simply telling the boy the harsh truth and leaving him to deal with it. And Lon thinks about what he said and becomes calmer. And Karen, Lian tells the boy that they're going to put an end to it. Lian is a bit surprised by what he's saying and asks about ending it, but Lian says he's not talking about that right now, and they will. Says that it's natural to feel guilt or sadness over someone's death and, therefore, they should value themselves more while they are alive, not after they die. And this is something he should teach to his heart. And even though he's humanity's hero, he can't bear the weight of everyone's death. And she asks if he's alright, wondering if he wants her to comfort him. The boy blushes deeply. He says that the ID once said something similar, stating that a person driven solely by a sense of justice won't last long, and faith is what shows them the value of life, the will to live, and not the thought that everything will eventually end. Afterwards, she speaks with Lon, asking if he knows anything about the desert area. And he, once again, knows nothing, because the kid doesn't know anything outside of that academy. A little bit about the desert is explained. It's a place completely covered in sand and virtually nothing else. It's a place where it barely rains, and the temperature remains high even at night, and it's practically torture for any servile being to live there. However, there are nomads who still wander through this immense desert and survive by killing countless monsters that have adapted to the environment, and Ken mentions that he had been there before, and the desert area along the edge isn't very large. It's possible to cross it in a week by wagon. So he thinks this desert doesn't seem to be real. He asks if, provided they don't stay in any city for too long, it would be possible to cross that desert in less time. She says that, according to her calculations, It should take about 5 days. He thinks about it, wondering if Sid will finally wake up by then, and realizes it's been a month since he's seen him, and he's starting to miss him. However, she notices something and says goodbye to that forest, saying that they finally got out of there. Meanwhile, already in the desert, they set up camp, and Proto wonders where he put the map, but he feels the energy of the do this in their next duel, the last one with pure swordsmanship, without aura as always. In exchange, they will use a real sword instead of a wooden one, and the boy becomes more and more sword shining, and it shines brighter and brighter. Elside comes out happy, saying he's back, and the boy gets scared, screaming and finally noticing him there. When the two look at each other, he asks what happened, and if the boy was so scared by his return. The boy replies that he was surprised that he appeared out of nowhere screaming, but questions the screaming part, asking if he can imagine being forced to fall asleep for a month, and then suddenly waking up, asking if he wouldn't want to scream after finally feeling free after all that time. And the protagonist says that he understands why he came screaming, trying to shut that crazy guy up, and says that he wouldn't want to be stuck in place for a whole month either. Sid says he did everything he could to teach and please his disciple, and this is how he receives him after not seeing him for so long, saying that he has no idea how happy he was every time that bishop gave him a beating. But that's it, his master is finally back in the area, and he says that he should treat him with a little more respect. Then he asks if the boy also had a master, and the boy says that he didn't, explaining he was self-taught, and therefore lucky to possess it. The boy becomes irritated, accusing him of being conceited, but Sid tells him to cut the crap for now, saying that it's been a month since they last saw each other, asking if anything important happened, and what the boy thinks about him recounting everything he did in his absence. So the protagonist gets excited to catch up on the gossip, and is surprised that the bishop discovered that hero, amazed by it all, and also that the girl with a double identity who was pretending to be an adventurer is now his partner. He says everything is fine with her, because even though she's an assassin, she has a very good personality, and in his opinion, he can wooden sword fight during training. Then that other blonde boy manages to disarm Lian very easily, throwing the boy's sword away, while the scythe sword falls to the ground, surprised by Leon's words. Then he says that, if he wins that duel as well, he will become his subordinate. Leon wonders if a declaration to decide the hierarchy is, trust her, and he thinks that if the story he told about her past is true, he's sure that she would never betray him either, and the most dangerous opponent than just one. Warrior, though he may be, he's a killer, but he can make up for his weakness by increasing his experience and skill. Besides, when he stops to think about it, he questions whether the boy evolved or if he was just playing around and stuffing his face somewhere, and then Leon asks why he doesn't check for himself, and Search is taken aback, wondering where all this trust in the kid comes from, snapping his finger and looking at his stats, and he's shocked to see everything, especially the title Occupation, hero who likes to challenge his master. He's quite surprised by that, and the protagonist sees that his skills have advanced considerably, with intermediate sword mastery at level 7, Roderick's martial arts at level 4, body invulnerability at level 3, aura use, intermediate level 3, and 7-star arcane sword level 1. He thinks he has improved a lot, and says that he can only know if he is strong or not after fighting someone. And he thinks about Lei, but pumps the brakes, saying that he probably hasn't surpassed him yet. Still, there's a limit to the experience he can gain at the academy, so he doesn't think I would be training as hard as he is now. However, Sid, meanwhile, says that something must be wrong, and Prada gets irritated by this, and ID questions whether he actually slept for more than a month and didn't realize it, noticing that the boy really pushed himself even when he was away, thinking about the great chariot he was cultivating, and he says the boy managed to conquer level 1 of the great chariot constellation on his own. This means he learned one of the moves, and the boy says it's because he showed him how to use it that one time, and he managed to do it. Notes that this is being treated as a bet, but questions what guarantee he has that the other party will keep his promise, since it isn't a magical contract, but a verbal promise that can be broken at any moment. Now on his own, but he can only aim for now. But Sid confesses, and admits that the boy exceeded his expectations, and must have been born with a talent for learning, since he evolved both. But all of this was thanks to himself, who became even more convinced, saying that at that moment, he only wanted to save his stupid disciple, but he learned a lot from it, and he thinks that he's a great teacher. And Proda laughs, gets annoyed with him, but says he thanks him from the bottom of his heart, full of mockery. And then, he says he smells sand, asking where they are, and judging by the condition of the wagon, it looks like they've traveled a lot. and Lian asks if he didn't say they were going to the Titanic mountain range, and that's what he's doing now. He took advantage of a request for an escort from the guild to be able to go. He says that it wasn't a bad idea, but this is a deserted area, and asks if they aren't exposing themselves to too much danger. And Proto asks how. Like this? Because, even though it's a little dangerous, he questions if it isn't better that he's taking the fastest route, saying that maybe it's better than going through a mountain or even a canyon. So, Sid looks at the map and is startled, wondering why this place is a desert. Then Lian asks why it wouldn't be, since they said the desert has been there for over 100 years. More than 100 years. However, Sid says that 300 years ago, it was a beautiful place, lush with green grass, and that it was a region with a very cool climate, questioning if there was desertification. While he was dead, he says he thinks it's impossible for something like this to happen naturally, unless someone managed to turn it into a desert, and the protagonist asks if that's possible. He says that this happened in a short period of time, since no one remembers this place being different, and if it were natural, it would have taken much longer, so someone must have done it on purpose. Elian says that would be the case with anyone else, but the person in front of him is an inflexible man, who came all this way purely out of pride. Then, Lian asks if he's being complimented. To make it look like a natural phenomenon, he wonders about a man-made desertification, a magic so strong that it could destroy a city, and surely people would notice. It's impossible that someone must have transformed this place. Sid actually agrees, but still finds the situation very suspicious, and the protagonist wonders if Sid is certain that someone is behind the desertification of that place. But then Sid begins to realize he doesn't know anything, because too much time has passed, and it would be useless to look for an answer now. So they'll just stop worrying about it, not giving a damn about the case. But the protagonist gets irritated, asking why he made such a fuss. He says that, when he stops to think about it, it hasn't been that long since he took over. But it was enough to make him miss moments like this, welcoming Sid. As he talks to himself, Karen stares at him, acting all schizophrenic, talking to the wind in front of him. As the journey continues, Karen says she's dying from the heat, barely able to stand it, and starts taking off everything she can. But she looks off to the side, and nothing happens, and the protagonist is all happy, denying it to everyone, and she tells Lon that he looks really good, asking him what he's doing these days, and he wonders if it's because he's have returned, because, when he stops to think about it, it hasn't even been that long, but this trip feels like it's taking forever to end. At that moment, Gustav tells them to stop quickly, saying that they are going to camp there, directing the carts to go against the wind, because they are going to light a fire and have dinner. And the protagonist thinks it's strange that they are already stopping, and Karen says that nights in the desert are colder and darker than he imagines. And if they don't prepare now, they will face a big problem later. Then the boy starts to understand, and calls Sid to go with him. But Sid, or not, and Lon says he's saying that he's going to take the boy's word for it, because he's the type of person who will keep a promise no matter what. And Lon likes what he's hearing, saying that, remains standing in the same place, and says that it's just a desert, and there isn't a single piece left of what he remembers of that greenish field. He didn't know that 300 years could be such a long time, like this. But while he's caught up in that nostalgia, he apologizes to the boy, asking if she isn't calling him. She calls Lian to come quickly, and they head over to the soup kitchen area where the mercenaries are. They call him over so they can have dinner, and Sid finds it strange when Lian is talking to Karen and several other people, making friends with everyone. So he is happy, because he worried about it. It's all just a desert. He says that he doesn't have to care, because the person who is living in this era is him, Lian, and not the former hero himself. And after a while, after they have extinguished the fires, Lian is sleeping peacefully, until he feels something and ends up getting up, questioning what this strange sensation is. But Karen is already awake, asking him to be quiet, which he finds strange. Meanwhile, some monsters are coming towards the caravan. She says that they are in large numbers, asking what the protector was doing. He questions if they are enemies. The girl confirms and says that he didn't sense their presence until they were very close. She's unsure if they intend to fight, but Lian inquires about the lookouts, and she replies that it seems they're moving around, under the sand, and unless they are strong, they probably won't even notice them. They're approaching the carts, and she's considering attacking as soon as they get closer, so she consults with Lian, asking how they plan to attack, and stating that she wants his input. The protagonist then wonders if they should go out and warn the others, but dismisses the idea as a waste of time. They are already too close, putting them at a disadvantage. He doubts that the people who just woke up without equipment would be able to do anything, so she says that if they end up face to face with them, he believes. If he loses, he will become his subordinate, asking if that is the condition, and the boy says yes, but he asks what will happen if he defeats him. And Lian, seeing the boy all excited and that they won't win in a fight, and that they probably came there intending to steal, not to kill, she continues, saying that if everyone wakes up and fights, they might be able to win, but some things could leave them at a disadvantage. But at that moment, the protagonist asks why he is laughing, and the sensei says that it will be a long battle, and he will finally be able to see the evolution of his idiot disciple in practice, and the boy simply agrees. He asks Karen how many there are, and she says that there are 14 of them near the wagons and 22 more surrounding everything else. That's all she can sense, and the protagonist thinks that even if they are not good at fighting, the idea of 36 people surrounding them and taking advantage of the desert is scary. They cannot afford to take a false step and end up worsening the situation. So he talks to Karen, who understands immediately, and she gets ready, leaving that place and observing from the top of the wagon the monsters advancing, waiting little by little until she jumps, preparing to places 8. Use her aura and subspace magic, taking out several magical daggers from her earring. Then she attacks everyone who was under the sand with them, sticking them in their hands, and causing, they rise up, and as they reveal themselves, the tip of the sacred sword gleams. They shout, declaring themselves enemies. They are close to the wagons, and everyone awakens, quickly preparing for battle. The assassins turn pale with fear. Gustav tells them not to panic, urging everyone to move, reminding them of their duty, to protect the Lord and the cargo, which is the number one priority. And so, the battle against them quickly unfolds, while the others who were far off think that if it weren't for that woman with the dagger, they would have succeeded. He orders everyone to retreat. Those who remain burrow under the sand and escape. Gustav instructs them not to lose sight of them, but the last one still watching them is Karen, and she calls out to the one in the acting like that. He smiles, saying that he will give him whatever he wants, as long as it doesn't endanger his honor or that of his family, be it Escria Marcana, a method of cultivating aura, or even an elixir. Mask, throwing a dagger at him, demanding he return it, but he calmly catches her dagger, completely stopping her attack and looking her in the eyes. Karen, filled with hatred, and Lamb, seeing this, notices that he blocked her attack with only one hand. He simply steps into the sand and walks away from them, leaving Karen just observing how the situation ends, and the captain shouts that they are trying to escape, telling Lon that there is someone on this side and that everyone is passing by the boy. And so, the captain speaks, with Lon saying it's time to see what his idiot disciple is capable of. But he notices that the boy is standing still, simply invoking his aura and activating Merak, even if at a low power. However, he thinks that if he uses the 7-sword technique there, he could kill at least 10 of them. But they aren't monsters, and it's not like they are in a life-or-death situation right now. They are only thieves. He can't carry out a massacre here. And so, the sensei notices the boy is in a dilemma, and says that it's natural for him to be worried, that it's okay to hesitate, and that it's difficult to find a solution. Answer now. After all, he is a hero, and not a killer, and even though his decisions now are in favor of bringing justice and defeating evil, he is still himself, and so Proto says that what he needs to do is decide between right and wrong, but he knows that at some point it will be his duty to punish those people. He cannot judge them and kill them all simply for being thieves, and he needs to do this without taking the life of each and every one of them. He has to prioritize words over action, and that's what his heart is longing for at that moment. And it's different from having to decide to do something, being right or not. He thinks he recognizes his own worth and knows what he needs to do, and says that he has found his own answer. Meanwhile, 3 of those thieves are brought face to face. Anything. The boy is excited because he gets to decide the day of the duel. He asks if everything is okay, and tells him to let him know when he's ready, since he needs to prepare a location with the leaders of the expedition. And Arnold says that, during the attack, some of their belongings were stolen. They complain seriously, with Gover saying that they were keeping a close eye on all the thieves and they were trying to escape the entire time, questioning when they had stolen something. Then, Karen mentions that there was a man who appeared to be their leader, and he seemed quite strong. He was stealing things while the others fled, and she almost failed to find him using her magic detection. She says it was very strange, because no one had ever managed to escape her magic before. Sean was using an artifact or something similar, but she thinks that at least they managed to capture some of them, since they came in such large numbers. They believe this is true, because it doesn't make any sense that They came in groups when only one of them was stealing. They're a bunch of idiots. And the protagonist thinks that even though he concealed his presence using an artifact, it seems he also easily held one of Karen's daggers. Besides, eyes like his are also uncommon, and Arnold says that he only gathered everyone there because the most important cargo was stolen, and he wanted for them to investigate and get her back. And Gaviao asks what Ramel thinks about it. He says that if they are going to do this, they have to hurry because, due to the nature of the desert, the traces in it disappear very quickly, and are very difficult to track in the desert, even for someone like him. And even if he starts now, the chances of finding him are slim. But at that moment, Karen says she can do it, because she branded a traceable incense on his hand with her magic. And so, Arnold is surprised, saying that if he succeeds, he will definitely alter the reward. She already likes that, asking for Lian to go outside with her, and she also tells Ramel to follow them, and Bovino says he will give his life for this, quietly following her. However, Arnold talks to them, saying that he will need to know 3 days in advance. And with that, the two turn and go their separate ways. The hero of the past thinks that the moment has finally arrived. Noticing that the path need a compass. She asks if it isn't broken. He says that this will help them distinguish which of the stolen cargo is theirs and which is not, as this compass was enchanted to connect to their cargo in case of loss or theft. However, it will only point to the cargo if it's within a 10-meter radius. And so, May asks them to hurry because they are running against the clock, calling out to both Karen and Lian, and they run off. And Gustav thinks that, since she is ranked, he's sure that she'll be able to handle things well, and he just hopes that they stay safe, whether they recover the cargo or not. And now they say they won't make the same mistake, stating that they will be more vigilant, without even blinking. Meanwhile, in the desert, Karen continues using her magic to detect the incense, and she thinks that the remaining scent is getting weaker and weaker, so they need to speed up a bit more. But while they run at that full speed, May talks to Prota, asking if he's gotten faster too, but tells him it's better if he doesn't fall so far behind them in such a dangerous desert. And the near-dead boy speaks, who knows this, and tells him to be quiet because the boy can't run anymore. However, Karen raises her hand, asking them to stop because they've reached a place, a ravine, where her location magic points to something inside. Ramel says he didn't know something like this could exist in the desert, so she keeps looking, searching for clues, and the protagonist calls out to her, and she notices that this place isn't natural at all and was made by a human, and it seems like it was a long time ago. Then, he questions if a human is capable of doing something like this, and she says yes, she thinks it was done at least 100 years ago, asking him to look at the wall because there are engravings there as well. She doesn't know what it means, but it must be some kind of warning, and the protagonist, while she speaks, thinks about these of Lon, who was chosen as a hero by the whims of the Holy Sword, and Lian, the prince who tried to hide from the imperial throne, is where their true duel will, 100 years, because that's exactly what Sid meant to tell him. So, he says she's right, and that it probably has to do with the desertification of that place, and the protagonist questions if they wanted to hide something there under the desert, and Sid says he doesn't know, wondering if the mines were also swallowed up, because this is definitely not just any place, and is probably the center of what they called it the Way of the Forest Spirits. And he says that he understands now, because they transformed this into a land where no life can be born or thrive. And Prada wonders if there is anyone looking for something along this path, and also why. And Sid says that they will probably find all the answers there. As they continue on their way, they realize that there is something ahead. Then Kara asks if Lon sensed it, and says that there are only 3 of them, while at least 100 are coming, and the boy becomes scared as she asks Lon what they are going to do. She says that it seems the thieves found this place and are exploiting it, using it as a base to try and increase their power in the desert. And aside from those 2 guards, she detected at least 100 of them, and wonders if she should make a breakthrough. And the protagonist thinks about these 100 people, questioning whether he really has to kill them all to achieve his goal, because that would literally be a massacre. But then he overhears 2 thugs talking to each other, asking if they didn't get anything done at work today, and one of them tells the other to be quiet, and he says that half of their people died there. Then the boss killed a couple out there to relieve his anger, and they think they already figured this. It only works when it's a small group, traveling, and he wonders if he took too long with the family, as he must have begged a lot for his life. But, in fact, one of them says that the son survived. They question if it's serious, begin. But with everything ready, he's scared to death because he's too nervous about the upcoming duel, and the ghost, upon discovering that he's nervous, gets very angry with the boy, because this is boring, but the other says, not so much, because if you leave a child alone in the desert, it will be really fun to watch him slowly dying in that sun. And so they continue laughing at the situation. Prod observes all of this, saying he was looking for a reason not to kill, but he doesn't need one anymore. He adds that it's okay to hesitate, because it is. It's hard to get a right answer right now, and even if his decisions now are in favor of doing justice and defeating evil, he will continue to be himself. And suddenly, they feel a strong impact, and one of them is upside down in front of his friend. They look at each other, finding this strange. Then, the protagonist uses the eclipse to attack them all at once, and Lian says that that's his answer. Sid likes this. Noticing that the boy is very determined, they calmly invade the place, and Karen says that even if they are idiots, there are many of them. Then, they should try to face as few as possible. She says that she will guide them, asking them to follow her as she heads out in front, eager to hire a crew for Vasco. And so, oh my. Question. What's with all this excitement? The protagonist also finds it strange, but she attacks them, sending Lincoln's people flying into Area B at an absurd speed, with remarkable ease, and then she moves on, killing them all with a single stab to the neck, making small cuts and taking them out effortlessly. One of them wonders what the hell these guys are, thinking he needs to warn the boss, but the coffin guardian appears behind him, and he doesn't even get a chance to do anything. And after all that action, the girl is invigorated, saying this feels incredible, and that her body had become so stiff after spending so much time in the wagon that she needed to find a way to stretch. Both of them, witnessing this, are astonished. Ramel asks if she has always been like this, and the boy confirms it, so he feels. I also want to thank all the members here who are always giving us an incredible boost. Oinara Regina Machado, Carlos Henrique, Diego Anacchini, Allison, feeling a great pain in his wrist. Then he tells the other person to take it seriously, asking if he's saying that he's not even worth fighting. Then the blonde guy says, of course not, because he was responding well just seconds ago, you lazy ass. He asks if he's scared after having come this far. He says that's not it. But he really wanted to know if, sorry for the kid, but then he goes over to Karen, telling her that she's dirty there, wiping the blood from her cheek, and she blushes deeply, quickly turning away to hide her embarrassment and sneak away. There, Ramel compliments him, saying it's a good job, but the boy doesn't understand what he's talking about. He acts clueless, and Ramel tells him he'll figure it out, instructing him to just keep watching. But the boy doesn't understand that either. My friend, you better not betray this woman, because you're flirting with a murderer, okay? You better understand what you're doing, because it can end badly, very badly. And then, sometime later, they arrive at another room with 2 guards, and Karen says that's the place. Ursula has started working and is pointing towards that location, and probably the stolen cargo is there. She says she'll use the shadows to scout ahead first, and the 2 of them should handle the approaching guards. And so they agree, while the girl uses the guardian of the coffin to enter the shadow and emerge on the other side. And so, oh man, he's surprised, because he knew that ranked adventurers were strong, but that's incredible. However, he wonders if he should also start pulling his bow, attaching a small bomb to the end of the arrow. He launches the small bomb towards the 2 guards, and it's about to explode. Inside, the boss is trying to open that box. They wonder why it won't open, and the boss calls them useless, ordering them to open it immediately. However, the boxes aren't even responding. While they are busy with this, the door explodes and flies inward. The boss wonders what that was, and if it's an attack. The protagonist appears with Ramel, the guard already defeated. So, he recognizes them, realizing they are the guys from the previous robbery. Ramel calls the leader a thief, saying that they came to pick up a little something. And the leader is surprised to see the protagonist, asking if he came because of he became stronger, and the ghost wonders what he is talking about. And the boy says that, although last month's training was very difficult, he doesn't feel like he has gotten any stronger. Shipment, and if those 2 must be rank B or lower. He thinks that they won't be able to handle them alone, and that if he runs away, he might succeed. But the coffin guardian appears behind him, almost killing. However, the leader barely avoids the attack, but his shin is cut. He falls, bleeding and screaming in pain. Then, the guardian, surprised, comments that he dodged well, saying that he almost cut off the annoying sound of his breathing, and that he continued stealing, which is a despicable thing. He should have killed him 4 years ago when he still had the chance. Then, he questions what is happening, asking if he knows about his past, but dismisses it, saying that it can't be, as everyone he knew died a long time ago. Then he starts to notice that there was one person, and only one person is still alive, who he knew from 4 years ago. Karen herself, who says it has been a long time, calling him Mole. He is quite surprised to see that. She actually knows him from his past. Meanwhile, subordinates charge at Leo, but the boy manages to kill them very easily. Ramon says they probably killed the. Most of them are now asking about the boss, and Proto looks back, seeing the guy in front of him trembling with fear, completely terrified. She tells him to pay attention, saying that he should already know, because if he puts his hand on the ground again, she will hunt him down until she sees him bleeding to death on the ground. Then she points her daggers at him, ordering him to die at once, completely unlike her normal self, and he's scared to death. Then he says he won't die that day, putting his hand on the ground anyway, telling her not to play with him, saying he's no longer the one she met before. And so he sinks into the ground, and he says it was really as he expected, saying that many people said she was the terror of the underworld. But this time, the difference in there, the ghost looks at him somewhat skeptically, saying that he doesn't seem to have noticed, but he's already gotten much stronger, so he tells him not to worry. He asks if he's serious, and the ghost says, skill isn't that great. He says he will escape death once again, because this is his home. However, she continues to hold her daggers ready to attack him, asking if he will continue, and she says that she already told him she would hunt him down, sending her swords flying at him, piercing them into his hand, and finishing off his left hand. And so he starts screaming, and she asks if he really thought he could escape from her. Then he starts to concentrate his aura at his fingertips to start digging, while she launches several swords at him. He deflects with those small claws, but his entire body begins to be cut apart, and he feels the weight of that battle more and more, until almost nothing remains of him. Now without a mask, without teeth, all battered and almost dead, the two watching from afar become quite apprehensive, and she approaches him. Then he starts laughing, saying he pities her, because she remains a monster, asking her to tell him if she didn't enjoy it, saying that she is living very well, and, even though she grew up without her parents and was kidnapped, he kidnapped her, and made her more stronger than she ever would have been without him. Then, he asks her why she's angry with him, saying that it doesn't matter if she kills him today or not, and that she will never stop being the cold-blooded killer she is. And, however, the girl says that she never asked him to make her stronger. He says that's idiotic, because if they hadn't taken her in, she would have been dead in some dark alley a long time ago. He says yes, she probably would have been, but he would have avoided becoming one of the most disgusting beings in this world. And he asks her what she is talking about, and she says there are many things in her life that she never wanted, like being an orphan or becoming an assassin, and she doesn't have this strength because she wanted it, and yet, she decided she's going to keep it because she needs it. And he asks, that vision is a different kind of strength, and he wonders if it's not obvious that he wouldn't be able to feel it, since he hasn't used it properly. And he also says that he has already taken other measures besides this. So, what the hell she is talking about? And the girl simply talks about freedom, leaving him astonished, and he starts laughing about it, saying that she doesn't know how much he would like to have that damn freedom, but he wonders if she really thinks he needs to stay there listening to that crap from her, saying that she never wanted any of this either, but she'll never get what she wants. He remembers when he threw that kunai to those kids and says that all he had was a knife and there was never any other way, no hope, and all she wanted was to survive. And so, he says that he didn't choose to be in this world. And with that, Karen goes to him, hugging that guy and apologizing, but says that this is the result of ignoring her own feelings all this time. And she looks at Lian while the boy is there watching everything, and she thinks about him too, saying that if only he had been given a chance like the one she received, and says that she will give him a chance, saying that this time he has to live, leaving him behind and telling him to find a better purpose, letting him live. And so, the protagonist talks with Karen, and she says she messed up, asking if it took too long and inquiring about the merchandise. He says it looks like that's the one over there, saying he's going to grab it and leave. But then, she asks if she should leave right away. But the place starts to shake, and when she looks back, she sees that that guy was definitely not trustworthy. He pressed a red button that was just below the sand, and says that she doesn't need a chance. Lian tells her that it looks like a bomb, saying that they have to get out of there quickly. And the entire underground begins to collapse, while he continues to sit in the middle of it all, being swallowed by the sand. Sometime later, at the camp, the captain notices that they are returning, and all three have returned from their mission safe and sound. So, Lian says that now that they buy, he shouldn't worry, but then he tells Lian that he mentioned he had a physical assessment later, and the boy confirms that's right, and so the ghost tells him to wait, smiling, recovered the stolen cargo, everything is settled. And on top of that, everything was destroyed by the bombs that bastard had planted. And now he asks if Gasparzinho is happier than that. Everything is gone. But he says it doesn't matter since things are still different compared to 100 years ago. He still doesn't know who did all this and has no clue as to who or why this place is like this. Elian then asks what he's going to do, but he says he'll think about it later. Just then, Karen calls him upstairs, and he asks what happened. Then she tells him to look ahead, because they arrived, and that's where they need to be. Balkas and the protagonist are surprised by this, saying they have never seen a wall as big as that one, and the girl says that's obvious, because it's a city of border for soldiers and guards who live there. This is a territory that the Marquis is personally taking care of, so it's a city with military dependents directly authorized by the king. And they say they will settle there for only 3 days. He waits for them to understand, asking what they are going to do with those two. And the protagonist asks, "What do you mean?" And the customer says that they can stay in the accommodations that have been prepared for them. And if they need anything, they can call or look around the city, and they rappel down with a rope, saying that they are going to look for something. And on the way, they find a place that has been prepared and are simply told where it is. And he says to follow the main street, turn left, and gives a lot of tips to find a tavern called Som das Cabras. And the higher echelon they work for prepares the accommodations there and uses them when they pass through. The two of them can use one of the large rooms on the top floor, and he mentions that it is very comfortable. If he's not mistaken, it's also a double bed. So they say it's just a room, and that guy confirms, asking if it wouldn't be more comfortable for both of them. And the protagonist gets all, saying that something beyond his imagination will happen. He's quite confident, betting that he won't be able to repeat what he just said, and the boy doesn't quite understand, but flustered about sharing a room with Karen. But she asks what's wrong, questioning if he's embarrassed and if he doesn't want to. He says he didn't say anything, and then leaves. And so, the merchant asks if he said anything wrong, but she assures him that everything is fine. Then, she says she's going to take a walk around until nightfall, and the merchant senses the mood. Asking Karen if she wants her to find a separate room for them, she freezes, but eventually answers no, blushing furiously, and says that everything is fine, disappearing from there. So, she goes to another corner to think about it a little more, since a hero with great power must have strong allies. And just because she's with Lian now, there's no way to know if they will stay together until the end. And if someone better and stronger than her appears, she wonders if she will be able to continue at Lian's side, but then tells herself that she can't dwell on that, because she has to prove to him her abilities and what she is capable of doing. And this is the perfect place for that. And she has to make Lian think that he can't live without her. What's this? What's this? This. Then he's taking her to a somewhat dark place. Not too dark, because she's a Pasoquina, but just look, and she thinks he must be in that city. Until, looking around, she says she's found him. But, meanwhile, Lian is also suffering, saying that the old man is very sly. And when he was at the academy, men who liked women used different buildings, and he and Karen already share the same wagon. But a room is too much. At that moment, the sword says, he is an idiot. Then, the merchant goes to Lian, asking him to excuse him, because he thinks he ended up embarrassing him. But he says that everything is fine, and that he doesn't need to apologize, but asks if he can tell him what's in the cargo, that they decides to wait. And, after a while, the teacher instructs them to form a line according to their number, and, if anyone is feeling unwell, they must leave the line and state their name. As for the rest, they should. Recovered for him, since he had never seen anything like it. Then, he says that the contents of that box are a secret. Arinho, ready, starts shining, and he says he won't hide it from him, since he risked his life to retrieve it, but he can't tell anyone about it. And the protagonist promises to keep it a secret, explaining that inside the box is a black crystal, a top-tier material, first class, completely pure. Each stone is so precious that it's worth around 1,000 gold coins. They're going to deliver it to the next town they stop at. The item was specifically made directly by the Lord of Rubena, a powerful figure on par with an earl. If they had lost this cargo, regardless of whose fault it was, everyone would have been killed. The protagonist is relieved they found the lost cargo. The merchant agrees, saying that thanks to them, they get to live. But then, the protagonist goes back to look for Karen, who has left a note with Makanai. He's surprised to read that she'll be back later, and he recalls that she said she would look for him. Something, and he notices that she's already gone. But then, some other guys arrive, asking if Prota is alone, and he confirms. Everything indicates that Sen went out to look for something, and everything. Everyone is embarrassed because she isn't there. They just wanted to see her, and Proda doesn't like that at all, so they wonder if they should leave. Maybe they can wait until later, but they think that there's no way around it, and the bald guy is going to have him farming Proda. He questions where they're going. Then the bald guy says that Proda must know about the tavern, and he calls everyone to go, because his little friend is going to take them there. But nobody really likes this talk. He questions what kind of ugly faces these are. What they want to see is if they can handle more than 3 glasses like last time. However, Proda certainly ugly start to warm up, and the protagonist reflects on this assessment, remembering he placed 9th last time. Although physical abilities were evaluated without using mana, the top didn't want to be going with them. Later that night, several people are lying on the ground, and one guy remembers when he was beaten so badly that he was left lying there, and Karen had passed by the place, and they tried to flirt with the girl, but right now, he's got the sole of her foot planted right on his head. Then, she starts talking to him, which scares the guy, and he immediately thinks he's going to die. But Karen says she's only going to ask him one little thing, and he agrees instantly, but then reconsiders, saying he won't tell her anything. However, she asks him who the biggest gang in that city is, explaining that she doesn't care about idiots like him, and wants to know who holds the power there and trades on the black market. Then he realizes he's in deep trouble, thinking he'll die if he talks, but if he doesn't talk, he'll also die. So, she asks if that's the case, while he's already sprawled out on the ground, realizing that the place is under the command of someone called Golden Owl. And the Golden Owl is an organization of merchants who are involved in the main black market deals. And some people are losing power because this organization is at the top, making a lot of money. But she wonders if the marquis of that place really doesn't know anything, and that's irritating her. But then, as she walks, she mentions that she thinks she saw it about 10 years ago, seeing that owl mask there. She says she still hasn't managed to forget it, and she remembers when Lian asked her something, wondering if he was talking about the guardian of the coffin. Then he confirms, saying that he wanted to know why people called her that, and she thinks it no longer has a real meaning, since she is no longer an assassin, but it originated because of superficial contact. He asks, "What do you mean by that?" And she explains that some organizations have their own unique method of getting in touch. In the case of the Spider organization, of which she was a part, they called a gravedigger to get rid of the places were consistently held by members of the noble class, and the nobles, in addition to their aura, receive physical training elixirs. So, 9th place was his limit. But then Vander asks what L's ranking was. He replies, bodies, and she requested that they place information about the target in a coffin. The protagonist says he understands, and she adds that it was more of a personal quirk of hers. Most organizations use simpler methods. Direct. For example, when a client needs to meet them, they mark a location and create an illusory entrance using magic or an item, and they usually leave a real entrance nearby, which only the client will know about. Customer will know. Anyone who isn't the client will try to enter through the false door, which won't open, and they'll be left there looking like a fool. And she thinks that for someone like her, who could manipulate the shadows, it's just an illusion, but it doesn't work. And she enters that place, descending into those catacombs, but steps on a trap. Then she notices that it's exploding, but the wizard down below senses that, but Karen walks in, greeting him as if nothing had happened, and the wizard welcomes the intruding lady, asking if she had a lot of fun back there. Then she says that, actually, yes, because she made it through several traps. Then he tells her that she can sit down, asking what she would like from them. And she says that she wants to buy information. Then he questions what kind of information she wants. She says it's about Rubena. Margot finds this strange, and she says she will pay for the information, so he shouldn't hide anything from her, because the option is not for sale goes against his principles as an informant. He says that, since that's the case, it will cost her 800 gold coins, but she thinks it's too expensive, asking if the information he gives her isn't that valuable. So, he says that he thinks he can do it for a maximum of 700 gold coins. She starts to get irritated, asking for an even bigger discount, speaking very seriously while looking into his eyes. He questions what she means. She says that even though he is very skilled, his eyes don't lie, and he is one of the important members of the Golden Owl, that he was first, which is not surprising, as he seems to have trained quite a bit, although not as much as the protagonist. And he doesn't even compare to those layabouts who were simply born into wealth, and, even if, in charge of the administration of the black market. And, at the same time, one of the most trusted vassals of the Marquis of Balkaz, Mr. Glenn. Then, Glenn says that she sure is pretty smart, besides her and revealing herself. She asks him if he's going to sell her or not. adding that she has information that might be of interest to him, but Glenn is actually surprised that she recognized him, able to recognize him just by looking, and her skills are probably of a higher rank or even greater. And he says that no matter how much he thinks about it, he wonders if this woman is an Offa, adventurer from some guild, saying that if he keeps quiet, things will be complicated. So, he asks for 260 gold coins, just like that. She says that's fine. He explains that Rubina's current situation is nothing more than a shot in the dark. Then, the girl asks what he's talking about, and he says that's it, meaning that if she goes in there now, she probably won't be able to get out. And so, meanwhile, the protagonist is drinking beer non-stop, along with everyone else, and then, that attendant says that they look like mercenaries, asking them where they are going. They leave later. Then the boy asks if she's noticed, saying that they're going to Rubena, and she's surprised that they're headed there, thinking that normally everyone should be fleeing from there, and comments that they are very brave, and adds that she doesn't think they know what they're getting into. Then the captain asks if there are any rumors going around, and she says that a monster is loose in the night streets, and they say that there's a vampire. So, both Proda and Gasparzinho become interested in this vampire that she's talking about. Then, there's an explanation about vampires, whose appearance isn't very different from that of humans, but their power is immense. It is a race that possesses strength and vitality comparable to that of a monster, and there could be a possibility of coexistence with humans if it weren't. Well, no. Besides Lian himself, he's the only person in that entire academy who would fight him, and the boy says it's because Luro is messing with them all the time, just like he is now. And he says, it's called a short distance run. It's actually 2 laps around the field. They were supposed to run 800 meters, but L completed it in 1 minute and 20 seconds. And as for the boy, he finished in 1 minute and 40 seconds. For their habit of consuming blood, and they say that most of those who are still alive hide among humans to survive. And, even though the church doesn't consider them a target for extinction, no. The territory has no real idea that they even exist. But then, one of those guys tells her to stop talking nonsense, because it's impossible for there to be any vampires around here. So they order them to let them show their faces around there, because they will cut their throats before they can even say a single word. However, the protagonist thinks that a vampire is something interesting, because if their strength is bruftous, compared to that of a high-level monster, he wonders how he would deal with one of them, whether he should kill them and act like a hero, or whether he should try to talk to them first. And he talks to West, who says that vampires barely existed in his time, because he managed to kill most of them when they joined the Demon King's army. He never saw a normal vampire that you could actually talk to, which is what he must have been thinking about. So the protagonist thinks that the possibility of coexisting with the vampire is still unknown, but it is something that shouldn't be avoided, to be ignored. And as a hero, he will judge for himself what is evil and what is not. And there may be vampires who are tired of the war, so he'll see if that's true with his own eyes. But then the guy shows up calling for Gustav, and says that they are having a party at the tavern, and that it's very noisy. Then they notice it's Jerome asking what he's doing there. He is doing there. But then the leader tells Jerome to be quiet, saying he doesn't want to fight him. But Jerome asks if he considers him a child, questioning how he dares to give him orders. Then he says he can repeat the order, in case he didn't understand, telling Jerome to go away, but he has the audacity to spit on the bald man. Seconds and 1 complete. And the ghost notices the 20-second difference, thinking that Linha is truly incomparable, but tells the boy not to be intimidated before he even tries. He says that, he questions why, and the captain says that he is very insistent, calling him to resolve this outside, and telling him not to make him repeat himself again. And when everyone goes outside, the Proto talks to Just, asking if it's normal for mercenaries to settle things by fighting each other in this way. However, Just says that, as far as he knows, they are people who like to prove their words using force. These fights might not seem like a big deal, but mercenaries are willing to give their lives to prove their worth. But then they start questioning what's happening, because Jerome suddenly appeared, trying to pick a fight, and this time he pushed the captain too far. So the Proto thought it was strange, and the guy next to him says that this isn't the first time Captain Jerome has fought with him, but he's never started a fight like this, because it was always obvious who would win those fights. Then he asks if he thinks the same thing will happen as always. He says he thinks so, because there aren't many people who can win against the captain in a fight, so much so that Jerome has always been a weakling who only took on jobs easy. But his attitude now is completely different than before, making one wonder what he's thinking. He wonders what this feeling is. Strange. And the protagonist tells him to relax because it's Captain Gustav. Then, Gustav tells the idiots not to worry, because he's going to win. My friend, the last time I saw this in Jujutsu Kaisen, a crazy guy with white hair said that, and it didn't work out very well. That's a huge red flag. And Jerome wonders if he's going to start with this again, but Gustav says that, as always, he always loses anyway. So, I already know that this is going to be a big physical fight between two high-level mercenaries. So Lian needs to pay attention, and Jerome, even though he tried, he shouldn't be scared, because compared to before, he now has the sword, so he's confident, saying that he will trust in the holy sword. And so, they all says he's going to start by going all out against Gustav, hitting him in both the shoulder and the face. He stumbles backward, and Jerome asks him if he's still feeling good. Sid says that this guy named Jeremy is using a falcata, a sword with a unique fighting style that utilizes the theory of gravity. He must be quite confident, considering he's wielding two blades. And Gustav recognizes that Jerome has improved significantly in preparation for this fight. Seeing Gustav's aura, Jerome realizes it's the steel attribute and says he knew Gustav would do something like that. Jerome's aura attribute is water, and with the new wave technique he learned, he plans to defeat Gustav by giving it his all. But then, the fight between the two intensifies, resulting in an explosion, and the protagonist wonders who won. Jerome is kneeling on the ground, while Gustav actually kept his promise, remaining standing after that confrontation. Gustav doesn't know why. He started that fight if he knew it would end this way, as he could have ended up dying this time. Jerome reveals that he was aware of this, asking if Gustav really thought the fight would end there, saying he was just warming up. So now the real show is about to begin. But then Gustav asks me if I really want to continue with this, saying that it's enough already. But then he gets scared, because Jerome is no longer the same, with those eyes and also those huge teeth in his mouth. And when he reveals his true form, he simply disappears, and everyone finds it strange. Then, Gustav looks to the side, searching, while the protagonist activates his magic eyes and manages to follow him, along with Else. And he notices that he is up there while no one is watching, and he descends from above. Gustav with everything, tearing him apart, making him bleed and suffer immensely, and he thinks that this is impossible, since he cut off his iron aura. He questions why that damned into position, and, when they start, the protagonist runs off, and Liam is surprised to see the boy running, as he got ahead of everyone so quickly. He ran too fast, passing everyone, and even Jerome has this power, but in reality, he is using his vampiric power, and everyone wonders what is happening, since they didn't see anything, asking how he attacked, because it seems the captain suddenly collapses, and he wonders what the hell is going on. He thinks that no matter how fast Jerome is, that bastard is at most a B rank. But then the protagonist thinks there's something different, recalling the guy's movements and noticing that the speed is the same. Then Jerome approaches him, stepping on the captain's thigh, which is all cut up, and the captain starts to scream. So they rush in to save their leader, but the two vampires who were with Jerome stop them, asking what they should do when someone interferes in another's duel. So they wonder what is happening to those guys, questioning if they are the people they knew. Then Gustav looks at Jirala, asking her to tell him, well, since he's already on his knees on the floor, he should beg them to spare him. But then he starts drooling, and Lian notices this, telling Lian to draw his sword and raise it high, and then release the light of his aura. Then, that light shines there, and Jerome is struck by the sunlight and begins to burn. Then everyone feels their bodies burning, thinking it's hot, and they fall to the ground in pain, questioning, what the hell is going on, and why did they suddenly fall? Then he speaks, in disbelief, not believing that those guys are possessed. Zid confirms that yes, they are all dampers, and the protagonist is even surprised, but asks what that is, questioning if they aren't vampires. And Sid says that a damper is someone who took a dose of a reagent that contained vampiric blood. They are basically half human and half vampire, and are weak against sunlight, and their strength doubles at night, and their regeneration capacity also becomes stronger, but not to the same level as that of the guy who was timing it is surprised, because he finished in 1 minute and 29 seconds, and Elle's eyes widen at the sight, and the teacher goes to Lian, asking if he learned vampire, and, on the other hand, they die if they are injured by a silver weapon, and they also cannot use black magic. They are quite difficult to deal with during the night, and you defeated them easily because he has the holy sword and the aura of the sun. Then Proda asks if they are related to vampires, and Sid confirms that they are indeed, while Gus talks to Lian, inquiring about the situation. But then Proda asks if he's okay, but he replies that it's nothing. Proda notices that he is not well, as his injuries are serious, and taking care of him is the #1 priority. He doesn't have time for beating around the bush, and Proto reveals that those guys are vampires, which scares everyone there. And Jerome, finally, after a while, wakes up to find all his minions trapped. So everyone goes after him, asking him if he's awake now, inviting him to have a chat, and he immediately starts to shit himself with fear, saying that this is against the rules, but then he takes a huge beating. And Proto realizes that, according to Jerome's confession, Count Luben is the root of the problem. Therefore, the storm merchant's next destination is Luben, and he's bringing mercenaries, adventurers from various places, turning them into his subordinates and building an army. He says it will be a major blow to the church if they find out and wonders what he's doing, planning, and furthermore, he's trying to acquire black quartz through the storm merchant, and early tomorrow morning, he and Gustav are scheduled to meet with the head merchant, so he needs to go to bed. But he wonders where Karen is and what she's doing, questioning if she's even coming back, and thinking that she should return soon and sleep, otherwise she'll be tired tomorrow. And then, Karen asks him to confirm whether they're going to sleep together, and Pro questions what she's talking about, asking what she means by sleeping together, the time, but the boy says no. So he asks if he would mind if he confirmed it himself, and the boy tells the teacher to go ahead, and when he touches him, it is said that he is searching. So he remembers this comfortable bed that looks a lot like a love nest, in my opinion, right? He notices the entire atmosphere of that room, asking what she's talking about and swearing under his breath, I know, that he was only worried about her. But then Karen arrives, calling out to Lon, and noticing that's where he was. She had been looking for him, but overheard that he was waiting for someone, asking who it was. Embarrassed, he shouts at the girl, saying he wasn't waiting for anyone. But then the girl changes the subject, saying she found something huge. He wanted to know what it is, and she tells him not to be shocked, but also asks him not to be times 2 times shocked, and he just agrees. Then she says that the information she received from the Golden Owl says that will pit Olhin against his information-gathering abilities, saying that there is a vampire in the territory of Kung de Elobema. She is happy to share this news, but the protagonist is left with a sour look on his face, saying he's very shocked, but she questions why he's reacting that way. And that merchant, upon finding out, is completely shocked, the same reaction she expected from the protagonist, thinking that was what she wanted. And Proto doesn't understand her frustration, so they start talking about a vampire hiding in Lobema territory. And as if that weren't enough, they are trying to acquire power. But the person behind it all is Count Lobema, who questions if they are certain about this. They respond that, considering what has happened up to this point, it makes sense, since a devour has appeared, and he is certain a vampire is involved. In other words, someone is pulling Jerome's strings, and Gustav thinks the possibility of Count de Lubena being responsible is very high, and yet, so it's a relief to know this before going to Lubena, because they will be able to prepare accordingly. But the merchant says that even knowing this, they cannot avoid Count Lubena, because if the Emer-17 a repulsive force by infusing a small amount of aura into it, and if he were to learn aura, then it would be eliminated immediately. But now he notices that the boy actually doesn't. Desert bandits had escaped after the robbery, they would have had an excuse. But now that they have come this far, failing to deliver the goods would be an insult to the Count and the nobles. They value their prestige more than their lives. A noble would never tolerate being slighted by a commoner, and the storm merchant would be considered an enemy throughout the Lobena territory. In this case, Gustav believes there's nothing he can do, since stepping into a place where danger lurks is, strategically speaking, the worst possible scenario. But he can't simply give up, because abandoning a request for rescue midway would destroy the credibility and value he has built up. And, having accepted the request, it's his duty, as a mercenary, to be responsible and see it through to the end. But then the merchant says he will use all his remaining money to hire more mercenaries and prepare silver weapons and holy water, which are effective against vampires, and he won't be a shameless person just sitting around, begging Gustav to save his life. Then the two come to an understanding, and Karen says it looks like they've resolved their issues. Things are telling Lon that they need to talk privately, and the protagonist, not really understanding, asks what she wants. Then she tells him that he's going to be very surprised this time, explaining that she had a lot of trouble getting this information from the black market dealer there, saying it was incredibly difficult, but even he doesn't know how to react. And then, she says, it's not information anyone could guess. He agrees, and she talks about Molly, saying that it seems he attacked them in the desert because he received orders from Count Lubena, and the protagonist is surprised, and the girl is happy that she managed to surprise him, and she asks how that bastard mole knew which crates contained the most valuable merchandise, and learned, but he thinks he can't believe how much he's changed in just a few weeks, questioning what kind of training he underwent. Then he says that he only trained the fundamentals, and that, furthermore, if a large group of bandits had been consistently active, there would be news about their activities, even if it was just rumors. But the chief merchant was certain that the area was not. It would be dangerous. They appeared suddenly and went straight for that box. So, she says that's what she's talking about. And that guy was acting in Lobena's interests. He was doing the Count's dirty work, but he had the misfortune of running into Karen. Then, she says that Count Lubena didn't want them to come, and that this is just her guess. And no matter how, as big as a territory is, it's a little difficult for an entire market to just enter it. After all, their escort forces are quite loyal. And she says he couldn't just send the merchant, though, since he was the one who called him. So, the best option would probably be for something unfortunate to happen. And Proda thinks about it, because if Count Lobena is plotting something in his territory, he would want to avoid the attention of others before his plans are complete. And that must be why he tried to steal the cargo that he ordered. But the storm merchant not only he protected the cargo, but also eliminated the bandits, and in the end, they have no choice but to enter Lubena. From the Count's perspective, things have become quite irritating, so, that's that. It's dangerous because, from the moment the storm merchant exceeded his expectations, the danger increased, and now he's probably preparing to watch everyone in Lubena. This means that he shouldn't hold back either, thinking that maybe it's time for him to use the symbol of the Order of the Holy Iron that Bishop Cesare gave him. Then, he speaks to Karen, saying that he needs to go somewhere. Meanwhile, during the night, someone says that the conditions are favorable, and the night in Lobena lives up to its nickname as the Night City. And that person is. It's clear that the teacher knows he's been taking more breaks than before. He says that, now that he thinks about it, his training volume used to be consistently high. He wonders if the boy's body, sitting at home while a shadow arrives, and she announces that Roman has arrived. The man who resembles a butler speaks to the other man, addressing him as Your Highness. But what does he want? He means, Your Highness, because for a fallen race, there is no need for such formalities. He says that he will always be royalty to him, vampire nobility, the heir to the lineage. Washing is one of the 3 great bloodlines of the Nosferatu. I went to see that Nosferatu movie, my friend. Oh, that old vampire got to suck on everyone's breasts. What a scene. Horror in that film. But it's a cool movie, a cool horror movie. Well, not really horror, right? It's more like a comedy, but it's still cool. And the old man calls that vampire Teps. He says no. There are no subordinates within a kilometer radius. They can stay there for at least 5 days. And Teps says, that's right, but questions how they ended up like this, because the only ones who bay, the only ones left in his clan were just the 2 of them, and he says that he greatly sinned in thinking that the place he found to settle brought such a disaster to his clan. But then the butler tells him that this sin belongs to the wicked, but he claims that even if someone has sinned, he takes responsibility and will save his race, no matter what. But then, he senses something, and he begins to get scared. The butler speaks to him, but he turns around, looking at him with an entirely different expression. The butler notices that he used his authority, and, after sharing his blood with someone, they become connected, and this power allows them to share their senses. And even though he shared his blood with them willingly, they will share mind with Lord Teps as the center. He sees that his subordinate was beaten by someone, and wants to know what happened. At that moment, he sees Proda raise the light of the Holy Sword, clearly seeing, has drastically improved with rest after several years of hard work, but he thinks that doesn't make sense either. And the boy just leaves, disguising what really happened. His face. Then he starts laughing, thinking it's great, and tells Roman that it seems the goddess hasn't completely abandoned them. Roman questions what TP is talking about, and he says he saw the Count's informants, and asks if he's referring to the DF. He confirms, saying they were defeated by someone wielding sacred power, judging by the state he left them in. Believing they were powerless, half-breeds defeated in an instant, he thinks the protagonist holds a very high position in the church. If so, he'll have information about him. And Roman believes this gives him the advantage for his counterattack. He thinks about Andre Lobema, that despicable bastard, and tells him to just wait, because he's going to tear him to pieces with his blood claw. And on. The next day, Sid is talking about chaos, but then he loses his train of thought, wondering where he left off, and says he was talking about the fight between the vampires, and says that in order to arrest all of the Demon King's damned soldiers, they invaded a castle solely populated by vampires. But in reality, the protagonist is asleep while listening to him say that 90% of the vampires in, high-ranking officials died, including Rod. And since then, they have disappeared from the pages of history, with some survivors likely escaping. Who would have thought they would reappear after all this time, after 300 years? But the protagonist tells him to stop because it's too annoying, and his ears are already bleeding. He thinks it's become too boring since it's been the same story since last week. He can't train inside the carriage and has only been listening to his ramblings, constantly asking why the road to Lubema is so safe or too quiet. On top of that, he has a Spurtikinza, talking swordsman hero who hasn't been able to stop talking for a week. But then the swordsman wonders where he was in his story, and the protagonist can't take it anymore. At that moment, Karen tells Lin that which is actually true, saying that he took it easy, but compared to before, Lian has improved. But upon hearing that, he isn't happy. Instead, he's very irritated by the boy's impudence and runs. He continues looking. He talks to Sid, asking what the hell happened to him, and Fanta immediately asks how it went, since he said he had improved, and the boy tells him to stop. Have arrived, and he almost can't believe it. She says they are entering the Lubena territory. Although it cannot be compared to a citadel like Valkas, it is still large for a castle that stands. Near the border, Proto finds something strange, asking if he's going crazy or if the castle walls are shining. Then Syl tells the boy that it's a trap, explaining they used one. An incredible amount of silver was used, and they cast a spell on the castle walls to ward off the vampires. He thinks there's another reason for this, but he doesn't know what it is. So, Proto questions this vampire trap, wondering if it isn't entirely different from what they were thinking, and if his spouse is controlling the vampires, why would he need to do something like that on the castle walls? Vinicius and the guards stop them at the entrance, asking what group of merchants they are. And Arnold introduces himself as a storm merchant. And the guard was already aware of his arrival, saying that the Count was wondering when he would arrive, asking them to be guided quickly, and they pass through. But in this, the protagonist questions if this is the power of the trap, as it seems different from the holy power. She asks what that was, because for a moment she felt very unwell. And the protagonist asks if they were vampires, and Sid says he doesn't know, and maybe they would burn. But anyway, the guards at the gate aren't danfers or vampires, and the protagonist thinks that's a good thing, because he can differentiate. However, he says that they need to be careful from now on, as they don't know when the enemies will attack them. But, as they walk through the city, Usid can detect any vampires, and the protagonist wonders if there are any, finding this very strange and asking what is happening, as from the gate to the property there are no. Laugh and simply answer him, but the ghost says that before he does, he needs to ask the boy where he thinks strength comes from, biologically speaking, and the boy assumes that it comes from the muscles. There were danfers, much less vampires, and he begins to question whether the information about a vampire hidden inside Lobena was false, but no. He thinks the sun hasn't set yet, so it won't be easy to find them. But then, more guards stop them, and it's Brad, the senior knight, who says that from that point on, besides the owner, only adventurers of rank B or higher and mercenaries are allowed to enter, according to the Lord's orders. And Karen questions whether they are also included, and Proto notices that he's receiving special items from the owner, but he wonders what the reason is for this. Bring all the escorts, but he thinks this is a good thing, as they might be able to solve the question he's most curious about. And so, when they enter, they realize it's their first time in a place like this, asking how they should greet the Lord. But then, one of them tells him to just stay still, because if he looks at the Count's face, his head might fly off. And so he stood in front of the Lord's room, and Brad speaks to him, informing him that the storm merchant and his escorts have arrived, and Lubena tells them to enter. He observes them all, and the merchant kneels down in front of him, and so the Proto, he talks to Elsid, and he says no, the Count is not a vampire. Proto is even more surprised that the Count isn't the vampire, and Elsid says that's it, but he's something even more irritating. I, as Proto, knowing this, become curious. Then Elsid says that he is a pure human, and all the knights in this room are also human. And if Count Luben and his men are not vampires, then the information about the vampire secretly moving in that territory was perhaps wrong. And so, Luben calls Arnold closer to him, and Proto thinks that he can't detect the arrogance of a high-ranking noble. His way of speaking and his eyes are warm and gentle, and no matter how much he looks, he doesn't seem like a villain. Then Luben says that before they, and so the ghost confirms that he is correct. In this world, most methods for training the body focus on increasing the size and density of muscles. However, that only tells half the story. He would like to receive their products. So, Arnold hands him that crystal, and when he takes it, he thinks it's really good, and he is satisfied. And the 1,000 gold coins, the promised brides, are right next door, and in addition, he will give a 20% discount on everything he buys in that territory, which Arnold appreciates. But then, Lubina tells him that he doesn't need to thank her any further. At this point, he asks if they are going to start working, and everyone there immediately trembles in response. He tells him not to be shocked by what he's about to say, revealing that there's a vampire hiding in the vicinity. So, I know how surprised everyone else is by this revelation, and Arnold feigns surprise but apologizes for losing his composure. The protagonist thinks that it's understandable that he is shocked because who would have thought he would be the one to say it himself? He explains that they have been searching for hiding places day and night, but it is difficult for his knights to search everywhere alone. After all, vampires are very good at hiding, and he is also worried about his knights since they have never fought a vampire before. So, he would like to involve everyone to defeat the vampire, asking what that company thinks about it, saying that he will guarantee monetary compensation for their efforts and provide silver weapons and holy water. So, the protagonist thinks that he can't understand this situation. However, there is only one answer they could give. Then, they return to think about it some more and say they were surprised that he had arranged for them to stay at this property as honored guests, and says he feels like he's plotting something, and Karen says he probably wants to observe their every movement. Then Arnold says they had no choice but to accept his offer. But Gustav remains suspicious, asking if there is a possibility that the Count could have told the complete if they don't understand the neural connections. He asks if he understands the concept of the nervous system, and that muscles obviously have neurons connected to them, and the strength that truth, because he was also the first to talk about the vampire. And he says they're assuming that he is a suspect, but they don't have any proof. And Arnold says he hopes that what he's telling him he's right, and asking what will happen if he finds out they're investigating him on suspicion. And C says that if the storm market had a large enough group, that, if he were able to dominate a kingdom, it would be fine. But to the Count, the people in that group of medium-sized merchants are like mere rich commoners, and even if he framed them and executed them, it would be easy for him to clear his name afterward. And Lobena is his territory. It's impossible to interrogate him without evidence, and even if they have some, they can't openly attack him. Proda then thinks that it's better for them if Count Lubena isn't the enemy, but he remembers that Sid said that Kund isn't a vampire, but a high-ranking wizard, which surprised Proda. Surprised. And Sid says he's not sure about the system, but he was the one who created the formation on the castle wall, and the frequency of the magic is the same, and if the Count really considers the vampire, or the enemy doesn't need to borrow his strength, and if he changes the formation on the castle wall to an attack-type formation, he can melt all the vampires inside the castle area. Either he has a reason to capture him alive or to exterminate the vampire. However, he wants to stop the storm merchant from talking about this, and so the protagonist thinks that, as Sid said, he is sure that the Count is plotting something within his territory. He is hiding the fact that he is a high-ranking mage, so it makes sense that the storm merchant would be on his hit list for being involved in this matter. And separating the merchant from his escort is also part of his scheme. And if you think about the Wolffang mercenaries who muscles can exert depends on the development of these neurons. The reason why strength doesn't solely depend on a person's physical appearance is because of these neural connections. Eli have become different. There is no guarantee that everyone else won't end up that way too, and he says he won't let that happen. But the biggest problem now is that OD says that the Count is your enemy, and he keeps repeating it incessantly. Proda believes that unless he reveals the existence of ID, he isn't confident he can adequately explain that Count Lobena truly is the ETS enemy. He believes Karen is the only one who will believe him. However, at that moment, they all appear very suspicious, and she becomes irritated by this, telling everyone to go to sleep, saying she wants to take a shower and that they'll deal with it tomorrow. They won't make any progress acting like this. They agree with her, and everyone goes to sleep. Then, in the room, she talks with Proda, and he reveals to Karen that the Count is a wizard. Proda says that he is indeed high-ranking, and she thinks this is dangerous, because if he's at a level Alv can't detect, then is an expert. She cannot guarantee victory with her current attack power, so they need to buy time. And Proda thinks he is really happy because, before coming there, he used the necklace divine that His Holiness gave him to request assistance from the Knights of the Sacred Iron Chain. However, he remains worried because he is unsure how many will come and when they will arrive there, and they might be in a situation where they have to face the entire castle, so at least 3 of them need to come. But then the guy notices something, and the protagonist asks what it is, but she says, it's nothing, telling him to rest well and that she'll see him later. Then, They each go to their rooms until she appears in his room, surprising him, and the girl falls on top of him, throwing herself, and throwing him onto the bed. As she climbs on top of him, the protagonist questions what she wants, so she simply tells him to be quiet. Ah, author, not today. I know this trope very well. Thinks that he has never heard of anything like this, not even from the teachers at the academy. And the ghost explains that muscle density is mainly determined by innate factors. In terms of size, there are, prank, you're not going to fool me. I know something completely unrelated is going to happen, and you'll say, ah, that's a lie. It was just because she wanted something. Making it clear to, you guys, I haven't read it yet either, so I'm going to get the same shock. Let's see what happens. While they're in this mood, the killer outside is lurking, plotting evil, and watching them. He goes inside and sees her kissing Lian on the bed. He almost explodes seeing that scene, and just storms off. Lian and she are left wondering what happened. So they think he's gone, and that it was just her shadow that was creating that scene. And she says that she knew something suspicious was going on, and that it was impossible for there to be no one watching them. Asking what he thought, and wondering if it wasn't realistic. He questions how he would even know. She agrees, saying she honestly doesn't know either. But in this, I know something about those idiots. And the girl gets up, asking if they're going to start the reconnaissance mission then. He questions if she wants to do it now, and she says that since they spied on them, the right thing to do is return the favor, saying that since they were doing what they were doing, they shouldn't think they could just leave. But then he realizes there are eyes everywhere, wondering if they will succeed, manage to get out without being caught. But then she asks if he has already forgotten, engaging him with the coffin guardian, asking where she should escort him to. And so, during the night, they are flying on that cloak and arrive where they need to be. The protagonist starts looking at the city from above, thinking that, thanks to his night vision, a certain place seems to be thriving with life, and he thinks that this place is truly called the City of Night, because it's better at night than during the day. She says, it's not even noon yet, but the streets are already so quiet. He can feel there's a limit to how big a muscle can get. As for the boy, he's already trained to the point where he's reached that limit. So, he focused on developing his nervous system, presence of people inside their dwellings. The protagonist wonders if it's because of the vampire rumor. She thinks that might be the case, but then looks over and sees the patrol team. The protagonist asks why it seems, which has more patrol teams than civilians, but then I realize, seeing that they're using silver utensils and openly fighting vampires, that they're involved. But Prodota claims he doesn't know, asking what he thinks the relationship is between the Count and the vampires, since they seem too carefree to be enemies. But he doesn't understand why they would act this way if they are allies, and Sid says he believes he already gave the answer. Prodota understands perfectly. He explains that the world isn't necessarily divided into enemies and allies. A vampire can be both an ally and an enemy, and Sid thinks that's a possibility. And Proda admits that he never even considered that, since being neither enemies nor allies is something completely new, because when they stop to think about it, they realize they've assumed the vampire was the enemy from the start, without any real reason. And that means they could both become enemies, or they could end up becoming allies with any of them. Then, she talks to Lian, mentioning she's already looked around, and it seems like the slums are just beyond this point, asking what their next move is. And he asks, your vampire would really be hiding in a place like that. And C says that vampires are so proud and extravagant, they are called nobles of the night, and are a race known for despising humans. And, because of their pride, he doesn't believe that a vampire would be hiding in such a place. And if he is there, he must be in a very dangerous situation. But then, Proda calls Karen over so that they can, and they notice that it's excessively dark. She questions how humid it is, and they both think it's strange, since there's no sign of people. And even if she extends her sensory range as much as possible, she doesn't sense any life. Then, the boy begins to understand, more or less, what he's talking about, asking exactly how he did it, since he hasn't done that type of training, and asks if he did anything to him, in this area. And no matter how prosperous a territory of Lubina is, there's no way there wouldn't be any poor people. And Proda thinks there's definitely something strange about that. Because if the rich exist, then the poor must also exist. And if there are those who live on large estates, there are also those who live in small studio apartments. And yet, there are no poor people to be found in that city. Only traces that they once existed remain, but there's no sign of them now. And he begins to question what the hell Count Lubina did to the poor people in his territory, especially since the city has become a ghost town. The two agree that they don't like the place, so they decide to head back. But as they prepare to leave, they both sense something and quickly run from a looming shadow. and Broda wonders if it's an ambush. They brace themselves for a fight, especially since Karen didn't even see them coming. But that shadow turns out to be Teps and Roman. The protagonist is surprised by their sudden appearance, and he starts to question things. They move as if they're turning their bodies into smoke, and she wonders if they are a mage or an assassin on the same level as her. But then she reveals that those guys are vampires, and the protagonist freezes in shock. Then, Teps says it's good that they already know who he is, stating that he is the last noble of the Nosferatu lineage, Alatia Teps. So Proda thinks that, based on this enormous pressure, he could have ambushed much earlier, but didn't, questioning whether these guys are allies or enemies. But he thinks the good thing is that he doesn't feel any malice coming from them, since he gave up the ambush to talk to him. So he tells Karen that they are going to bet on this and holds onto the sword. Then he asks why the two revealed themselves, as it doesn't seem like they are there to fight, and if they want to talk, he'd like to know their intentions first. Then Teps thinks that, as expected, he wants to ask something, saying that he saw him using divine power through the dampers while he was sleeping, but he says it was the punishment he'd been giving the boy, and he's even more surprised, remembering all the shocks he received and letting out a scream. However, asking if Proda is from the church. Then, he is surprised, because he knows that he is from the church, but he still revealed himself. Then, he says that if he were an evil vampire, he could have avoided it when he saw the church symbol. The protagonist thinks that since Jay portrayed him in Blind, it confirms that he is from the church, and C is surprised that he is so blatant, and then Teps approaches. He approaches him, saying that he knew and was waiting for him, and the protagonist is left clueless about what is happening, and everyone there looks dumbfounded. Then, the very next day, everyone is horrified when the protagonist arrives, announcing that he found out, and Gustav becomes even more indignant that the Count is creating vampires and feeding them with the poor. Then Karen confirms, saying that this is information from the first mission she accomplished, and the protagonist thinks that it's a good thing he has Seer with him, because, since his words are those of a ranked adventurer, they carry more weight, and everyone there is surprised, because Count Luben is a powerful mage, who may even be stronger than someone who is ranked, asking if he is telling them that a vampire appeared, and told him this, thinking that it is so unbelievable. It doesn't seem true, but since Karen's information is unavoidable, they have to believe it. They realize that, in short, Count Lubena is using the city's poor as sacrifices, plotting something, while using the subjugation of vampires as an excuse to stop them, and Gustav says he kept them there to ensure they kept their mouths shut. This implies that, regardless of the outcome of the subjugation, he can't keep them tied up there within his territory and monitor them indefinitely, so she agrees, but they have to hurry and make sure that even $. If he imprisons them there, he'll only buy himself a maximum of 10 days. In other words, this means something will happen within that time frame. But Gustav argues that this information could be if the whole world hears the boy freaking out for no apparent reason, and the ghost says that since he let go of the alcohol and had been dormant for over 10 years, it's obvious that it would hurt as much as his muscles being ripped to shreds. Lie as well, questioning how they can believe anything that bloodsucker says. Just then, Teps appears, saying that they aren't happy about having to live on blood either, scaring everyone in the room, who immediately raise their guard because there's a vampire asking how he got in, and Tep greets them, explaining that this isn't his real body, so he can move during the day, that he's not there to fight, and asks them not to be so cautious. He then says he knows it's hard to believe, but what they've heard is the Kriya truth. Then Gustav says he can't risk the lives of his companions based solely on words, he needs proof, and Tep says that's fair, telling him to take a look. Tep says it's a certificate from the Holy Church itself, and the proof is that the Alaxia clan's community service has ended, which is why he was surprised that vampires were involved in community service. Community. And Tep explains that, 300 years ago, part of his race joined the Demon King's army and abandoned the path of coexisting with humans, gravely sinning against God. As a result, most of the vampires were slaughtered by the hero Rodrig, and even her clan, which had not joined the army, was in danger of execution. However, a cleric granted them grace. In exchange for 250 years of community service for the church, part of his people lived to preserve the lineage, and the protagonist thinks this matches what he was told, but then he is surprised by only 250 years, because, unlike humans, this time is nothing for immortal beings, and he thinks that the protagonist is a huge crybaby, because, apart from exposure to the sun, or being injured to a point beyond, their healing capabilities, Unless injured by silver in the heart or brain, they are a race that can live for thousands of years. And after finishing community service, Tepes, even grabbing his sword again, saying that condescending attitude is what he hates most about him, and launches a surprise attack, and Loro manages to stop the. So, he realizes that the extreme pain he felt every time he failed his vision training was the process of his nervous system developing, but he wonders why he doesn't. Says that he and his clan looked for a place to settle, and eventually decided on Lubena. But then he's saying that the Count stabbed him in the back, and Tepes says that it is. Exactly. And Gustav says that now that he sees the document certified by the church, there's no reason for suspicion, and they're trapped in a well that's impossible to climb out of. Then he speaks to Lian, asking if he summoned the Knights of the Iron Chain, inquiring when they will arrive, but Lian also doesn't know when that will be. And at that moment, Gustav realizes they have no choice but to fight the Count on their own. But then, Karen says it's impossible, as Tepes' abilities are equal to her own. He's in a state where he can't go against the Count, and mages can exert more power than they possess when they are in their own territory. And, above all, there is no enemy more frightening than a prepared mage. And if it's a mage who has lived in his territory for years, even if the building's stating to Haufend, opponent is a master swordsman, victory is still not guaranteed, and it's better to wear down his strength little by little or have a superior attack power. And Gustav thinks about this, realizing that this greater power must be divine power. But then Arnold says that all they can do is wait for the Iron Chain Knights, but Gustav says that until they arrive, they have to reduce the Count's power as much as possible. But then, one of them tells the leader that they have been watched day and night, asking how they are going to do this, considering their actions are restricted and none of them know how to speak freely. But then Arnold raises his hand, asking what about faking a fight, and everyone doesn't quite understand his plan. And out of nowhere, in the middle of the city, there is a huge commotion going on. He wonders if it's an ambush, and all those guards ask what is happening, and the Proto arrives there, asking if he said this, and the ghost explains it's because it would make him even more depressed, which the boy then understands. The ghost adds that the reason he more or less mastered his vision was, all right. They then ask who he is, and the Proto introduces himself as the mercenary Lian and says that he is currently in the middle of the vampire subjugation commissioned by Count Luben. Then he tells them to fall back, and everyone is surprised that he is a vampire, and the protagonist tells everyone to leave, dealing with this to him from now on. Everyone there agrees, and he raises his sword against Tepes, who is creating a barrier. A while before this, they question whether they should actually fight or just pretend to fight. And Guis also says that, in fact, this is an option that they hadn't considered, and he doesn't think the Count had either. I could imagine something like that happening. After all, who would have thought that they would ally themselves with vampires? And Karen says that if they work together to orchestrate a fight, they'll be able to choose the location and the time of battle. In other words, they can put on a show wherever they want, Lubena. So, they say that it's decided, and that they're going to show the Count of Lubena what they are made of. And currently, they are fighting Tepes with everything they have, and Roman is fighting against Gustav. And both of them think that Karen Lian was right, because the evidence that Count Luben is a mage is everywhere. Place, because that's where the buildings that the citizens don't know about, which only the Count can enter, are located, as well as those towers that create a magic circle covering the entire territory. She explains that if he is a wizard, there will be structures that can amplify his power within the territory, and also artifacts that increase the efficiency of these structures, like those towers they see there. So, Gustav questions whether they should destroy them, and the protagonist replies that more than half of them must be useless structures in order to keep the real magic circle from being exposed. Therefore, they question whether they are going to destroy the real ones. But then he realizes that if they keep destroying the real towers, the Count will quickly become suspicious. So, they need to make it look like to escape that pain. However, he wonders if the boy would have focused so much if he had listened to the reason for the punishment and realized it was something he had to go through regardless. Coincidence. So they gradually destroy them, little by little. The protagonist notices that Gustav and Roman are doing well, and C says that they will have a few days, at the very least, and 10 days at the most. And everything will end when the Count discover. They'll pretend to fight while sneakily targeting the towers for destruction. Proto says he understands, and Tepes immediately attacks him. But then, Sid tells him that they can't use their aura. So, Proto questions what Sid said, and then he's almost really hit and killed by Tepes. The attack barely misses, and the kid freezes, asking if he can't use his aura against such a powerful opponent. Sid says, of course not, but Proto asks why. because it shouldn't matter if this is just a fake fight, since his destructive powers are real. But Sid explains that it's because his aura isn't compatible with humans, and even the slightest touch will inflict significant damage. Proto realizes he'll have to fight someone like that, without an aura weapon, and coincidentally destroy nearby structures. Thinking the difficulty has suddenly increased several levels. He needs to fake an intense fight against a high-level vampire. Only with his improved physical abilities and Grema techniques. And things get ugly as Teps relentlessly tries to land a hit, while Proto only evades by running. So, Teps stays. Surprised when Proto comes face to face, almost attacking him. Then, he dodges the attack, but counters with a beam of blood, forcing Proto to stop his sword and redirect that attack towards one of the towers, shattering it. He's far too exhausted to keep doing this, and Sid arrives behind him, thinking this is going to be a very intense training session. But then, Proto doesn't want to believe he had already planned this. He notices that Sid is very serious, and so, they think it's truly dangerous, calling it a damn demonic sword while fleeing rapidly, and already as he did yesterday, and he doesn't believe so. Lian starts to see that he's right, and the ghost tells him he's welcome to thank him, as he only did what was expected of him with an absol's stow. Morning, he's trembling all over, thinking it's been 6 consecutive days of this, but Sid says that the plan is working flawlessly, and at least 10 magical structures have been destroyed, and the castle wall formation became much weaker, and the objective of diminishing its power was achieved. However, the Count is far from pleased as he witnesses the destruction in his city. Becoming extremely angry, he places several rings on his hand, preparing to take action against those bastards. Meanwhile, in another location, Godevair and Linho are conversing, and he mentions that, up to this point, things appear to be proceeding as planned, but he's concerned that the Count isn't taking any action. Then, Gode says that the fact that he hasn't revealed his true nature suggests he requires more time, but things will also become more perilous as time goes on, and he inquires if he has any information regarding the play, Knights of the Sacred Iron Chain, and Proto replies negatively, but they should be arriving shortly. However, Karen appears, calling for Linho, and they are both startled, and she says they are. There, the Iron Sacred Chain Knights finally arrived. Then, late at night, she takes him to another corner, and he says a restaurant reservation is unexpected. But she also clings to him, feeling something a little soft on the boy. He asks if they need to go that far, and she says it's acting, but it's not true. She's shedding that shell, and says she told the maid that they were going to dinner in town, so they wouldn't follow a couple on their sweet date, and she says they can also divert the Count's suspicions. And so the waiter asks about the name of the person who made the reservation. She says it's Noel, and the protagonist realizes that this is Lonatrato spelled backward, and so they go to the table, and the waiter asks them to enjoy their meal. But inside, 2 people, ultimate holy sword. However, the boy isn't enjoying this at all and becomes very irritated with the ghost, who is laughing smugly, saying that he feels great after seeing things go. Are waiting, and they are the Knights of the Iron Chain, and they both certainly seem strong. And the protagonist thinks that even though they look young, they are very skilled, as expected of the group. Strongest armed forces on the continent haven't even drawn their weapons, yet they are both exuding such an overwhelming aura. And it's said that he became better at judging people after spending time with Karen, and they're not on Cesario's level, but they're definitely strong. And Proto says it's a pleasure to meet them, introducing himself as Lian, someone who requested their strength be lent to him, borrowed. And one of them greets Proto, saying that he heard a lot about him from Bishop Cesario, introducing himself as Dami, and the other as Angela, and he explains that she can't talk, so they ask for his understanding, and Proto asks how much they know about the current situation there, then gives them more information about what he is carrying out, a sabotage operation disguised as a fight against the TPS Prince. Then he notices that Proto knows about the Teps, and so he confirms, as the clan is well known for its community service. Who would have thought he would get involved in something like this after 250 years? From a work perspective, he believes he must be from a very unfortunate clan, and that he may have lost something important. Therefore, he should provide a summary from the beginning, which the protagonist then recounts, and he learns about it. They are capturing the vampire clan and breeding them like livestock, and there's only one type of magic that exploits life in such a way, black magic, and he already understands what the Count is plotting. The protagonist comments that, judging by his expression, the situation is even worse than he initially thought. The Count confirms that this is indeed the case, and it seems he fully grasped the situation, as vampires are a race with no distinction between body and soul. They are exploiting them to amass power, and black magic drains and functions effectively on bodies. They are offering the poor as food to the so well. However, Lian begins to think that this damned sword is more like a demonic sword than a holy one, and he wonders if it's truly a sword fused with the soul and personality. Vampires, only to later drain their power. The protagonist inquires if this is even possible. Damien responds that normally it isn't, because if vampires could become infinitely more strong after drinking large quantities of blood, they would have already dominated the world. Mass blood management is one of the taboos that can result in self-destruction. However, the lives of vampires are irrelevant to the Count, and his goal is to absorb all of this power by using vampires as a means to an end. And he doesn't care if the vampires die after having their powers absorbed. But then, Angela says something, or rather, she gestures, raising 3 fingers, and neither of them understands what it means. Then Dam says that the risk level of the situation is 3, so they will need the full cooperation of everyone. And Proda is surprised by this level 3 risk, as it's the same as a disaster the size of a city. And the city devouring incident that Brother Leon resolved was also level 3. Level 2 is a national catastrophe, and level 1 is something that endangers the entire world. And things have never reached that level, except in the case of the Demon King. So the risk level 3 is the maximum, and if it reaches level 2, more than half of the Sacred Chain Knights will have to gather, and they will have to request assistance from all countries. And if things like that become frequent, the world will descend into a state of chaos, and the protagonist is terrified of that. And Dion says that, since things have progressed this far, they will question Count Luben that very night. And if he refuses to cooperate, they will pass judgment in the name of the church. So, at the Lubina criminal concentration camp, apparently, Angela is headed there, and Teps remarks that it looks like a prison, normal from the outside, but it's actually a place secretly holding vampires captive, and he says it's a pleasure to meet Angela, and she looks back, greeting him, and they say that they, of the great hero Roderick, mistakenly believing this meant Roderick was a great villain instead of a great hero. But then, he hears some people shouting beside him, and those kids seem to have already heard about her, and his role is to help her assist the prisoners in escaping and then join Lon's group. He says that they have been observing this facility for quite some time, and thanks to Count, she's surrounded by a magical formation replicating sunlight, so her attacks won't be very effective. If she manages to destroy the formation's core inside that wall, they'll be able to get closer. However, she has to do it alone, and the girl leaps forward to accomplish this. Depp is surprised that Angela went so close to the crest wall. They don't understand what she's doing, and then, she simply raises her hand, using her holy fist, clenching it, and imbuing it with holy power, punching that thing, and destroying the entire wall. And they are terrified of that girl. Yeah, those cartoon princesses don't exist anymore. That's how powerful this little girl has become. And the whole city feels that. Bang. And the protagonist talks about the tremor. And everyone notices that Angela, in terms of raw power, is twice as powerful as he is, and stronger than many of his superiors. Damien says that Angela alone is enough for the concentration camp, and the problem lies with the people who will deal with the Count, meaning them. Then Gustav asks if they are the problem, because there are 5 rank B, 1 rank A, and a Knight of the Sacred Iron Chain, and he questions if that isn't enough. And Dion says that even if they fight well, at best, they will only tie, but if at least one person dies or can no longer fight, he can't guarantee their victory. At that moment, they arrive at the gate. Then the guards ask who is there, because coming to see the Count at this hour, if he has any respect, they should leave immediately. But Damien says that they are the ones who need to leave, identifying himself as Demon, the 38th Knight of the Sacred Iron Chain of the Holy Church. Be cheering, and think that, as expected, Leon is absolutely amazing, since he broke his own record. Leon looks on, quite confident, but it turns out the boy comes in second. Then he states that he is there to investigate a pagan sin, and everyone is surprised that the church is present, as a Knight of the Sacred Chain is not very welcome. But the butler appears, ordering them to lower their spears and asking them to forgive his rudeness, explaining that the Count requested their presence and asking them to follow him. But Sid, seeing that he is, sending his butler to receive someone from the church who is there to investigate paganism, which makes him think that the Count certainly has courage. Inside, they notice that the atmosphere is quite different from when they came during the day, thinking that it is frightening there, and they say that maybe there is a trap. But Gustav says that now that they are there is no turning back, asking Lon if that's not right. He agrees, and they continue forward. Then, the Count is waiting for them in front of the moon, looking very pompous, and says that he was unable to receive them properly due to an unexpected visit, asking if he is there to investigate a pagan sin. So he's not sure he'd accept tea, asking Damon, and then tells him to stop trying to get out of that situation. He didn't come all that way so late just to play games with him, and states that he is under suspicion of confining the Alashia clan, who completed their community service with his church, and of using innocent blood to gain power. But then Cod questions how he found out about it, and Dan notices that it seems like he won't make excuses. So, Condon thinks that even if he makes excuses, he won't believe them anyway. So there's no reason for him to humor him, looking at both of them. But in reality, he focuses on Lian, thinking that he was tricked perfectly, and that they secretly teamed up with those bats and destroyed his magical formation. And for nobodies, they are quite the brave little group, saying that he will promise this and that he won't. Place. In the end, he thinks he wasn't able to beat Lian, but the ghost asks if it wouldn't be strange if he could surpass him in just a month, and tells him that he shouldn't be. Kill them gently. But then Gustav laughs at him, saying that it's not funny, and the Count asks what isn't. He says that if they call vampires bats, then he is one too. A bloodsucker for drinking this blood, and for admitting that he committed a pagan sin in front of a knight of the sacred iron chain, which makes him someone who has courage. Then, the Count says that a humble peasant has quite a clever mouth, but Gustav replies that, seeing how he understood what he said, he doesn't think they are so different. Seeing this, he thinks that it is not easy to argue with the native mercenary, and so the Count asks if Gustav wants to die, but he questions why the Count is asking this, when he already said that he didn't want to kill them. Life. Then, he takes something out from his chest, retrieving that black jewel and breaking it in his hand, saying that now he is going to kill him, summoning a dark mana and unleashing it all over the place. And so the life. Then, he pulls something from his chest, retrieving that black jewel and crushing it in his hand, declaring that he will kill him now, summoning a dark mana and unleashing it everywhere. And so, the protagonist, he immediately arms himself, and the Count transforms completely, summoning a demonic aura around himself and a demonic circle encompassing the castle. Karen then realizes that this is an absurd amount of magical power, and judging by his strength, that damned old man must be at least rank 7. The fact that he was concealing so much power is outrageous. Dian wonders if it was due to that pendant, because upon breaking that artifact, he activated a formation around the mansion and unleashed his magical power. The Count is surprised that they are standing before him, even though they are ignorant of everything. And now they must die, filled with resentment for their foolishness and ignorance. He decides to start with that one over there, Gustav, attacking him directly, but then the attack is redirected, feels satisfied with only that. Then Leon says he knows, explaining that he was just saying that. Even so, from the 1st to the 9th floor, he climbed up to 2nd place, and he thinks he really can. Towards him, he is thrown back, and none of them can react to the speed of the attack, as Gustav is now stuck to the wall, completely bloody and defeated, and Damon remains. Surprised that he cast a high-level magic spell without incantation, he wondered if he had used a sacrifice, and questioned whether it wasn't enough to abuse the blood of the poor, but also their souls. But the spouse questions, so what if he did that? While Gavi lies nearly dead on the ground, the protagonist approaches him, furious, glaring at the Count, ready to kill him. The Count speaks to the devil, calling him a church dog, and says that he has long wanted to ask him something. Why is black magic banned if it is so effective? Commanding him to watch carefully, because he obtained and consumed the power he banished through sacrifices, and he still dares to tell him that something so incredible is pagan, and with just a few miserable lives, he is able to shorten the time needed to reap results that he would otherwise only achieve after decades. And he can achieve eternal life using Metaverse. These worthless people, asking for the goddess, he banned that. Then Damon wonders if he's asking him to explain the reason why. But the Count says that's not the case at all, stating that he will open your eyes to your foolishness by invoking that circle, making you tremble, and everyone feels the pressure from it. And ultimately, the protagonist takes the lead, cutting through that pressure with his sword, and the Count is frightened by it. And so, Dion is surprised that he brushed aside the heavy atmosphere that covered the space, wondering if this is what Cesare had referred to, and the protagonist says that he will begin. So Damon speaks to the goddess, asking her to dominate that cold, dark place, so that they understand her benevolence, and so that they understand their own disbelief. Kids attack calmly while playing around, and the people watching from afar think that Leon is incredible. He's Leon Luro, but they think that the other Lian is no match for him, but beat him, and yes, that he will win. And then, after the boy calms down a bit, he asks the ghost what kind of training they are going to start tomorrow, and the ghost says that, asking her to give him light. Then he summons his magic from beneath the circle and expands it, breaking the Count's circle. He notices that their power is decreasing and tells them to stop. Crawling towards them, calling everyone insects, and declaring that their power is nothing compared to all the power he has absorbed, he orders them to die. But just then, Leonique steps into the forward, stomping on the ground and raising their shield right in front of everyone in order to defend them. The Count's attack heads towards them, but it slams into the shield and is stopped, being dissolved by it without affecting anyone. And so the protagonist calls out to Leonique Hansen, but they are exhausted from that attack, because even though they defended themselves, they still sustained a lot of damage. And the Count asks if they thought they could survive by hiding behind a shield like rats, calling them damned idiots. But suddenly, an arrow comes flying right at him, hitting him, and so one of them asks what the hell he was even saying, because he got him. He was behind him, and managed to get away with it and still attack the Count. Then Lee asks if he's okay, and they reply that they're great, but the protagonist thinks that they actually don't look good at all, and the Count curses at them again. Then, one of his rings breaks apart. Then he asks how a mere mercenary of his level dares to make him use a ring for nothing. Thus, they notice that he is unharmed, thinking that it is impossible, as they hit him right in the eye with a homing arrow that is impossible to dodge. But Demon knew that ring is a high-grade artifact, unique in that it nullifies damage. They have lost a precious arrow, and it seems that the Count is very angry. He keeps flying, summoning even more demonic circles, demons around him, and says he's going to kill everyone, summoning a bunch of demonic things from that place. He says that, even if they die, their souls will be unable to rest, ordering them to. He will have to think about it, since the vision training went beyond simply practicing memorization, and there's nothing he can really do regarding his physical abilities, so it would be better if become his slaves. Everyone feels the pressure of those demonic entities that are released and take over that room. Dion questions if he is summoning the dead from hell, saying that this is high-level magic exceeding level 5. Then, they notice that their attacks aren't working on those things, passing right through the monsters without any effect. And so, one of them goes to the protagonist, touching the cloak and burning it instantly. They are all surrounded. Ein realizes that it will be difficult to destroy the souls, even with an aura weapon, and the protagonist laughs. He seriously questions himself, wondering if he can attack them the same way he did when he fought the armored ghosts. And he remembers that he only invoked his aura and blinded them, if undoing it. However, Side says that this won't be possible, and he needs to be cautious when using the sacred sword, saying that he might have another trick with those rings up his sleeve. So, in the middle of all that chaos, with that horde of souls coming at them, Makunai cuts them all down, managing to affect them, and everyone is surprised. And then Karen arrives, cleaning up the monsters, doing the present, doing good, and saving them. The protagonist is surprised to see her there, and she falls, but the monsters affected by her begin to regenerate again, and she notes that she knew it wouldn't work. She doesn't want to fight those things, but thinks there's no other way, and since the hero is in danger, she must show her skills. Then she summons several hands from the ground, trapping those monsters with her hands. They notice that they have stopped moving, and the shadows are holding them back. They think this is to be expected of Karen, and Sid thinks it's a good combination, because to think that she would use the shadows to hold the spirits. Then Damon says that now it is his turn, praying for the light and ordering it to radiate upon those who were lost. And then everyone there is. He gains experience so that he can effectively apply what he has learned. But the boy says it will be difficult to gain experience in real battles, and the ghost says that's exactly why. Imbued with sacred power, and he says that he temporarily imbued the sacred attribute into their weapons, even though the protagonist's weapon already has it, right? But he can't reveal that. Then the protagonist is surprised by the sacred power is feigning there, and Damon says it was nothing, claiming it's the goddess's blessing. So, he thinks he would put sacred power into a sacred sword, but the Count says that this is good, because they can hide the fact that their sword is a sacred sword by using their own power, and with that, they go after it, managing to break the monsters. So, finally, Gustav gets up, using his great sword to finish off one of those things, and he asks if they are just going to stand there. Everyone is surprised to see him okay, saying, thank God, he's happy, that it wasn't a fatal blow, and questions if he wasn't dead, saying that he's always bragging about his body, and yet he fell dead from a single blow. But then, after this teasing, they prepare to move forward, and Gustav praises everything they did there, calling them to go up and attack those things, which makes the Count increasingly irritated. But Karen appears behind him, almost attacking, but he defends himself with one of those demonic circles, and she thinks she barely escaped, disappearing from behind him. He thinks that, because of the bait, he can't concentrate, and just then, another arrow comes towards him, forcing him to defend himself with everything he has. He is surprised that another arrow is aimed at his head. He wonders if he thinks that he'll fall for the same trick twice, but then all the undead are dispelled, leaving only them versus the Count. And so he notices those insignificant creatures forcing him to use all his power. Then he snaps his fingers, and several more branches of demonic power erupt from his back, imbuing the entire castle. They see that connection, and with that connection, that's why he suggested they leave that place. The boy is surprised, questioning whether he can't teach him swordsmanship first, and the ghost says that he told him to abandon his fantasies. Several red dots appear in the sky, and the protagonist initially thinks nothing happened, but Sid looks to the side along with them, and they think it's great because his loyal servants have arrived. And the protagonist notices that is the Seor Knight he saw before, and he recognizes that the knight is now transformed into a monster. So, he says he won't forgive him, asking what he did with his moments before. When those rays came out of the Count, they hit all the guards, and the two who were on duty were the first to be hit, falling to the ground feeling sick, Floor, feeling ill, and the rest of the guards go to them asking what happened, but they get up completely monstrous. So that captain of the guard doesn't have much he can do, nor he reacts, because the two behind him also turn into monsters, and he ends up getting hit as well. And the Count then starts smiling, saying that it's great that his loyal servants have come, and the protagonist, seeing that, gets all irritated. And Damien says that this is the frenzy, a type of black magic that causes a living person's potential power to go out of control, and that transforms them, temporarily transformed into monsters. He's shocked, realizing he would turn those who protected him into monsters without a shred of remorse. Then, he curses that damned Count Hereta again, claiming that he used a forbidden spell. But the Count questions this whole forbidden spell thing, asking if they weren't the ones who decided that on their own, saying that he doesn't know why the church wants to restrict magicians. And so Damon states that the decision was made with the consent of everyone on the entire continent, but the Count says they don't agreed with this nonsense, and that the church is simply afraid that they, those who possess the power of black magic and potential, will rule over wretches like him, the dogs of the church, and that will be the of swordsmanship, because to learn his swordsmanship, he needs to first learn about aura. And, as he said before, it's more than enough for him to use the fundamentals to a certain extent. And martial, end of them. So, all those guards charge at the protagonist and his group, and they have to defend themselves to avoid being killed by those things. Then, Gove asks, what the hell is this, since they are too strong, and he can barely withstand the attack. Then, Demon tells them to be careful, because those under frenzy don't feel pain and are using power beyond their limits. They are in a state where their vitality is out of control. Unless they receive a fatal blow, they won't die. Furthermore, the potency of their auras will increase drastically. And so, Gustav thinks that they can only confront them head-on, and they continue exchanging blows, merely resisting what they can do. But then, the one with the shield trips and wonders if he used too much power, fighting the spirits. Then, one of those monsters pierces his shoulder with a spear, almost killing him, and he shouts, Hansen, but the other is also struck by a punch that sends him directly to the Yale floor. And Prota, seeing this, thinks that everyone is busy, but then he wonders where Kara is, and notices that she is occupied fighting the Count, and he thinks that even if he wants to go there and to help her, he can barely move, and is up against the leader of the guards. But then, Sid tells Lon to calm down, instructing him to calmly observe their movements. And even though they are in a state of Castro, even though they lack control, the swordsmanship acquired through years of experience doesn't disappear, so it should be better to fight two at the same time. So, he questions what Sid is talking about, wondering if that wouldn't be worse, and he asks if Lon remembers the fight in the forest, because when fighting a skilled swordsman who is swinging routinely and without thinking, it becomes easy to create an opening to attack using vision and feints, and in a one-on-one fight, his opponent is stronger, so it's dangerous. But if there are two at the same time, he can make them collide. Martial arts without aura are nothing more than cheap tricks, and even if he calls it a secret technique, it would be nothing more than something difficult to deal with the first time someone saw it, and he, between themselves, and thus, he draws his sword, and the protagonist runs from the one he was fighting, going towards the other, grabbing him and throwing him to the ground. And Demon doesn't understand anything, nor does the other one. And the protagonist asks for all of them to go and get him. Two of them aim at Prota, but as they try to hit him, one ends up hitting the other, losing their chance to attack. And Prota says that now he will take action, attacking them and managing to knock both of them out at the same time. But then, Damon shouts to Lon, telling him that there is something behind him. When he turns around, it's the leader of the guard standing right behind him. He thinks there's not much he can do, but the guard leader grabs the boy's hand, seizing his collar and preventing him from doing anything. But just then, a demonic attack comes towards the two of them, and both are hit, unable to do much about it. Then the Count is happy about this, but in the midst of that demonic fire, Prota's sword loses its sacred protection. He thinks that the power, sacred power that Demon infused is neutralizing the black magic, and if it weren't for that, he would have been burned to ashes. But then, he notices that the leader of the guards ended up being burned, and realizes that he planned to get rid of him, along with his knight, thinking that the Count is a real scumbag. And the Count speaks to him, the one who wasn't hit by the attack, and who, the rank that's forcing him to use that artifact is, indeed, extremely irritating. The protagonist, looking ahead, is horrified to see that Karen has been captured and is in a very dangerous situation, so he becomes desperate to save her, cursing the Count, but then the Count orders him to stop, squeezing his face harder and harder, while saying that he wants to propose a deal, and if he accepts, he won't lay another finger on that girl. The protagonist replies that he doesn't think the Count is in a position to be offering deals, but then the Count says that he's brave and likes that. He's would make it easy to counterattack once those moves were read, and he questions whether the boy thinks an orthodox swordsman like Lee would fall for such mediocre tricks. Then he asks what the ghost intends to do, skilled for someone his age, and is also more worthy than those mercenaries, so he'll give him a chance, ordering the protagonist to join him and finish off those mercenaries and the church's dog. Then he will spare her life and ensure her success. But if the protagonist refuses, he will end that woman's life right then and there, asking what his answer is, and if this isn't and the protagonist is a little indecisive. But Eli is surprised, as he thought he would refuse without a second thought, telling him to stop pretending to consider it, saying that it is very difficult to know what he is planning, because lying and pretending to accept the offer to make him lower his guard won't work, because, firstly, his skill with Miraik is something to be desired, and he will certainly notice when he positions himself to activate it, and furthermore, he questions whether he thinks the Count will fall for it, since, as a high-ranking black mage, he will bind him with a special oath, saying that it is dangerous. But then Lian asks what he should do, as Karen is in danger. He doesn't have time, and it was the only thing he could think of. But he starts arguing with himself right there in front of the Count, wondering if the kid is having a mental breakdown and freaking out. So, he tells him to calm down, and Prota asks how he could, since this is a serious dilemma. And then Sid says that he's forgetting something, which Prota doesn't even believe. At that moment, the Count realizes that the guys are on the roof, and Prota does too. The roof collapses, and they realize the ceiling has fallen in, and he thinks that she arrived just in time. Angela appears to save the day, and she looks at Prota as Daman says that she is late, and the two greet each other. Then, one of those monsters goes after Angela, and they tell her to be careful, but she just winds up a huge punch, throwing everyone into the air, finishing. He tells him that he must use his emotions, because a sword honed with effort over a long time is powerful. But now that his physical capabilities have increased to a Tesla, with the monsters very easily, and the Count is left absolutely terrified, asking who the hell she is, and she simply threatens him, and he becomes more and more angry because the situation things are looking up for them, and with the girl appearing out of nowhere, they defeat two of them very easily. And the protagonist says he thinks he knows why Angela volunteered to go alone, and that means that, despite her appearance, she is very strong, and Sid says that she directs the aura through her body and releases it through shock waves, and she does a good job explaining that if she makes a mistake, the power that is circulating through her body will wipe it out entirely. And, in addition to having a strong body, her spirit is extraordinary, and the protagonist is surprised that this technique was so dangerous. And Sid tells him to imagine concentrating Merc's aura on his body, instead of on a sword, and a large amount of aura equivalent to gunpowder. And if that much power is circulating inside your body, and you make a mistake, it would be horrible. Realizing that she is going to explode, he looks at her while Angela is under immense pressure. He says that using something like this in fights, without hesitation, He's surprised that there are still so many strong people in this world that he doesn't know about, and he won't lose either, becoming a little more motivated. Then the girl points to the Count, and he questions who she is, but she simply says that she is going to kill him. He gets angry, asking her how dare she, and retorts that he's going to kill her. But then she clenches her fists, preparing and going all out against him, getting close enough to almost hit him. However, he raises a barrier against the girl, stopping her attack, and the attack is halted by the barrier. And the Count starts talking, saying that no matter how many times she attacks, this formation is unbreakable. But the unbreakable formation begins to break under the girl's power. He trembles all over, asking, similar level. No other Lian would be able to defeat him. But he says that the boy really needs real battle experience, asking if there is anyone who would start a fight with him, how this is possible, and she hits him, with them realizing that the formation has finally been destroyed, and he is thrown far away. But then, they order him to surrender, speaking to what's left of Andre, Lobena, and he begin to grow afraid. At that moment, Damien comments that it's deplorable to watch him struggling in such a way, now that the knights controlled by his magic and the formation that was, the source of his magic are destroyed. But then, Lubena asks if he thinks he will surrender, and if he has already forgotten that he still has a hostage. Just then, Karen appears behind him and asks if he is talking about her, startling him. She declares that she will end this, piercing his back with her kunai with full force. He wonders what happened, asking what he had captured. Then he looks and sees that it's actually the coffin guardian, and the girl is free. He then asks Karen if she is all right, but she is still hurt, and he asks what happened. She replies that she really took a beating, but he didn't seem to want to kill her immediately. Then, while he was holding her hostage, she switched places with her, Shadow, and if it weren't for Angela, it would all be over for him. But then he asks her, desperately, if she's okay, and the girl finds it strange that he's worried about her, simply responding yes and asking if he is. But then, the protagonist asks her to step away, and she doesn't even want to argue, letting him do whatever he wants. And just then, the Count is on the floor, cursing everyone and calling them miserable, but the protagonist goes over there to steal the kill, pointing the sword at his head, and simply asking him to surrender immediately. Then the Count starts laughing at him, saying that he still has an ace up his sleeve, showing the finger that is missing. But then, the protagonist thinks that the ring on that finger still contained an artifact, but in fact there is no ring there, as he is missing the finger, so he finds this strange. Then Karen shows him the with him. He even thinks about some tough guys, but the boy says that this isn't a slum, and there's no way the academy has people like that. Then, he asks if he acts like that too, but ring in her hand, asking if he's talking about that, saying that she can't allow a villain to possess something so expensive, thanking him, because she's going to make very good use of it, and he's left completely. Desperate, he says that he will turn each of them into dust. But then, Lupe appears there, telling him to just give up, because it's time to pay for his sins, and Lubena is terrified. Seeing that shadow, both Lope and Roman appear in front of him, and then, Lope begins to activate his blood claw, ordering him to surrender. But then, Conde starts laughing, asking about surrendering, saying that everything is fine with him as he holds up that black crystal that he had ordered, and everyone is surprised. Then he remembers when that merchant gave him that black quartz. Then he begins to prepare to eat it, throwing it down with everything, and Proda is surprised that he swallowed the quartz. Then, the Count begins to emanate more and more demonic power, transforming fully into a demon, and the quartz ends up lodged in his throat. Everyone there is affected by the sound that comes out of that monster's mouth, and their ears are ringing, hurting. Then, he finally completes his transformation, and Lup says that this is impossible with this method, as it is one of the 3 sacred bloodlines of the Nosferatus, the nobility of vampires who can control the sound. Then, Conde gains 2 wings, while Lupe asks if this is the power of the Elizabeth clan. Conde changes completely, transforming into another person entirely. He asks if they foresee how much he prepared for this, saying that he discovered the power of the Nosferatus bloodline and made it his own, and now, the only thing left is their death. But at that moment, everyone there starts to sow, shaking, questioning what is happening and why they are shaking, and everyone wonders if they are scared. And the protagonist says that the presence of his aura is getting stronger and more difficult to breathe around. They say that he's been holding out for a good while, since everyone but him was defeated with a single attack. They wonder if it's because they have the same name, saying that, although Lian is more, he says that's what he discussed with the guy from yesterday. However, someone appears who looks for a fight, asking if the boy is the commoner called Lian and is already with some guys who appear to be breathe. And so, Conde says that he held back because the preparations had not been completed, but they forced him to act, and from that moment on, he will be the king of that night sky, and that, the territory is yours. And he says that the last moments of everyone there will also be his, and he will drain all their blood and turn it into provisions for his new life as a vampire. Everyone there, he is trembling with fear, and they notice that the moon is being painted with blood. Tepes says that it is a blood moon, and the blood moon will transform everything its light touches into a formation, placing everything under his control. It is the power that symbolizes the vampires who rule all others. But then Angela gets in front of him, and the Count finds this strange. She hits him with a punch, and everyone is happy because it is the fist that broke the formation. But this time, that fist barely manages to touch him. The Count stands there saying that this is pathetic, grabbing the girl's head and using his magic on her, attacking her on the ground while she's already groggy. Demian shouts, "Angela!" But then the Count says that now it's his turn, and the protagonist notices that there's blood all around them, and so Tepes stays, desperate, shouting at everyone and telling them to run. Then, everyone is struck by a huge lightning bolt from the sky, leaving them collapsed on the ground, and Karen is one of the ones who manages to resist, asking what happened. And then, the protagonist, who is on top of her, asks if she is okay, saying he protected her and that it's a good thing he managed to save her, but she curses at him, asking what he will do if he gets hurt, but he says he needs to ask her a favor, asking her to take Tepes and Roman and go as far away as possible. She questions what he is saying, because in no way, asking what he's going to do alone, and the protagonist then looks at her, very determined, and she senses this, saying that she is fine, but tells Lian that if he dies, she will kill him, asking, cheating of any kind. He assumes the brooch on their uniform indicates they belong to a noble clan. Then, they question how Mero Plebeo managed to come in second place, saying, if he understood, and he simply agrees with her. And, after all that destruction, Conde is left wondering how beautiful it all is. He uses the black quartz to transform into a vampire. It was a success, and the power of life gathered over decades resides within him, the vampire king who vanished 300 years ago. And this body marks the beginning. But then, he notices someone stirring, asking if anyone's there. It's the protagonist, sacred sword in hand. He declares to the Count that he will be his opponent. The Count tells him to stop bluffing, while admitting that he is persistent, asking what the boy intends to do, stating that there's nothing left for him to try. Behind the protagonist, he sees Karen evacuating everyone, and realizing this, he says that he is allowing his girlfriend to escape. Even if she succeeds, it's futile, because Lubina is in the palm of his hand, and no matter what they do, they won't be able to leave the city. At that moment, the protagonist starts spitting blood, and Lubina affirms that's right, commanding him to feel the pain, to despair and cry, because he will regret this, even in death. But the protagonist retorts that he's too noisy, asking if there's a rule that forces him to be a chatterbox to use black magic, even though he said he wanted to rest for a while. So he listened for a while, but the guy wouldn't shut up. Then, the Count asks what he's talking about, questioning the protagonist about saying he wanted to rest for a while, cursing at him, and creating a Rasengan on top of him, saying that the boy is testing the megist limit of his patience. Damon then notices that there's too much power concentrated there, thinking that if that thing lands, it's going to be a disaster. And so the protagonist thinks that Sionner has gone far enough, but he can't feel his aura, which is great. So, he starts activating Merak, and thinks that this crazy guy is very stupid, because his ace in the hole was vampirization. So, the protagonist tells Lubena to get ready, that he is extremely arrogant, and insists he must have used some trick that even fooled the instructor, but they loudly proclaim that they won't be deceived. And so, F is invoking the light of the sacred sword, and Lubena, seeing that, is faced with that enormous flash and begins to burn. And everyone there is surprised, because that vampiric power is extinguished by the light of the Prota. They notice that his wound is healing, and even Demon himself finds this strange. Looking ahead, he thinks it can't be, because that is the light of a holy sword, and the Prota is completely healed because of it. And the Count, almost dead, starts screaming, lying on the ground, unable to do much, writhing from one side to the other, with only the stumps of his wings remaining. Asks if he heard him say that he gave up being human to obtain an impure power. It's a fitting word for him, and the holy sword light is 2 or 3 times more fatal to worms like him. Furthermore, vampires don't just rely on the potency of their power, but also on the experience with strange powers that they gain throughout their lives. The ability to know how to use them is what makes them irritating. But Perota says that Lubena doesn't have any of those things, confirming that it's something like that, because since he suddenly became a vampire, he can't control it. He regains his powers, and then he runs away from there. I know it's terrible, because he appears next to the protagonist looking about 100 times uglier than he already was. While the boy isn't expecting it, and he ends up biting Lian right on the shoulder, and Sid becomes desperate because of it. Meanwhile, far away, Teps tells Karen that he needs to kill Andre with his blood claw, but she says that no, asking if they want to die, since none of them are a match for that thing. He says that vampires will only get in Leon's way, and he will release them on the condition that they stay out of it. Then he frees them both, and Teps can't even believe that he can't do anything when his family's enemy was right in front of him, and he tells Roman that he is very pathetic. But, surprised that, even 300 years later, such jerks still exist. And Proto points out that if they have a problem with Hank, why don't they just complain to the instructor? And all three ask how. Then he notices it, because his power is reacting. And so Roman tells Teps about those powers, and he realizes that there is someone at that door, someone calling him, and so he thinks that his could be responding. So it must be someone from the family, a vampire. But then, Karen asks Teps to wait because if he goes inside, a bunch of vampires will come out, saying they don't want strange guys leaving from there. But then, he says that they will know if he comes in by opening that door and looking inside. Karen says she doesn't think there's anyone there. However, he asks if that person inside called out, and when the girl looks, she is horrified. And Teps too, seeing the remains of a vampire there. And seeing that thing, they notice that he seems to be dying. So, they notice that, moving, and he tries to speak. And so, Teps runs towards that thing, grabbing its hand. Then, upon touching it, they create a connection, and he sees the past of that thing, hand in hand with the Count, and it appears to be the daughter. And one day, he came to her with a liquid in a syringe, and she was tied up. He injected that liquid into her while smiling, and she transformed. Meanwhile, the Proto is being tossed around in the Count's hand, but then the sacred power begins to affect him. Proto heals as a result. He mentions that the solar attribute is reacting to it, thinking that it's finally over. Suddenly, the Count uses his sonic power to throw Proto away, causing him to explode in a burst of blood. The boy falls to the ground and begins to tremble all over from the force of that attack. He notices that the sound attack is affecting him too much, and he can't hear. He thinks that if he hadn't protected his head and neck with his aura a little earlier, he would have died from that bite or his head would have exploded. And Sid tells Lon that it was a good job, asking if he's okay, and he replies that he is, as he can see. And Sid says that, how a playboy dares to address them in that manner, questioning how they would even know what kind of trick he used, because a bastard who hasn't even sworn allegiance yet, ranking 9th, was already suspicious from the. This appearance is terrifying, and now he has gone crazy, with only his instincts remaining. However, he may be more dangerous than before. He can't use magic, but he can, using the abilities he awakened as a vampire, and warns the boy to be careful, but Lon says he's fine. However, ID says that Lon shouldn't underestimate him, emphasizing the authority of the three. Nosferatu bloodlines, Alashi, the blood, Elizabeth, the sound, and Strego, the shadow. Furthermore, the fact that Alaxia's authority doesn't work on him was confirmed during his fight against Teps. He blocked the Elizabeth family's authority, the Soundwave, with his aura, and the only attack left is the shadow ability of the Strego family. And so Proto thinks that the Count is hurt, but he also has already used about 80% of his aura. It's impossible for him to prolong this fight any longer, and he needs to end everything in one fell swoop. But Sid says the attack is weak, stating he's sure he reacted instinctively, and if he touches him, he will die, and he will not let him get any closer. But at that moment, Neon says he knows, but he still has to do it anyway, and Sid confirms. And the boy departs, with everything on the line as the Count begins to prepare to attack him, using a blood attack. But he goes all out, using only his aura to deflect it, and declares that blood attacks won't work on him. Then, he starts using shadows against the boy, and the shadows engulf the protagonist, cutting him in several places. But the protagonist resists and continues to advance, and he notices that the Count can materialize the shadows, and they don't react to the sunlight. But he doesn't care about that, because if they are talking about shadow techniques, he has fought extensively with shadow techniques before. Karen, charging towards that thing, and he realizes that if he makes any mistake with his vision or his steps, he will die, so he will focus all his remaining energy on physical enhancements and descend. Start. But then, they claim he's finally revealed his true colors, asking which family is backing him. And Proto realizes they really aren't listening to him, but he ends up noticing that, within, and he empowers himself completely with the solar energy, while the Count tries to do something, but the protagonist manages to cut him in half, but it's not enough to finish him off and part of his body. Is it still going? Then the Count starts talking, but the Prota thinks that even though he cut him with the sacred sword, he's still alive, and so the Count casts shadows and blood everywhere, who is getting desperate, and the Prota is very affected by this. Then the Count turns into an egg hovering above everyone, and the Prota, seeing this, is horrified, as is everyone watching from outside. The question is, why is everyone there? They notice that the moon is red with blood, and say they heard an explosion coming from the castle, asking what's going on. Then, one of the Count's shadows catches them and begins to eat the residents, grabbing them and latching onto their necks. And the demon himself also suffers from this. He notices that it's sucking his blood, and in fact, it removed their shadows and restricted their movements with them, and so he controls the shadows of the entire area. Then, the demon notices that egg up there and realizes that it's sucking blood from everyone in the city, wondering if he intends to revert to his vampire state. And they observe that he is desperate to recover from the damage he sustained, and even the Vampire Foundation was aware of the dangers of this accelerated ability. So they say that for an incomplete vampire, they are certain the side effects will be immense. And Sid says, it's a forbidden technique that was caused by his survival instinct, and if he extends it everywhere, the people in this city will disappear without a trace. And the protagonist is surprised that this is the second coming of the city's devouring. Then several of those things come at him, but he manages to escape from them, but the monsters don't stop until they seize him, so he despairs there. They probably had no intention of talking, because to them, he's just an annoying weed they want to pluck out. And then another boy shows up, telling them to stop. Meanwhile, the Count inside begins to regenerate. He says that his body is being remade, and soon they will all become a sacrifice for his resurrection. And that situation continues. Increasingly, everything fades to black, and the protagonist thinks he can't move, using the last of his time to protect his body. But it's only a temporary measure, as he's lost too much blood and doesn't have not even the energy to move, much less gather aura. Just then, someone cries out for help, and he hears everyone begging for the hero's help. He realizes he has to do it, because this is the reason he decided to become a hero, to save those who are suffering. And with that resolve, he breaks free from those shadows. The Count, seeing this from within the darkness, remarks that the protagonist is truly irritating, declaring he will concentrate all his power on the boy, ordering the protagonist to die. But then, he remembers Karen talking to him, saying that if he dies, she will kill him, and with that thought, he realizes he's screwed if he dies using the Sword of the Seven Stars. What a moron. And with that, he charges towards the Count, appearing right in front of him, ready to cut him down. And so, he speaks. In his little life, he declares that this marks the end of the evil Luben, and with that, he uses Marak on the vampire, finishing him off in one swift strike, splitting him in half and tearing out everything that Luben possessed. To lose, and upon seeing this, he remembers his daughter and how she watched him receive it. He is happy that she has been waiting for him all this time. Then, she asks if he will play with her, and he confirms that he will, until he picks up the girl in his arms, and they begin to be happy. But then, after some time passes, he arrives at his house and finds his daughter lying on the floor, covered in blood, and he rushes to Elia, asking her to wait for him, saying that he will save her and that he will fix her condition. And, during a rainy night, he is desperate because the incurable disease that infected his. Don't be sad, because even though they are commoners, they're all students at the same academy. However, the Phantom notices that this boy is being insincere. Then, he speaks to the protagonist. Wife also infected his daughter, and even he, a high-level mage, cannot find a cure for it. He has used all known methods and thinks that he cannot lose his daughter as well. And even though, if he has to sell his soul, he'll do anything. But, while contemplating selling his soul, he finds his answer by invoking the power of demons, thinking that if it's black magic, he will. So, all the guards go and capture people in the favela, and they slowly begin the experiments. Then, Lubina believes she has found the cure, and the butler says that he has finally found the cure, and Lubina says that black quartz is the key, and he will amplify the vampiric power he gathered with the black quartz and seize the power of the vampires that he so craved. The butler says he is happy because with this, he can cure Leah's illness, but he didn't even remember Leah anymore. Looking at the butler and asking if there was anything like that at the moment, he is dying in front of the protagonist, falling apart. And so he finally remembers his daughter when Teps arrives next to that little bone, saying that she was waiting for him, saying, "That's what she said," as she handed him the bone. Then, he remembers what he did to his own daughter, transforming her into a monster, and she has been imprisoned ever since. And he wonders if he had forgotten that, because he was blinded by power, and his main objective was ultimately forgotten. Then, he realizes it was all for his daughter, and starts crying for Leah. My friend, I don't. I remember feeling this way, you know? I haven't felt like this since Fullmetal Alchemist. Man, my friend. This part was really sad. I'm going to stop here, because I'm not good with this kind of thing. No, I'm not good. With this sort of thing, no. That he can accept the punishment that they, the nobles, are about to bestow upon him with dignity, asking Lian if he doesn't agree, and the others say that's exactly what Lord Almont said, agreeing with all the nonsense that the boy is spouting. And so, the Phantom asks if he is the leader of the group, noting that he must be part of some great family as well. Almont says, beautiful, both names are similar. A detail written in the footnote is that the protagonist is Lian, and the other is Lian. But as Lian continues to attack Lian, his sword goes flying again. They notice that he is the second son of the Bourmont family, and that he has always been second in the physical exam. He must be extremely irritated that he stole second place from him, because he can't. Not even for him to compare himself to Lian. And the ghost notes that the characteristic of nobles acting against the weak, and the weak against nobles, is truly always the same. And Almont stands in front of the protagonist, saying that he regrets that their first meeting happened this way, and tells Lian that he may feel wronged by it, but they simply cannot accept it. And he waits for him to keep his promise, and raises his left hand to the boy. Then, he says he wants to hear the proposal first, and everyone thinks this is arrogance, but Almont tells them to shut up, while he gets irritated with the boy asking what he thinks about doing some fights under the supervision of an instructor, and the protagonist notes that this is how it's going to be, while the boy is completely convinced. But he says that it may seem like he made a grand offer by bringing an instructor, but he is clearly at a disadvantage in this proposal, since the fact that he cannot use aura is not included in the conditions. Almont means he's going to use his aura against him, just like he did with the other three. So, he figures that if he raises any objections, they'll try to coerce him by accusing him of cheating the instructor, and if he refuses the duel himself, they'll obviously try to defame him in some other way. But then he looks back and sees Lian standing there. He thinks that if it were Lian is sure that Lian would be able to get him out of this situation, but then he gets angry with himself and stops considering it, because receiving help from his rival would be a greater humiliation and stronger than their provocation. So, he agrees with those idiots, and Elmas questions whether he's really going to accept this proposal, and the boy says yes, but says that, in return, Instructor Helmut's will. The boy lost once again, and is already completely defeated in the corner, and he thinks that it has been 3 years since Lanfur left, and he couldn't surpass him, no matter how much he supervised the fight, and it's only one person per day. He makes them promise that they will never question his abilities if he wins, and he says that Elm can. Sure to accept this. Then he pauses to think and realizes that he is choosing Helmond, the Academy's demonic instructor. He then realizes that if Helmond is the supervisor, then any trick with him is impossible. He agrees, saying that he accepts the boy's conditions, as it doesn't matter who supervises the fight, since the only thing that slightly disappoints him is not being able to beat him to his heart's content. Elon remembers the look on that bastard's face, because he never expected to gain real battle experience in this way. And the ghost says that, in terms of result, this is great. But then he asks what else Sid thinks, questioning whether he can defeat him without using aura. He says he doesn't think so, since he's never fought someone who can use aura before. But then he is surprised by what the boy is saying and wonders if he should show Leonard the easier methods. Soon after, the boy becomes defensive, asking what the ghost is talking about. After all, the last time he came up with ideas like these, he received a shock that was somewhat traumatizing. So, the ghost soon sets his finger down, saying that this method should be the easiest, and shows the boy a selection window. So, they say his title is Hero Who Still Can't Use Aura, and his level is at 18, with strength at 119, stamina at 124, agility at 115, and 0 aura. And his skills are Basic Sword Mastery at maximum level, Roderick's Vision at level 1, and Martial Exoskeleton, Stage 1. And the boy is surprised to see that, and asks what it is. He asks what else it could be, as in, what he is capable of doing now. And these statistics are from that. Trained. And although their names are spelled the same, Lian is different from him in every aspect, as the boy has more beauty, more skill, and is also much more liked by the other girls. Elmond Brat. and his title is Brat Who Is Blinded by an Inferiority Complex, with level 15, Strength 97, Stamina 89, Agility 82, and Aura 63. Other than that, the skills are Mastery with. The basic sword is at level 6, Fencing Vision is at level 1 with no information, and Beginner Aura User is at level 3. Then, the ghost says that he wrote this based on his own standards, so it's not very objective, and the boy is very surprised because that brat Almonds is that weak. Speaking of which, if he is the second son of a Count's family, he probably consumed all kinds of elixirs and must have undergone rigorous training to become stronger. But the ghost says that even if someone has a ton of elixir, if they don't digest it properly, then they just become normal, nutritious food. And his training probably can't be considered the same as what the kid went through. They may think that if he doesn't use aura, the limit of his physical abilities is like a 99-point ranker, but he can overcome that limit with everything the boy has already been through and done, all with your help and his own work, and says that, even without an aura, he is capable of facing those fools. And the next Jay says that he won't lose in terms of physical ability, saying that it's okay, because it's just like he said, and thinks that from now on, he will aim for the top and not the bottom, thinking that there's no way he can lose to someone like Elman's, but he gets angry, asking the ghost why. If the title is like that, and since he still can't use aura, he says that if he doesn't like it, he should get stronger. And so, a while later, the boy gets all prepared to go for the duel, but the teacher goes to him and calls the boy over. Then he notices that, apparently, the boy has changed a lot in a month and says that he would even stop him if he was acting recklessly. He says that his appearance and personality are straight out of a fairy tale protagonist, and the story that he is a commoner is probably a lie. He should have been in the noble class. But it seems he doesn't need to do that, asking if that's not right, Lian. He says he's not sure what the teacher is talking about, but then thinks that the teacher is just pretending, ignorance, telling him to just do his best, and says that he's telling him to teach those idiots who are questioning his boy a lesson. Understand? And Lian understands perfectly what the teacher is saying, and the two enter close to the arena. Upon exiting, the boy notices that there are a lot of people around, and one of those jerks calls him out, asking how he, the mere playboy, dares to make them wait, and says he's acting like the rules don't apply to him. Lian ignores what the kid is saying, telling the instructor that he will start now. He agrees. So, he announces that Jeff and Lian will have a duel. The two will be putting their name and honor on the line in that match, with him as a witness. He then speaks with Jeff, questioning what he wants from this match, and he declares that he wants this playboy to admit his own crimes. So, the teacher asks Lian what he wants from this match, and he replies that he wants this dispute to be the last time Jeff disturbed him, and the teacher understood, telling the two of them to step forward, and the protagonist holds his sword in front of the boy. The instructor tells them to get into position, and from the audience, some people ask if you can't cut another person with a wooden sword if they have an aura, saying that this is definitely disadvantageous for Lun, who cannot use an aura. And the ghost asks Lenando if he wants to see that boy's status, but he says no, stating that it's okay, because no matter how strong he is, he's still just a subordinate of Elmond, and it's not worth him borrowing Elid's power for someone like that. Then the boy goes all out against the protagonist, jumping and leaving several openings, and Lian thinks it's a Maguini, Ronaldo Ranish, João Victor Medina, and Felipe Novat, who are supporting us at the Cultivator Hank Ray level, and also our Celestial rank supporters, Paulo Ricardo Duarte, Walter Santos, wonders why he's doing this in the commoner class, wondering if it's really that fun to get in his way. But Lian goes to him, extending his hand and asking if he's okay. Diagonal strike that cuts from the top right corner to the bottom left corner, and since it's such an obvious move, he expects it to be a feint, but laughs. It turns out it isn't. It's a setup. The kid actually does what he's been telegraphing for hours, and Lon is left wondering why the guy is so slow on the uptake. Then Lian breezes past him, hitting the boy and ending the situation. Battle in a single attack at an absurd speed. Both the professor and the others who were going to fight him, as well as Lan and Chloe, are astonished, and Jeff, who just received that blow, faints on his feet. Then Lian wonders what's wrong with him, and when he looks back, the boy falls stiffly to the ground, making Lon question if it ended that quickly, and the boy on the floor starts telling him not to think that he won just with that lucky shot, getting up shaking like a leaf, saying that he just made a mistake and challenging Lian to fight again, demanding that he fight one more time. But Helmut tells Jeff that he lost and won't allow any unsportsmanlike behavior, so Proto agrees, leaving both Jeff and the professor surprised, and the boy. He starts laughing, saying that for a commoner, Lian certainly knows his place, and in exchange for that, he won't go easy on him. So, the ghost speaks to Lian, telling him not to break up with an attack this time. Then, the teacher instructs them to begin. The ghost mentions that it's his first time using his vision in a real battle, and seeing as how Lian offered to be his battle partner for training, he should know that finishing him off with a single blow just now was only him being merciful to Jeff. The boy agrees with the ghost, now ready to enjoy the battle a bit more. Once again, Jeff rushes towards Lian, throwing himself into the air and completely telegraphing his attack. The protagonist calmly stops those attacks and begins to observe him. Well, man, this blonde guy is a little weird, you guys. Look, I'm almost 20 hours into the Hero of the Shield. That trap over there fooled me, but you won't fool me. No way. With his vision, noticing that he is so slow that he can see the movements of his arms, legs, and even his pupils, allowing him to fully anticipate his next move. Seeing this, the ghost realizes that because he has deciphered his initial movements, he will be able to predict his next actions. And so, the protagonist calmly defends against yet another attack. However, this time, a strand of his hair is cut off. Then he notices that the boy has begun using his aura, but he can still read his movements. And so, Jeff orders him to do his best to evade those attacks. The ghost is surprised, thinking that the idiot would so recklessly launch consecutive attacks against the opponent he was on the verge of losing to. He also notes that the boy doesn't know how to manage his stamina during the battle, revealing his amateur status. So, the protagonist realizes that even enhancing physical abilities with aura has its limitations. Then the boy begins to tremble, as he can't endure it any longer. Spotting an opening, he throws his sword with all his might at the kid's leg, hitting his thigh. The kid definitely feels it and jumps back to, brings him down due to the pain and starts saying that he is a fool, but he is the one who is wobbling and shaking, saying that he should have finished him off now, because he won't be able to defeat him with. However, the protagonist goes after him, going against what the boy is saying, hitting him in several parts of his body, and so Fat asks him what he thinks, and says it's, like he said, if he wants to use his vision in training, a moving target is best. And then Jeff starts saying that he gives up, on the ground, completely beaten, and once again gives the victory to Lon, raising his hand, and Chloe is all happy, while the others shake with anger and fear. And later that night, everyone is talking about Leon's duel and Elmont's pep talk, saying, "You won't fool me, no way. I can feel it right here, see? It's hovering in the air. There's something going on, okay? There's something fishy about that guy." While he goes to help Leon is just giggling like an idiot, that they didn't know that Leon could fight so well, and say that he started to challenge each of them, starting with Jeff. And everyone lost, and had to be sent to the infirmary, and the only one who, all that remained, was Elmond himself. But they don't believe Elmond would lose to the kid either. At this, the one-eyed ghost himself thinks they are far too easy opponents. They were, using such beautiful swordsmanship, yet completely devoid of soul. He can barely believe they're at that level, despite using aura. He says he's sure that this day will be a little different. After all, Elmond's time has finally come, and the ghost tells him that it's important not to let his guard down. And, standing face to face, Elmond exudes aura, and the ghost realizes that it seems he stopped being pretentious, and Leon is the exception. He says that Elmond uses aura and is physically stronger than him, and there was already something in the status window that Sid showed him, Gigrema's vision, and he was only at level 1, and it shouldn't be very powerful, but unknown techniques are very frightening to him. He's really looking at the boy with hatred. Leon thinks he has the chance that he won't be able to see through it, even with Roderick's vision. And Monty starts saying that he didn't think his turn would actually come, and the boy asks if that's really the case, because he already knew this would happen, and Monty gets increasingly pissed off at the kid's arrogance, and Lon thinks that he will be the perfect training opponent for the duel against Lian, and realizes that, even though he has great physical abilities, even without aura, he is weaker if aura is taken into consideration, and if he's at the level where he can imbue aura into his sword, then it will be dangerous even if he blocks his attacks with a wooden sword, and he wonders if, in that case, he should avoid a direct fight and try to provoke him first. Then the teacher, he says that if only he were a piece of crap, things would be easier, and the boy just lets it go, raising his hand, wanting Leon's help, but then someone else arrives screaming, and Leon shouts, telling them to start, but at the exact moment the teacher finishes speaking, an attack passes close to the boy's ear, almost tearing it off, but taking away some hair, and so, he notices that it's the sword energy that erupted from the tip of Elmont's sword as he extended it toward the boy, and Leon soon begins to imagine that he might not make it. face him, as the difference in speed between them is quite gigantic, and Elmont becomes increasingly serious. Lian thinks that he is still a direct descendant of a Count family, Count, even if he's useless, so he must have something going for him. And Elmont becomes convinced, saying that it's no wonder they lost, because he would have trampled them if he was just an arrogant commoner. But the story is different. If he's someone worth recruiting, and if he considers joining him right now, he can forget the trivial matters between them and accept him on his side. But Lian opposes him, showing not with words, but with actions, attacking while he's talking too much. And he almost hits Elmont in the face, who he has to fight with everything he has, but still gets cut on the cheek, which makes him angry because he thinks the boy is arrogant just for acquiring some useless skills. Then Lian asks if that's the case, but the ghost, upon hearing that his skills are useless, gets furious and tells Lian that the weak little shit just called his technique useless, and he looks like he wants a little revenge for sure. And he mentions a saying that rivers and mountains change in 10 years, but after 300 years he's being ridiculed by a brat who still wets the bed. Then he notices a very threatening feeling. He speaks to Lian, asking if he sees the kid with the white teeth. Lian says yes, adding that the worst insult gets all shy with the arrival of that girl, with her rather flashy heels. And Lian gets up alone, telling Lian to leave him alone, and then he takes off. And so the girl asks Lian to, a teacher can receive, is to be reprimanded by a student. And if his teeth remain safe in that mouth until the test is over, Lian himself will be the one punished. So he figures that 1 or 2 teeth won't be enough, and says he's going to pull out as many as possible to satisfy that crazy guy. He then becomes completely focused, and noticing the kid acting like that, he questions what kind of vigor that is, and goes all out against him, forcing him to defend himself from that barrage of attacks. Then they notice that Elmont is being pushed back, and Lian says no, stating that Lian is on the offensive, but Elmont hasn't been thrown out yet, and Lian starts to wonder if he's pushing himself too hard, because if it weren't for the aura, everything would be easier. Lian thinks that if things continue like this, Lian will be stuck in a battle of attrition. Then, Elm calls him persistent and tells him to stop with that inconvenient last stand and just end up on the floor. But Lian tells him to look who's talking and thinks he will compensate for his lack of strength and speed with his Roderick vision to anticipate his opponent's actions. And if he can see that a little faster, and he'll be able to compensate for his inferiority, he needs to be much more accurate, faster, and more comprehensive until the opponent in front of him looks like, which is moving underwater. Then, he attacks the boy again, only to be pushed back. However, it's still working, and Elm becomes increasingly irritated because he can't even use aura, and the teacher thinks, I didn't sense any aura from Lian, and despite that, he can't believe Lian managed to push Elmont back so much. So, he says, who can't believe he's being forced to use this against the boy? And Lian realizes what it is, noticing that he's using arcane fencing, and he wonders if it will be a stab. Wait, saying that she heard everything. Then she says that he started a fight with Lian again, and asks why he keeps trying to fight him, even though he knows he's going to lose. And so Lian speaks with, cut, or even if he's going to throw the sword. He thinks he can't waste a single second, activating that otherworldly vision again, but Elm ends up attacking with everything he has. On top of him, Lian notices that Elmont is using stab, and thinks he can dodge it. He actually moves out of the way when Elmont throws his sword, but to his surprise, Elmont manages to almost hit him by turning his neck, almost hitting him, and he notices that the stab was just a feint and that the technique assumes that his opponent will dodge. Then he feels the secret technique, bourbon blow, and he is happy with that. The protagonist realizes that Elmont is going to land a direct blow to his chest, and even if he tries to dodge as much as possible, it will hit his ribs. He won't be able to fight with broken ribs. He can see the sword's trajectory with his vision, but he cannot dodge it. He's going to get hit and he's going to lose. But as he thinks about losing, he activates everything within him, his being, forcing his body to move in every way possible. Then he digs his foot into the ground so hard that he breaks his stance and manages to jump over the attack. Elmont can't believe what the protagonist did, coming down with everything, hitting his shoulder and breaking that part of his body, and with his arm already limp, Lian ends up going behind him, and when he turns around, they realize that he only hit the left arm, and since it's one arm against two, that's a clear disadvantage. But Lian tells him to forget about his injured arm, because he's sure that the shock of the family's scribe, his failure, being exposed, is much more dangerous. And they think it's not over yet, because after that, he will take advantage of having two hands for a frontal attack. and when he does that, the durability of the wooden sword will reach its limit due to his aura-infused attacks, and if he manages to break his sword, even if he only has one arm, M thinks he will succeed in. Chloe tries to explain what happened, but she gets scared when she notices Leon's hand is bleeding and grabs it. He blushes intensely at this slightly over-the-top interaction. And, winning, he says that he had been dancing in the palm of his hand all this time, attacking from top to bottom, but Leon will attack the base of the boy's hand, removing the sword from his hand, so Mult can't even see what's happening. However, Leon doesn't stop there, hitting him with everything he's got, and, this time, knocking out some of the boy's teeth. And when the teeth go flying, everyone is happy and cheering, just like Chloe, and the professor finally declares Leon the victor, while Elmond is lying on the floor, sporting a few good gaps in his mouth. And a while later, the Phantom is all happy, saying that he did a great job, because, since he was defeated by such a useless technique, he is sure that, from now on, he will choose his words more carefully. And the protagonist wonders if his personality will improve after being defeated only once. Because, since they swore an oath regarding the winner of the duel, everything should be fine, since they are at the academy. But the Phantom thinks that, on the contrary, he should be very surprised, and the protagonist understands perfectly. And the Phantom says that he has just unlocked acceleration, and he's progressing much faster than even Phantom anticipated. Proto questions this acceleration, but in the meantime, Helmet is picking up the boy's teeth from the floor, noticing that there are 3 of them. Lon definitely knocked out quite a few, and now in the corridors, Proto asks Phantom about the acceleration, inquiring if he's referring to what he did when he dodged Elmond's arcane swordsmanship. Then, Phantom asks if he's aware that there are times when the body moves slower than consciousness, and he explains that this moment occurs especially during acceleration, where a reflex can be faster than consciousness, and has nothing to do with current speed. He then says that, in this case, she offers to take care of it, and asks to see his hand, but he insists he's fine, and she says she wants to disinfect it first. However, he yells, saying it's none of her. Asks how he thinks the swords of trained swordsmen move so fast. The boy guesses it's because they've learned to use aura. He says he's only partially correct, and if he doesn't use the aura, his body won't be able to withstand its power. So, normally, some people only learn to use acceleration after they've learned to use aura. But he used acceleration even before starting to use aura, and he only used it on his legs. And even though it was an incomplete execution, it's already quite impressive, because it means he instinctively exceeded his limits with willpower. But the boy ends up remembering what Proto had said, asking if he didn't say that his body wouldn't be able to handle the force, but he's perfectly fine, and wonders if it's because the execution was incomplete. He says it's something like that, because if he had used it on his whole body, and not just his legs, his insides would have turned inside out. And so Proto notes that it's a very dangerous situation, but he says that it must almost be time, telling him that he should take care of his body for now. Then Lon asks what he's talking about, and what time he means. But the answer comes even before the ghost can say anything. Energy begins to emanate from his legs, tearing them apart, and the boy falls to the ground, groaning. Then, the ghost asks what else he expected it to be. Because, of course, it would be muscle pain, and he should be grateful that he's only experiencing this after using acceleration. He's told not to use it again until he has learned the right timing, because he's really going to die the next time he uses it. And the boy himself, aware of his condition, thinks he knows this too. A while later, he's walking down the halls, and everyone is gossiping about him. Leon is very uncomfortable with this situation. Some are starting a rumor that he was exploited by a respected family and fed elixirs, while others say, business, telling her not to worry about him. Seriously, no matter how shy you are, no matter how awkward you are, don't do that, people, just don't. I'm going to scream, that he's actually hiding his true identity, and is a secret weapon that the palace has been carefully guarding. Still, others claim to have heard that he learned about grimoires from a swordsman, unknown, and everyone is gossiping because he beat up those 4, and he says it seems like those guys spread rumors like wildfire, and the ghost thinks they will appear with all kinds of excuses for losing, asking what happened to the nobles' pride. And he prepares to say that, as nobles, if they really had any pride, they wouldn't go running to him. And the ghost thinks that this is a very reasonable point, but then Leon looks ahead, noticing that Chloe is there, and she's going to talk to him. He is quite surprised that the girl is there, and the 2 of them go outside and sit on a bench. He asks how she is doing, since she should be in alchemy class right now, and asks if she is skipping class. And she calls him an idiot, asking why she would skip class. since the alchemy teacher is sick that day, so they don't have class at the moment. And she asks if he thinks she would skip class just to be able to find her, but she's happily saying that something has changed about Lian and questions what she's talking about. She responds that he has been avoiding talking directly to her, asking if that isn't true, then says that he has been fighting nobles consecutively, seemingly out of nowhere, and asks if he knows how worried she and Lian are about him. So, the boy looks a little crestfallen, wondering how much time has passed, because for him to talk to her in such a comfortable and open way, that must be it. And now he thinks he knows what it is, how he feels about her, and how envious he was that Lian had stayed by her side. He says he was overwhelmed by his own inferiority complex, thinking he was nothing special. So, he says that, shy. Oh, come on, people, for God's sake, let's sit down and talk this through properly, okay? Now his hand is going to look all weird, he's going to catch a bunch of viruses, and it'll be full of pus before you know it. He hated this world, and felt his hard work wasn't being rewarded, and he blamed himself for it, until the sword came to him. Then, she says that, honestly, after all those fights, his name is on the list. The whole school is buzzing about it, and there are even rumors that he stumbled upon a magic sword and improved because of it. While the girl is rambling on, he starts crying next to her, and she gets a little nervous about it, not knowing what to do, and asking why he's suddenly crying, saying that's just what people are saying, and she thinks the magic sword part is a bit of a stretch. Too much, but he says, it's nothing about a magic sword, so she's surprised, and the protagonist thinks that, even though Sid speaks rudely and has a terrible personality, it was Sid who pulled him out of rock bottom. While he's having this self-reflection, the hero, who is way out in the boonies, is surprised because he had apologized since the atmosphere seemed good, but he questions why the status bar above the boy's head suddenly started to increase. Status bar on top of the boy's head started to advance. He says that even if it was just a little bit, it's still too much. So the protagonist thinks that if a hero is the one who saves the world, then the hero he saved is Elid, and precisely for that reason, he will become a hero as capable as the gift of the sacred sword, and exceed Elid's expectations. And the hero himself thinks he doesn't know what is happening there, because Riley himself was only talking to a girl, but he suddenly grew stronger, and he wonders if this is something that he, who has been perfect since birth, should know, but he thinks he doesn't care why. After all, he finally seems worthy of being cultivated now. I still think this sword has a villainous vibe to it, right? But let's leave it at that. Same, especially because Lian himself feels a chill regarding the sword's plans. And, at night, in his dorm, the boy lies down thinking, and begins to feel that he has really changed. And he remembers, and Daniel. Thank you so much to everyone who has been supporting the channel for so long, and to all of you who motivate me to keep releasing more and more videos every day. And you too, he should have just let the girl treat it. And Chloe obviously finds his reaction strange, while the boy walks away, and Lynn, who was watching from a distance, is disappointed in his friend, and walks away as a result. Chloe saying he looks a lot better now. He doesn't understand, but she says that it seems he is no longer nervous and can now look clearly ahead, and she says that he is looking like Lian, but there's still a difference, and she thinks it's like the difference between someone who looks up and someone who looks straight ahead. Then she turns to him, saying it would be nice if he could talk to her, Lian occasionally, and says that there is no one in his class who could be honest about his feelings and stand by his side. So, the protagonist says he will do what he can, but currently he is apologizing to Chloe because he doesn't think he can do it, adding that her next duel will be great, and he wants to win. Meanwhile, Lian keeps thinking about Leon, and a while later, the boy continues training hard until he breaks yet another sword. And the ghost says that the wooden sword wouldn't even last in perfect condition, and, besides the technique proficiency training, it is so powerful that it puts a lot of stress on the sword. And furthermore, a training sword is usually weaker than a real sword, so he has to be careful. But the protagonist thinks that if he struggled to succeed that one time because a trump card can only be shown once, since it's obvious that a genius like Leon would find a countermeasure if he used it repeatedly. He will overcome his techniques, read his thoughts, and finally defeat him. And Vanta will ask him if he saw Lean's status window a few days ago, which irritated him so much. And the protagonist was also really irritated because Lean's title in class is a swordsman who only has talent in his lineage, and his level is 25, with much greater strength along with the skills, with basic sword mastery at maximum level, intermediate sword mastery at level 5, Marcana swordsmanship at level 4, quick steps at level 2, intermediate aura use at level 1, and martial skeleton stage 2. In the afternoon, Leon continues to train hard, and he thinks to himself that if only he were blonde, or if he at least had family support, or if he had a master on the same level as that guy, or even if he had noble blood. He wonders if anything would have changed for him. Let me see that. Lian was very angry, because an intermediate aura user can use an energy sword, and can even manifest aura on their body. He's already stronger than even the instructors, and the ghost mentions that he's reached a level that talented knights wouldn't achieve until they were around 30 years old, emphasizing that he already he has surpassed that level, even without undergoing the coming-of-age ceremony. The protagonist believes that, despite being weaker in strength and speed, he possesses slightly more stamina, making him definitely a tough opponent, but not someone he can't defeat. Therefore, the ghost believes this is a good mindset and will provide him with as much guidance as possible, so he should use this as a foundation to prepare for and win his duel against El. Despite this, Lian remains quite calm and speaks with Elcid, inquiring about his plans to do after that, if he happens to lose against Lian. The ghost then states that he won't answer, and the boy asks why. He explains that this is a test for Lian himself, as he had mentioned from the start, that the trials he will endure will be tougher than simply having an opportunity. He says that this is very difficult for him at first. Then, the Phantom says that this fight could become the turning point in his life. If he beats Linha, then he will explain everything to him, and he will understand why he said that after the explanation. So the boy starts training again until sunset, and a while later, a downpour begins, and inside Linha's room, the butler is with him. He says that the results are above expectations. He says he already knew the others weren't that bad, like that, but he didn't think he would defeat Elmans himself. So he talks to Gilbert, noting that he apparently recognizes those results, remembering a time when Gilbert said that, but, while he trains, he ends up breaking his wooden sword with so much force as he strikes the training dummy. So, he reflects. He wasn't sure about his assessments going forward, and he asks if it has been 3 years, because for the right person, it's not a long time. And since he beat the second son of a Hong Count family with a body that cannot use aura, means he no longer needs to doubt his potential. But, he mentions receiving a message from Lian today, saying he's ready, and so, Gilbert, he's happy it finally happened, and Lian talks to himself, saying he'd like to ask him a favor. Then he thinks that he will beat Lian and definitely make him his knight. Besides that, he also thinks about Chloe. Meanwhile, Lian himself is walking through the halls and says it looks like someone in the heavens is preparing the fight for him, and the ghost says that the hero of the Holy Sword is putting the future at stake, and it certainly wouldn't be a surprise if the heavens were in turmoil. And so, the professor notices that Lian arrived at the right time. He says the day is calm, and that this is Lian's request, as it seems he wants to focus on the fight, unlike the other fights that happened there. And the ghost remembers that brat Elmont would want. Humiliating Lian in public during a fight makes him calmer about it, and the professor says that as long as there is no audience, there will only be one observer besides the witness. Then, ready, he asks who the observer is, and the ghost begins to understand everything. He questions whether Sid knows who it is. He says it's probably Chloe, which makes the boy even more nervous, asking, because it's her. And the ghost says he doesn't think Sid knows what's going on, since Lin thinks Sid likes her, and he probably intends to use this fight to push her toward him. And he says there are many cases where the king and his subordinate fight over a woman, and Lian remembers when the boy said that if he won this fight, he would become his subordinate. He gets that in the end, all he has is effort, he realizes, looking at the broken wooden sword in his hand. But he thinks that, in this irrational world, there are many barriers that can't be overcome with effort alone. Angry with Lin just for knowing that. Did he know? 3 friends, 2 men, and 1 woman. The chance of a love triangle forming is huge. Are you kidding me? You didn't see that coming because you are slow, isn't it? It just might be. And he thinks about the X1 match with Lian, remembering everything he's been through up until now, and how if he loses, he'll become Lian's subordinate. And that's a good enough reason for Chloe to become an observer, since Lian is drawing a clear line between who will be the leader and who will be led. It's a truly meticulous plan that Lian would execute, but he thinks this way of doing things disregards what Chloe and he feel, so he figures he already imagined this would happen. But Lian is really a high-class noble, someone who tries to manipulate the relationships and emotions of others. It's a political technique that doesn't treat others as equals, and he wonders if this is the way of a noble, saying that he is truly disgusted by it. While he is very angry, the ghost observes this, asking if he is angry, and the boy clearly affirms that he is, thinking he should never have done this, and he tells Lian. Therefore, while he is very angry, the ghost observes this, asking if he is angry, and the boy clearly affirms that he is, thinking he should never have done it, and he tells Lian that he will have to teach that fool a lesson. And when they come face to face, Lian points out that Liam is late, but the boy retorts that he is the one who is early and asks, "Where is the observer?" Because he heard they summoned someone, and he says that they must have a place where they can't see, because it wouldn't be fair if he made a mistake due to being distracted, and he says that this will become an excuse as well. Then the boy asks if he can start right now, but says that he has something to do beforehand. He ingests something. Then the protagonist asks, "What the hell is this that he just ate?" He explains that it's just a pill that suppresses his aura, and even though he said he wouldn't use his aura, it might unintentionally leak out. And if that happened, while he's outside training like a madman, he notices some movement inside the house, and he realizes, now that he thinks about it, that today is Lian's birthday, so he figures they must. All this fighting would be a disaster, and Lon feels that what he's saying actually makes sense, considering his current level. And so, he hands the boy a real sword, questioning if they must begin, and the two get into position. Then, Leon thinks that Lian is completely serious, unlike his normal self, and Leon keeps looking at him with a very different look, as he thinks that when it comes to concentration, he won't lose either. And so, the teacher tells them to begin. The two clash their swords, but Leon is thrown back by Lian, with just the strength of his sword, and the boy begins to shake from the impact. And Leon comes at him once again, pressing Leon back, and he begins to feel the weight of those blows, as he won't last even 30 seconds longer. 30 seconds if he continues to receive his attacks head-on. And Leon becomes more and more focused, and this time launches a different attack that zigzags in front of the boy, and Leon narrowly manages to stop it, and he thinks the sword even looks like a whip. He's on a completely different level compared to Elman's. Besides, he's already using Roderick's vision, but still can keep up with him. And Lon's image seems even more unclear than any other opponent he has faced up until now. So he thinks that he needs to calm down, because the incomplete parts of the image will be compensated by the experience that he has gained from the numerous times he has fought him before. However, even so, he remains under a lot of pressure, but he manages to stop the bow attacks from the boys. And so, Gilbert, looking at this, questions whether this is really a duel between students, and they realize that, while they are not using aura, their level of combat perception, their combat prowess can be even better than that of knights. And so the protagonist notices that Lian is strong and is truly a monster. Meanwhile, Lian wonders when Leon became so strong and be throwing a big party for the pride of the Royal Academy. But he throws his sword on the ground, wondering if he should just do his best until tomorrow, and remarks that he's already spent 3 years of his life there. Gilbert thinks this is incredible, because he knows how much of a genius his lord is. But even so, he didn't expect Leon to keep up with him. And so the boy continues throwing lashes at the protagonist notices that it's a double feint, but even so, he strains his vision even further, stating that he read the movements and can directly counterattack, and he receives a cut in the half of his chest, but manages to tear out some of Lian's hair. Following that, Lian himself is shocked, noticing that he's now missing part of his bangs, and therefore takes the fight more seriously, saying he was wondering why the attacks that came after the first weren't as powerful. But he realizes that the boy wanted to turn this into a battle of stamina from the beginning, and so, Leon still has plenty of stamina, and wonders if he fell for his opponent's plan. Then, the two stand face to face while maintaining a distance, and the protagonist remembers to get close to the enemy to drain their stamina and then slowly begin to turn the tide in his favor. And it's a tactic of attrition that doesn't allow him to make any mistakes, no matter how small. A strategy that certainly has nothing fantastical about it. And Leon, looking at Prota, thinks he can feel Prota's desire to win. No matter what it is, it seems like Leon needs to break that desire. First, because if he can't do that, then he will never submit. He takes this even more seriously, becoming increasingly focused. And Gilbert notices that Leon wants to use quick steps. He is using an arcane technique from the Imperial family right there. And Prota feels that pressure, realizing that this is a technique that utilizes muscles and blood flow. While he prepares, the boy remembers that all of this is to allow the user to exert strength beyond their natural limits. And even though it's not complete, since he's not using aura, Lian thinks that even half, so, just one more day, and he will achieve something. He starts rolling on the floor, wondering why he needs to give up. After all, if everything is decided at the beginning, then what would be the of his power would be enough. And Leon, seeing that, gets very nervous, because he had to push his vision to the maximum. and so he tries to get out of the way as Lian rushes past him with everything he's got. So he thinks it was too superficial, wondering if he dodged the attack, but then blood falls to the floor. He notices that these are quick blows, realizing how lethal they are, and he wonders if that brat really isn't using aura, but the ghost says that he actually didn't use any, and the professional feels a huge wave of fear and wonders if this is serious. He says that the human body is stronger and faster than he imagines, and although there are body-strengthening techniques that focus on speed, such as quick steps, there are also techniques that increase strength and the resistance, so he shouldn't try to judge what can be done based on his own common sense. While he is distracted talking to the ghost, he is almost hit by the boy. So, Liam asks if he dares to be distracted, questioning if he's really that calm, but he says he feels the same, since El is only using swordsmanship now. He thinks, calm? Not at all, because he's already at his limit for a long time. He believes he lost his rhythm because of Sid's sudden interruption, and he remembers the ghost telling him not to try to trifle with what can be achieved through common sense. It's his, but he thinks Sid didn't interrupt him, and he says there are about 5 or 6 steps left until he's out of the ring, and he's been pushing him until now, but still, he concentrates, and Gilbert notices that there was a sphere around Leonu, but he thinks that there shouldn't be a way to advance against Leonu's level of swift movements. Then the boy starts to, thinking that he believed he only had one chance to win, and that was to endure the attacks, and in order to protect the slight advantage he had in stamina, he waited for Lin to become exhausted through the arties, meaning of effort. Then he starts shouting at the goddess, asking what is the reason for his effort, for his life, but no one answers him. Obviously, he doesn't think even Pow will answer him. Quick steps, and the worst solution available to him is acceleration, a technique he can't control, but he doesn't think it's enjoyable, and so, he assumes another sword stance. Standing before Lian believes the only thing he needs to rely on is the strength he has accumulated. And Lian himself thinks this is the first time Lian has looked so imposing. He speaks that he is right, and this is who he is. He will make him his subordinate. No matter what happens, he starts to activate quick steps. But Gilbert is worried, because using quick steps, consecutively without aura, will cause him to exceed his limits. And so the ghost gets very excited. He thinks that if he is a true hero, then it's nothing. But Leon thinks that Lang doesn't know the decisive difference between them, because he, who was born with innate talent, and he, who handles his sword every single day, are different, and the two rush towards each other, but one sword ends up broken, and the broken sword is Lang's, who is surprised by the end of this battle and stares at it in shock, wondering how it all happened. And the ghost says his hard work paid off, and the boy agrees, saying that what decided the duel was the hint he picked up about the technique. Elmont Crescent. When he performed that swing with his sword, he explains that it's an unconventional sword technique that disrupts the timing of his opponent's upper limbs. He mentions that, more importantly than that, is the sheer number of swords they break. And because he is so talented, his physical body manages to surpass its limits, but he won't be able to reach someone who knows the limits of a sword. However, he thinks that if he had been using a real sword, the outcome might have been different. So, he approaches Len, declaring his victory with a smile. Respond, but he ends up being wrong, as a prayer from the Genin begins to fall on the boy from the sky, giving him a huge fright. Meanwhile, Chloe asks Lon about Leon, and he, on his face, and Gilbert confirms it, stating that the victory belongs to him, but the ghost remembers something, because if Leon had lost, he would have become Lian's subordinate, so he asks what the boy would ask for if he won. He remembers Liam's promise to guarantee him whatever he wanted, as long as it didn't affect his family or his reputation. He mentions things, such as teaching arcane swordsmanship, training aura, or making elixirs, all of which are possible. He now thinks that he doesn't really need anything, and since he decided on this fight, and agreed to it, he will have to accept the consequences. He says a promise is a debt, asking what he wants, and he responds that he will tell him later, which surprises Lin. Then, the protagonist says that he doesn't have anything in mind at the moment. He adds that he will tell him as soon as he thinks of something, asking if Liam is okay with that, and the two of them are quite surprised by the boy's decision, and Liam can only agree. Sometime later, he mentions that he managed to finish the fight without using acceleration, but it seems like he pushed himself too hard, since his opponent was Liam. But at that moment, someone uses healing in it, and it's Chloe, healing the boy without a word. He mentions feeling lighter and expresses his happiness that a rank 4 healing mage is the one healing him. He also thanks Chloe for being so observant, but the girl seems a bit sad, saying she can't understand either him or Lian. She then asks what the problem would be if he were to lose. However, she acknowledges that he has become much strong and plans to leave the academy. He asks how she knew, and she replies that she knows him like the back of her hand, and that he's a complete idiot. The boy is happy about this, and about having thought she would try to stop him, but she retorts that she can't believe he dared say that when he wasn't even planning on listening to her. She adds that he's always been this way, constantly defying the limits that, says that he hasn't seen him, and the girl says that no one in the dorms has seen the boy either, so she thought he had come to the party, but she wonders where he could have gone. However, Lian, people thought were impossible to break through, and he always manages to succeed, even though it took him a little longer this time. He thinks it was quite fast, considering the difficulty, but she says he really took his time. And so, the two start laughing, and the protagonist says he's fine, sending her away and making an L sign to him. So, she asks if she shouldn't heal him, but Lian says that the kid may not express it, but he's probably very depressed and shocked, and an attack from the girlfriend he loves would make this defeat an incentive for his future growth, and he says that he will leave it there in his hands. Okay, the protagonist has matured, the guy accepted defeat, he knows that there's no way he's going to win against the blonde guy. Yeah, damn, F in the chat guys, F in the chat. And the girl, looking at his back, shouts Lian, asking what he will do after leaving the academy, and he says it's still a secret for now, and so, she stays behind, praying for him, and the ghost remains. Surprised, because he never thought he would see a mage who doesn't believe in gods praying for someone, and he says that she's really a good person. Then Fam asks if he's finished yet. Everything. And he agrees, believing he would become a special person. But then, he questions what defines a special person, and the boy replies that he desperately gave his best in everything. What he did, and wanted to become a person who wouldn't lose to either of them. He wasn't able to overcome barriers like social status or talent. Right at the end, he thinks he lost his way in front of these two special people, because he felt he wasn't good enough. But finding Elcide, and going through everything he went through, ultimately freed him from his inferiority complex, engraved in the depths of his heart. This allowed him to escape the shadow of those two. He says that now he will become a hero. After all, who in that world would be more special than him? And the ghost is, like and share the video. Thank you very much. So, without further ado, let's get to this continuation, because there's still a lot of good stuff coming out this week. Man, I know you. Reminds Chloe that she is with him now, but the girl doesn't care, saying she's going to look for him, and Lian stays behind. And then another butler appears, saying that it seems like he was surprised, because he is quite a materialistic person. And the boy asks if he was a little disappointed, but he says, of course not, asking what the problem is with wanting riches and honors. So what's wrong with wanting to be famous too? After all, ambitions are a central part of human life, and having dreams drives people forward, unless they go down the wrong path. Wrong. Ambitions are what make humans human, and that's why he chose him, because the person who was supposed to become a hero wasn't him, but the other guy, Lian. So, Lian is surprised, and the ghost reveals that he is the legitimate son of the Imperial Clyde family, the sword that will build the corrupted empire once again, and his full name is Lian cum Gladius von Clyde, and he was designated a hero 150 years ago, and so the boy is surprised that he is the perfect protagonist. Well, based on what Sid said, he's not Link. Lian was supposed to be the protagonist, but he remembers that Sid said that this fight was also a test for him. He says that he did well, stating that there is no rule that says a hero must be someone chosen by prophets or oracles, and to be the herald of someone's future using their own strength and willpower is also something a hero does, and Lin is wrong about that aspect. And so, Liam gives a smile, and the ghost asks if he's feeling guilty for stealing his opportunity or something, but he says, of course not, because it's not like he lacks anything in comparison to himself, and asks why he would feel guilty about someone who was born with a silver spoon in their mouth, since that's impossible, and the ghost is surprised by this, and Lian says it's his fault for losing to someone like himself, who has nothing despite having everything he needs, and the ghost is even more surprised. It's at that moment that Lian says he was the one, Roderick, the soul of the great hero, refusing to call him Your Highness. Really, the guy was a noble, and he asks people not to call him that, even when they are alone, while talking to Giove, saying that if anyone heard it, and Sed's holy sword chose, and if that's the case, he's just meeting expectations, and the ghost likes that answer. And so, the next day, he asked to leave academy, and his instructor, who was very saddened by his decision to leave the academy and become an adventurer, offered to write him a letter of recommendation instead of a graduation certificate. It was a bonus that his fight with Elmont's clique inspired both the commoner and noble classes to work harder, and he brought about an event of change to everyone at the academy, motivating them to train harder, and with that, he probably doesn't need to go back there anymore. So, he summons the ghost so he can depart for the free city of Blind, a place where adventurers gather, and, in another corner, the protagonist continues his journey with the sword. At the moment, he is running through the middle of the forest and says that he is finally far away from that maddening forest. Then, he notices that Blind is visible from there, and that he will finally be able to sleep in a bed after having left the academy 15 days ago. And so, the ghost inquires about, he calls the forest maddening, and says he should be grateful. This place has become a training ground for him, and he says he is so grateful that he is almost crying as they leave. 15 days ago, he and Sid entered that forest on their way to Blind. He camped in a forest for the first time, and the goblins attacked him quite frequently. And, under these less than favorable conditions, he was able to use the holy sword instead of the wooden sword he had prepared before leaving the academy. He pulled the sword from his own hand, and thus managed to kill quite a few goblins. He says he used the 15 days he had in the forest to get used to wielding the sacred sword and to train with it. But in this, the ghost, it would have been pointless to hide his identity. He says that, besides, he doesn't have the right to hear that title, and Gilbert says that someone of royal blood is destined to shine brighter amidst his, says it took a week longer than expected, but the boy is grateful for the training because those goblins were giving him trouble from the very beginning, and he says he managed to do it, cutting down 7 goblins in less than 10 seconds, and says that even though he was able to accomplish this, it was all thanks to the footwork training he gave him. So, the boy thinks that he had definitely become much stronger than when he first entered the forest, and, if it were up to him, he would like to finish off all the monsters the very next day. So, the ghost notices that he is very excited and says that he should save that excitement for when the time comes, as he still has a jar in construction and, to become stronger and defeat the monster, he will need to fill it, that jar. And, no matter how many times he tries to fill a jar that isn't finished, it will inevitably result in a leak, and his effort will be wasted. Thus, the protagonist thinks that we'll keep that in mind. And, sometime later, he continues through the forest until he arrives at the city, introduces himself to the guards, and finally manages to enter. And he's happy that he succeeded. Pass through the gates safely, as the public places a lot of trust in the Academy's student ID. Then, the ghost speaks to him, telling him that this city is a village of bandits. Upon hearing this, the boy shouts about it being a bandit village, which makes some people nearby quite angry. And the ghost explains that there have been several cities like this for the past 300 years. Everyone around starts looking at him, and the ghost comments that it's not small, but it's not exactly big either, and compared to the size of the city, it's quite disorganized, and the security isn't the best. The boy realizes that he is still quite inexperienced, but asks where he wants to go, wondering if it will be an inn, but the ghost says no, explaining that he will first go to the guild and trials, congratulating him on his 17th birthday. So, he thinks that there is only 1 year left until the prophecy passed down in the imperial family comes true, and on the day that he, a member of the imperial family of the, he says that it would be best for them to register as early as possible, while they aren't in a rush, and the ghost remembers that the boy had mentioned wanting to become an adventurer. He says that the mercenary would also work, but then he starts thinking about several other classes, but says that compared to being an adventurer, it doesn't seem like he would have much freedom to move around. He doesn't intend to get involved with power struggles among the nobles, but more importantly, he wants to use the privileges of a hero, and believes that adventurers, who take requests to getting rid of the monsters would be the best path. However, the ghost says that it will still take a long time for his seal to be released, and the boy thinks that, in addition to training in the forest, he has been able to learn a lot about his identity, and also why he descended a year earlier than the oracle declared, and says that most of the authority is decided with a sacred sword, which are sealed, and normally the owner of a sacred sword would possess a body that recovers so quickly it's almost as if they were immortal, would experience immense strengthening, and would begin to be able of dealing fatal damage from existing demons, and as a bonus, he would also be able to become stronger by multiplying his aura and holy energy. He thinks that, for someone like him who, he lacks aura, to be able to use it at its maximum power, he needs to first become stronger, and so he arrives at the guild and registers as an adventurer. Then, the attendant tells him that, confirmed his registration at the academy, as well as Helmets' letter of recommendation, and says that if he registers as an adventurer, he will start at rank D. Then, he asks if her name is Rise, and he tells her that he doesn't know much about this D rank she's talking about, and she says it's a rank in which he can get real jobs and not just random tasks. And, based on the letter of Great Clornar Empire, comes of age, the life of the current emperor, who is afraid of the prophecy and is overseeing him, will come to an end. Then, he says that the citizens will witness the advent of Roderick, the ancient sacred king. Recommendation: he should be able to rise to rank C quickly if he shows good results. Besides that, he will need to be at rank B to demonstrate that he can use an aura weapon, and it will probably take some time to reach the core forces of the A or S rank guild. So, he can't believe that an aura weapon is a requirement for reaching that rank and beyond. Just circulating aura isn't enough. An aura weapon is a level where someone can control the aura outside their body, transforming it into a sword that can break rocks and even cut through steel. It's the true beginning of a superhuman. And for him, it's impressive to think that reaching this level would only allow him to reach B rank. He wonders just how strong an A rank or S rank would be. Begins to say that this is a more interesting organization than he initially thought, as it seems there are many humanoid races present. So, Proto observes everyone who is there, looking around, seeing some elves, some people with fur, and some people even with tails. And observing those types, the ghost thinks there are werewolves, humans, elves, and even half-elves. He doesn't. You can believe that they are working with races that were fighting each other 300 years ago, so the person who created that organization must be very skilled. Then, Risey looks at him, asking what was wrong. He replies that it was nothing, and then, she tells him that they have finished his registration, and if he wants to officially become an adventurer, he will need to complete a mission without any kind of reward. So, the boy immediately realizes that he will have to do work for free, and she confirms that's right, as he needs to be recognized by the guild to become an AIM-D adventurer, and, of course, he needs to pay a price to receive that recognition. Then the ghost comments that the world is not always an easy place. He tells him to shut up, agreeing to do sacred, and the boy asks Gilbert if he's talking about the great Ali Roderick from 300 years ago, saying that the expectations placed on him are very high, and he says that they'll find out next time. That task. And now, outside, in the city's sewer, the boy is killing a bunch of ratmen there, and comments that it's the first time he's seen rats fighting with a sword, and the ghost says that his sword techniques are strictly for one-on-one battles, and to get past those guys, he's going to have to keep slashing away. And there's no better training than cutting down all kinds of enemies, whether they are ground or flying beasts. However, the boy says he doesn't think a sacred sword should grant this level of power, but he figures there's no way around it, since the mission he took on was to clean the sewers, and the boy is very tense about that and passes through the middle of all those rats, killing them quite calmly. However, he feels something speaking to Sid, telling him to look at that guy at the end of the line, asking why he has a horn even though he's a hatsman, and he says he's an evolved species, and the boy is doubtful about that. And the ghost speaks, saying that they are species that lived a long time as monsters, or obtained some kind of special power to absorb tons of resources, and are similar to Rob-Goblins. He asks what he needs to possess. Careful. Then, he says that the horn is proof that he possesses a special ability, and the bigger it is, and the more horns he has, the more dangerous the ability is. And that mouse, really. It gathers some energy at the tip of its horn, preparing to launch it, and the boy asks if it's possible to know what kind of ability it is, and the ghost says it would be good for him to experience it for himself for the first time, as unfortunately, this companion's ability is useless. Then, he questions what he is talking about, and the ghost says it's a curse-type ability, just like voters, and Proto, who is holding a holy sword, a sacred weapon, is surprised by that ability, and the mouse casts the plague curse in the direction of, but until then, there's Anno, who possesses a special talent and is already learning 4th-level magic, and Lian, a hardworking man with greater mental strength than anyone else. Gilbert would like to have them both by his side, and so Gilbert thinks about this prophecy, as it is said that on the day a man bearing the name of a lion comes of age, a sword that destroys evil. Him, however, that curse hits the sacred sword and doesn't work, leaving the mouse surprised, and Leon says that he found the wrong opponent, telling him to hand over his horn and moving to. On top of that, later in the afternoon, he returns to the guild with a huge bag full of those things. Risey is surprised, asking if those are all Hatman tails, weighing in at 50 pounds. Then, they calculate that, simply put, this means he hunted a total of 230 Hatmen. Then he mentions he also has these 4 horns, explaining that since he hunted 230, about 3 or 4 horned hatmen appeared. He asks if he can sell those too, and Rizey, surprised, agrees, telling him it comes to a total of 13 silver coins and 50 copper coins. He says it's much more than he imagined. She explains that Hatman horns are quite expensive, to be honest, and they're also in high demand, and he's the first to achieve all of this on his very first mission, saying that she's truly impressed with the boy. He wonders if that's all, and she replies that she'd be surprised if he just hunted 1 Hatman. But to think he hunted 4 evolved ones, he must be really skilled at using aura, especially considering how young he is. And he's incredible. However, the boy's tone turns cold in response to her words, but she continues to congratulate him, saying that from that moment on, he will be registered as an official D-rank adventurer in the guild, and she explains that the seal on the copper emblem symbolizes the free city of Blind. He asks if he can use it anywhere, and she confirms that he can, but adventurers of rank B or lower will only have secondary priority when selecting jobs in other branches. He's surprised by what she's saying, and she explains that it's a measure to prevent people from only accepting requests that they personally like. Looking back, he notices several adventurers who seem quite disheartened by the postings on the wall. He thinks, "Will descend from the heavens," and indeed, this sword is apparently in front of our very own Lian, shining upon him, and he, seeing that sword falling from the sky right in front of him, is very impressed. That this is proof that he is no longer just an academy student, but an adventurer. She tells him that if there are any requests he's interested in taking on, he should let her know, and even, not having much authority, she'll only be able to help him to a certain extent. So, he takes that as a yes in this case, and outside, the ghost starts laughing, saying that the receptionist seems to have taken a liking to him, confused with a holy knight, and he asks, why? And the ghost says it's because he took on a mission that doesn't pay well and is difficult, and, as the stories go, the holy knights of the past kept their identities secret before being officially appointed and embarked on a journey to help others. But he thinks that since the hero is also a type of holy knight, she's not entirely wrong, and he asks if that's really the case, and the ghost says that she'll probably faint in the future if she finds out the truth, so he says he can't just tell her the truth, but he wonders who would even say anything, since a receptionist in charge of the hero could become a legend within the Adventurers Guild in a few decades. He could probably just enjoy his life, writing and selling autobiographies, and with that, he figures that she was the one who got things mixed up, and that he didn't lie to her or anything. Now that he's thinking about it, it's not that different from a journey of helping others, because in addition to his training, he would be helping someone else in the process. He says Jack will. Living in the dark for a while is infinitely better than living under suspicion. He's planning to leave only after reaching rank B, and the ghost is surprised by what he says. But the boy is fixated on rank B. He wonders how long it would take to get there, but the ghost says that 100 days is more than enough, which the boy finds hard to believe, and the ghost says, with that, and the sword shines, looking at the boy, and ultimately telling him to get up. And when the sword speaks, the boy is almost scared stiff. Then he asks who's there, and the sword says that it is right, that he wanted to take it easy for about 6 months when it came to teaching him. But that won't work, because even if it's part of the training, he can't believe his successor is cleaning sewers to climb the ranks, which is a real disgrace. But the boy questions what kind of reasoning the sword is using, and One Eye says that he needs to become stronger as quickly as possible. But Lon questions whether the difference in difficulty between the monsters hasn't jumped too drastically, since he went from a rat to a dragon, SS level. Then the sword says that now that he has learned the basics of vision, he will learn something else and increase his proficiency through more real fights. And one of the privileges of a hero is that he can absorb the power of the monster he defeats and basically accumulate it. So he ended up leveling up without even realizing it, just from killing those rats. He wonders if this relationship between monsters and the aura has to do with what Sid told him. Then he says that before, he knew that elixirs and training methods from a renowned family were really effective in training aura. But the ghost says that, honestly, anyone could absorb a monster's power and convert it into aura, but the nobles and royalty in the past sealed this. True, so that only they knew how to do it. And the boy notes that now that the main people who sealed the truth have died, only he knows the truth. And, having discovered this, he became the most capable of subduing monsters, and he thinks of a ranking of great demons, which would be rats much smaller than a dragon, and the ghost says that not even close to thousands would be enough, and once he becomes more familiar with the process, he will be able to hunt stronger monsters and eventually go after dragons. But in this, he notes that The in front of him, asking if he can't see it. And the boy is even more horrified and thinks that this is a strange situation, because this sword shines as brightly as the sun. And, to make matters worse, Ghost wasn't kidding when he said that. And he says, of course not, because the sacred sword is not a cleaning tool. And he asks if it makes sense to use it for purify the air and clean things up. And Lian remembers asking Sid to purify him when he came out of the sewers. He really did it to get the boy clean, and Lian says that, from the looks of it, Sid succeeded, brooding over this. But he questions why Sid is insisting that he hunt dragons, and Sid says it's because they need to go to the Titan mountain range in the future. And the boy is even more surprised, as this is a dragon-infested area that he wouldn't dare venture into, since it is a land ruled by the laws of the Giant King. He asks why Sid would go to the kingdom of demons in the past, where countless kingdoms have failed to conquer. Then, Sid says that Lian will definitely be able to help him, as his body was left in that area. He lost his memories, so doesn't know much about it. They will make it their goal to reach those lands in 6 months, and Sid asks the boy what he thinks. And the protagonist realizes that Sid wants to go to that place, to look for something he has no idea what it is, but the ghost assures him that he'll be fine, because it's not like they're going to fool around until they get there. He just needs to be able to protect his own body, and trust the rest to him, for he is the holy sword. And Lian agrees with this, because so far, nothing he has entrusted to the sword has gone wrong. And the ghost says that they will now begin the hellish training, and the boy doesn't like the hellish part of that sentence at all. And a while later, at the guild, everyone starts teasing the protagonist, asking if he's going to go up to play Hatman again. And they begin to notice that he has been stacking a mountain of Hatman cups every day. And the protagonist says that maybe it's because he became a famous Hatman hunter. Spend hours reading your favorite manga, but what if I told you there was a way to get paid for it? So come with me to learn about Honeygain. And that's right, they will pay you for you to. In front of him, asking if he can't see it, the boy is even more horrified, thinking this is a strange situation because the sword shines as brightly as the sun. And to make matters worse, nickname in the guild ended up becoming the cat, and he goes back there to deliver more tales. And Rise starts to feel sad for him, noticing that the quantity is smaller than usual, and he confirms that it is, explaining that he doesn't. He found many Hatmen, and only a few of them attacked him. He thinks they are starting to get scared of him. Then the girl says that even though Hatmen look like idiots, they have some intelligence. He says that's why he would like her to check out other missions. Then she gets all happy, saying that she knew this day would come, so she chose 4 missions, and the boy starts to analyze all of them, along with the sword. He notices one in particular because, looking closer, the mission documents seem very old, and a ghost speaks, saying, which shows how unpopular those missions are, and also means it was never renewed. The protagonist says he's going to take one of them, and it ends up being a rock slime hunt. He comments that its habitat is found within the land near the wall because they eat rocks, and if they are allowed to live there, the walls won't last long. He realizes that the mission is from Blind's defense captain, so he believes there's no chance the captain will take advantage of him. But upon arriving at the location, he speaks with the guard about the subjugation mission, only for the guard to say that he didn't even request it. The boy questions how that's possible, since it's an official guild mission document, and assumes there must be some mistake. Just then, another guy arrives, asking if he's the one called Gato, the adventurer who cleared out those sewer rats so well. The boy confirms that he is. The guy starts laughing, saying he's incredible, and that they need more adventurers like him. Then, he says he can't believe those guys who only take on easy jobs and still want to call themselves adventurers, saying they're the ridiculous ones. Then, he asks if on top of that, it speaks as if it were human. He concludes that it must be a holy sword, and the sword confirms that it is. Then it called him there, and Lian asks if it was the sword who summoned him. Boy agrees, and immediately after he agrees, he finds himself at the bottom of a sewer. The man tells him that, depending on how good he is, he might give him an even bigger reward, and tells the boy to work hard. Lian thinks that he acted like it was hard to give, but the sword asks if it wouldn't be a good idea for him to say he'd give her more rewards. And Lian says that, even though it's not as filthy as the sewers, it's very humid, and the floor is slippery, and if he uses techniques like footwork there, it will be difficult to keep his footing. And the ghost says that, in other words, it's the perfect place for footwork training. But the boy tells him to wait on the second floor while he hears something, and some fluorescent slimes come towards him. He notices that there are 3 of them, but the sword tells him to use his vision, saying that if they were like ordinary slimes, adventurers wouldn't avoid them. Then he thinks it's true, focuses his vision, almost getting hit by a rock right in the middle of the eye, and notices that it came flying out of nowhere, asking where it came from. And so, the ghost tells him to look ahead. A slime is already almost attacking him, and the boy uses his sword, but the slime sends his. The blow, and the boy finally realize that this is why they are called rock slimes, and the sword tells him that he probably already knows this, but the slime's weakness is its core, and if he destroy the core in the center, then he will be able to destroy the entire slime, no matter what kind of skill it possesses. However, he thinks that there are countless fragments of rock within the slime, acting like several layers of armor protecting the core, and for a monster, it was certainly well thought out. And the ghost says that it's no wonder adventurers really wanted to avoid them, as blunt weapons wouldn't work well, preventing penetration of a slime's defense, while swords and bows would easily cut or pierce them. However, it uses the fragments of the sword says that, as he always believed, the world is unfair, and he remembers Len and his fame quite well. It says that while those who have everything gain even more, those who don't have anything lose. Rock to compensate for its weaknesses, becoming a monster that is difficult to deal with using weapons. Then they start throwing rocks at the protagonist as if it were in Plants vs. Zombies. And so, with that barrage of rocks coming towards him, the boy is left with no choice. In addition to defending himself with his sword, the slimes are putting pressure on him, and the boy becomes completely weakened, already shaking considerably from all the rocks he has taken. Then Fant says that he knows he can't dodge all the attacks because they are targeting his vital points. He asks Lon for his analysis of that attack from just now using vision, and Lon says that they shoot rock fragments from more than 5 meters away. He says he would make a charge, which would then give him a little bit of time before they fire the rocks again, and he thinks that if he closes the distance between the two of them at that moment, then he might be able to land 1 or 2 attacks. The problem is that he can't get past the slime's defense. He looks for a way to avoid the fragments and cut the core, but thinks that's not it, wondering if he really needs to cut it, and the ghost. You'll be surprised by the boy's idea. Lian says that, by using his vision, he could search for the precise moment when the rock fragments are dispersed throughout his body, and then use the holy sword to pierce the empty space. However, he realizes the problem is that the rock fragments are constantly moving, so finding that opening won't be easy, but he believes he can. He imagines himself doing it, and smiles, thinking that a crisis can also be an opportunity. Then the ghost says that, at the moment the rocky slime creates an opening to launch the rocks, he says that its mucus flow should also stop for an instant, and based on Leon's ability, there won't be another opportunity for him to accurately destroy the core, and so he notices that the ghost had thought so. But it says that opportunities should be granted fairly, and those who don't strive don't have the right to blame the irrationality of life. It's only those who fiercely, far ahead, when he chose the stone slime. The ghost says, of course, and the boy agrees, saying he's going to give this a chance, and then he goes after everyone. And he utilizes the vision of both of them. Eyes are focused to the maximum, and he manages to break one of the slimes at the perfect moment. He realizes that if he loses his timing, even for a split second, he'll be the one getting hit, and he manages to finish off another one right away. Right, and the ghost explains that they can already detect their surroundings through vibrations. Therefore, he needs to reduce the amount of pressure he exerts on the surface as much as possible to move, and states that it's definitely possible with his footwork technique. Then, he gets targeted, but dodges everything he can and starts to imagine that he can do it, achieve it, because, as I said, it's possible to use footwork techniques there. But while he's doing this, the boy ends up slipping by a hair's breadth, almost getting hit by all those rocks, but he uses his acceleration to quickly turn around and take another path straight towards that slime, completely destroying its core, and the ghost appears behind him, saying that, I doubt he did that consciously, but, well, it worked out in the end. Then the boy suddenly asks what he's talking about, and Sid tells him what he just did. It was the second level of the footwork technique. The boy is surprised, and the ghost explains finding balance, level ground, and reducing both vibration and noise, saying they are the basics of the level 2, and says that if there are other elements on the ground, he should also know how to use them. Whether it's a frozen or boiling floor, being able to use the environment as part of your power is the main point of the footwork technique. He says this makes him adaptable enough to transform a disadvantageous environment into a convenient one for himself, and even if it was by luck, he set their lives on fire who are worthy, and he, who questioned the goddess of the irrationality of fate, is questioned by the sword, which asks if he believes himself to be worthy, and the boy thinks, shifted to a position where he spread his legs to lower his center of gravity. By doing so, he abandoned his upright stance and was able to flexibly shift to any direction he wanted to go. And if his environment changes, then his stance must change as well. Up until now, the movement stance he was using was only suitable for flat terrain. In a place with a low ceiling and a wet floor, he needs to move in a way that's appropriate for that environment. And the boy notices that a lower posture definitely allows him a more comfortable movement. And the ghost asks if he doesn't think his training is progressing better because he's experiencing all of this firsthand. Then the boy calls him demonic dash for putting him through this. And the ghost asks, "What was that?" And so the boy notices that this is only level 2. He can't believe that this is the standard for beginners. But the ghost is struck by something, remembering only now that he shouldn't be dodging the attacks, even though he has gotten a little more used to the footwork technique. Then the boy asks him what he means. And he says that he won't die just because he was hit by a few pebbles, and that it's better to practice how he gets hit, minimizing the damage, so he can use that in a mastiff real fight. And he says that he will need to use his body to absorb the damage that he was trying his best to block, but couldn't manage to. Also, he shouldn't rely solely on impulses, and if he finds the perfect timing, he will be able to cut them. And he can't use impulses if there are 2 or fewer of them. So, he tells him to just ask to die, calling him a demonic sword again. And the sword says that all of this is for his own good, and that if he gets used to fighting comfortably, it will be more difficult for him in the future. However, the boy says he isn't even comfortable yet, asking for a moment, and answers yes, shouting to it that he is worthy. So the sword simply tells him to hold it, as it will give him the chance to prove his words. And so the protagonist thinks he knows why he is already asking him to do all this. But the sword says that he is already comfortable by his standards, asking if he understands, and saying that everything was different back in his day. And back outside, the boy is still complaining inside. The captain mentions it's the 3rd week now, asking what time he entered that day. They reply that it was before 10 a.m., before the perfect 2nd shift. He remarks that the boy is really working hard at such a young age. Initially, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to defeat so many stone slimes, but these days he comes up with full bags. The reward for subduing rock slimes isn't that great, but then they announce that he's leaving, and the boy emerges with 2 full bags. They're quite surprised. He says that today is his last day, and that he has cleared the areas near the wall. He explains that because stone slimes reproduce much more slowly than werats, they won't need to submit another subjugation request anytime soon, and those are the last fragments of the rock slimes. He asks them to notify the Adventurers Guild that the mission is complete, and then he departs. That behind him, leaving everyone surprised. And Proto says that he knows him and is ready, and the sword agrees, stating that by using the power they accumulated from subjugating stone slimes, he will need to take his first step and learn about aura. And so, in his dorm, the ghost says that he progressed much faster than he expected, as he had expected him to go through the initial stages first, absorb a decent amount of power, since rock slimes are mana-based organisms, and he thinks it's fortunate that no one accepted that quest for so long, as it was great for them, and now they are a month ahead of schedule. He says that, in this case, he has reached the minimum power required to start working with aura, and tells Lian that he is quite behind on. Alright, he doesn't know the significance of wielding the holy sword, but he believes he can change everything with it, and feels his reality is truly unfair. And he begins to reflect on the time he begin to learn aura compared to the others, asking if the boy is prepared. He confirms with a determined look, saying that, of course he is, since descendants of renowned families, such as Lian, would undergo a baptism, where their circulatory systems would open upon birth, establishing the foundation for their mana. And the reason why social standings also shift based on differences in ability, because developing an aura without a baptism was nearly impossible for him in the past. Then, the ghost adds that if someone whose baptism unclogs a circulatory system blocked with impurities isn't able to withstand the BAC, blood alcohol content, they could die. However, he mentions that he has been absorbing mana all this time, and more. Importantly, he possesses the Holy Sword, and its power will safeguard his circulatory system while simultaneously healing his wounds. Nevertheless, he will still need to endure excruciating pain, and if he loses consciousness, the baptism will fail, implying that success hinges on his inner strength. The boy becomes tense upon hearing this, but accepted. Then, the sacred sword begins the ritual, summoning several swords of light around the boy. Surprised by the swords of light, he watches as they are stabbed into him. The first pierces his spine, impaling the boy, who screams in pain. The sword lodged there releases electricity that courses through his entire body. The other swords also pierce the boy's body, and he coughs up blood in pain. The ghost is surprised, thinking he would only withstand 10 swords. Then, covered in blood, he's stuck on his own bed and nearly passes out. The ghost thinks that, until Linho wakes up, he looks back and says, "The." He throws a tantrum alone, abandoning his friends, and believes that, despite everything, all the training he's done without missing a single day, makes him think that way. He says that up until now he was Sai. Presence of people hiding in this city has become much clearer. As soon as the boy wakes up, he is surprised that it's an aura and says he can feel the aura. A flow circulating outside his body. A refined power is circulating in his heart, and it seems he has received another vessel containing a power different from his physical abilities. He feels as though he could do anything at that moment, but the ghost tells him he's wrong, completely shattering the boy's joy. Meanwhile, the former hero thinks that he is truly incredible, because even considering the awakening is based on inner strength, he still exceeded their expectations. But then they ask why he looks so sad, since they said that the hero's training is something he would be in charge of, and in the end, everything worked out well, and the stronger the hero is, the better it is for him. But the problem is how he manages both, and even used a shortcut to place it within the Holy Sword. And he says that the Holy King Rodrigue and Lian are his very being. Then he asks him to keep the rest of his opinions to himself. He must be watching everything that's happening from above. Besides that, the ghost says something else. He thought he could withstand a maximum of 5 swords, and only used baptism to unclog the vein. Let go. And if he wants to use the time properly, he will also have to train his small vein. I confess that when the ancient hero appears to preface something, I don't understand a thing. No shit. It should be shown later though, so let's move on and leave it at that. Keep going, you'll understand. At most, there's a balloon with an eye talking to a boy who seems schizophrenic. And he says he's just a kid who's overflowing with a little power and still has a long way to go. And Lian says he knows that, but still, he says, ranked regardless of his efforts. He worked tirelessly to destroy the unfair reality he couldn't accept. He doesn't want to turn his determination and effort into worthless. While there is no change in his physical abilities, he can feel the energy flowing through his body, and it appears that he has nerves outside his body now. So, he says that this is the aura sense, explaining that if he focuses and utilizes this flow, he will be able to analyze his surroundings. The boy's eyes light up, thinking this seems like. So, Fatma mentions she knows he's happy to have an aura now. But first, she needs to explain this aura to him, asking if he knows that auras also contain attributes, and explains that there are 5 common attributes typically seen in humans: wood, fire, water, beast, and metal. However, the attribute he possesses isn't one of those 5, which leaves him a little surprised, because he obtained the same aura as her. The boy then asks about her aura. The ghost explains that it's the aura of the sun attribute, which encompasses light and heat, a high-class attribute that represents splendor. Both the boy and I were surprised. It's like that trope from Naruto. You have to put in effort, and then your talent will emerge. But in the end, there was a 9-tailed fox. Tails on his butt, right? You have to see it. And the boy is really happy about it, saying that he has the same attribute as the legendary hero. And the sword says that they should summarize things about him before getting to the main topic. Then it shows him the title, level, and skills that the boy has now. He's not that much different than before. And not only that, but he just learned aura and is already at level 3. Then the ghost says that he managed to use accelerate before he even learned to use aura, and can even use aura sense now. And what he's saying is that he's well above level 1 and 2, and says that his martial body also increased to level 2 after his meridians were opened. And now he would like to teach him some of the swordsmanship that he value. And so the sword asks why the boy is standing before it. Now he says that it asked him whether or not he is worthy. And so he says he wants to prove his determination and effort, and that it lacks. And the boy is very happy about it, as he will finally learn the great hero's swordsmanship, asking if they can start immediately. And with that, he notices that the boy is really excitedly stating that it's 100 times better than having no motivation. But he realizes there's something he needs to know first, that the city is where his enemies live, which surprises the boy. Regarding that, then, he says that somewhere in that city he can feel their presence, the hero's archenemies, the traitors who are trying to fulfill a purpose by handing over that world to otherworldly beings, insects that are always squirming in the shadow of the hero, in every era. Then the boy asks what their name is, but the ghost doesn't like the fact that they even have a name, saying that it shouldn't be wasted on those pieces of crap. So, he says that if he needs a name to call them, he can call them Malice, a malignant group, and the boy is already irritated with the hero's enemies. And the ghost says that there's no way he can face them head-on right now, but Lian then says that he just needs to get stronger, and he will be able to hit. And he says that he has already decided to become a hero, and Sid looks at him, saying that they'll probably keep quiet for now, but it's not like he has all the time in the world, and they will probably make a move in a maximum of 2 months, and subduing monsters is nothing more than preparation to become stronger. However, Molly is an enemy that the hero cannot avoid, and, from now on, he will have to throw himself into the mud, restricting himself with blood and animosity. And sometime later, at the guild, Rai says that the guards told her, and she says that she was worried, since he hasn't shown up for 4 days in a row, and the boy asks if he kept her waiting. Then she notices that there is something different about him. He says he kind of had an enlightenment. Share your idle internet connection. It's like Uber or Airbnb, only this time it's for your internet. Instead of renting out your car or apartment, you earn money from something you already have. Your opportunity should be granted fairly. And the sword is shocked by what the hero is saying. He simply turns to leave, but at that moment, the sword tempts him again, while subjugating the monsters. Look at you, protagonist. Maybe you haven't caught on yet, but hey, she's hitting on you, and she's all happy, saying that she already knew, saying that it looks like she has. Another reason to congratulate him. The boy doesn't quite understand, asking if she said one more, and she confirms, congratulating him on being promoted to C rank, while handing over another badge for him. He points out that a separate evaluation is usually required for promotion, and she agrees, but explains that his subjugation of the were-rats and the rock slime received very high evaluations. Therefore, the evaluation was skipped thanks to letters of appreciation from the Lord and the captain of the guard. He's surprised, since he was promoted after completing only 2 requests. The ghost comments that the boy did pretty well, because if he can take on more requests thanks to this promotion, it will be easier to search for mess. Then he asks if he can start accepting C-rank requests, and she says yes, telling him he can start right away. She thinks to herself that he's already looking for requests immediately after being promoted, musing that knights sacred objects really are on another level, and the ghost says that's probably what she's thinking, and that holy power is quite similar to the hour of the sun, after all. And the boy says something to the ghost, mentioning that there are some who seem good for training, but he doesn't see any related to magic. So, he asks if they should just focus on training until they find some kind of clue. However, the protagonist is actually just talking to himself in front of the girl, who doesn't understand anything, and she questions if he wants her to show him some requests from a different category, because she thinks only getting rejected requests is a bit much, and he says it's nothing like that. So, he asks if she can show him requests related to the slums, or if not, requests about places with a bad reputation. And the girl, saying that he proved his integrity, she then tells him to pull it, and it begins to shine brighter and brighter, overshadowing the boy. He asks her to wait, questioning if it's because she is quite surprised that he wants to go to the favela, and he thinks that favelas are usually the place where poor people gather. But Blindine's slums are a little different. They're filled with thieves, informants, convicts, fugitives, smugglers, murderers, and the like. It's an area occupied by people who have broken the laws of various countries, and because it's a lawless zone, formed on a large scale and with the characteristics of a free city, there must be someone from Malice involved. But the girl says that there are no requests related to the favelas, since this is a job for mercenaries and not adventurers. The protagonist is surprised because adventurers don't get involved in human disputes, and he says that the disturbances occurring in the favelas are, in their majority, disputes between people. But he thinks he can't become a mercenary full of restrictions after coming this far, and if he starts investigating the favelas without a reason, he's sure they'll start keeping an eye on him. So, she asks what request he has, and when he takes it, he notices that it's a subjugation request for ghost armor in an abandoned mansion, and it says that the ornamental armor left behind, along with an abandoned mansion, has become living armor, effectively turning the property unsellable. And it's not just that, the reward is low, and there aren't many D-rank adventurers capable of destroying living armor. The protagonist believes his holy sword should handle it without issue, and the girl reiterates the request, mentioning that since the mansion is near the slums, she's certain he'll be helpful when venturing into that area. He realizes that having an excuse is indeed crucial, and, no matter how strong the factions in the slums are, they wouldn't dare provoke the Adventurers Guild, as they risk facing high-ranking adventurers, called a hero, She refers to the one chosen by an oracle, but clarifies that it's not about oracles, but about his will and powerful mentality, which will not bow before blood if they mess with the wrong guild, considering ranks or above are nationally controlled forces. The girl smiles as she assists him, and he notices her intentions, thanking Rise. Saying that she will definitely reward him next time, she tells him not to worry because this is his job, after all. Furthermore, the girl remembers giving him an extra reward as well. For defeating the rocky slime, she mentions that the guard captain added a bonus, so it's actually a good deal. And when the boy takes it, he asks if he can ask for something else, and she replies that he can ask. Then he asks if she could tell him where the Church of Blind is located. The girl is surprised and asks about the church, and he says that he has some business to take care of there, and she seems a little apprehensive. And then he says that he knew she would react that way, because if Rise imagines that he is a holy knight, just like Sid says, then even though holy knights in their penance are not allowed to request help from the church, there are exceptions if enemies of the church appear, and he thinks of Heredes, in other words, those who condemn the goddess, and he says that, regardless of affiliation or faction, the church gathers all its power to fight them, and that is the sole reason why the Holy Knights of the Iron Chain, notorious for their cruelty, are dispatched. She says it's at the end of the Prima district, in the northeast, in the 13th building. The boy thanks her, saying he's leaving right away, and when he exits, the girl is even more surprised, because a holy knight searching for the church means an enemy of the church has emerged, and she thinks this isn't something her guild can ignore, saying that she needs to report this immediately. Leaving there, the ghost thinks that he really is cunning, since it's certainly the most effective method, considering he won't reveal his identity. There's no noble families, or even before destiny itself, and his desire to prove his convictions instead of being greedy for gold and fame. And he, as the one who fulfills all the conditions, is worthy of being way the guild would mobilize based on a warning from a rank C adventurer who isn't even a holy knight. Then he says that's not true. He didn't reveal his identity, and since once the report is finished, the guild will make its own move, and he considers showing the CID to Guido if absolutely necessary, but he's saving that as a last resort, because the mark hasn't been completely lifted yet. He needs to further hone his skills to declare himself the owner of the sacred sword before the church. However, setting that aside, he's hunting living armor, which are monsters comprised of sets of armor, moving around on their own. But then, the ghost interjects, saying that living armor is a natural phenomenon. It's rare, and he explains that armor sets can move using magic or sorcery, or by someone imbuing power into the armor. They don't have egos and are just pieces of metal, with instructions to repel invaders left inside them, and the boy asks if a wizard's dispel spell wouldn't solve the problem. He explains that they weren't created using mana, so that wouldn't work. It wouldn't be of any use. He explains that the principle of dispelling is similar to collapsing a building by removing its pillars, but that doesn't dismantle the pile itself, and the boy notes that this is why a wizard is not useful in this type of situation, but he believes that what they have to face aren't major threats, and mentions that these sets of armor are made from a mixture of iron and silver. Then the ghost asks why he thinks they haven't been completely subdued yet, if they are so easy to deal with, because they would have resolved the situation a long time ago if they had been assigned to a disciplinary mission, and the boy realizes what he's implying, looking closely at the fine print and noticing that the armor's regeneration speed is probably abnormally fast. Become a hero, telling the boy to pull it once again, creating a huge pyrotechnic display around her. He says that this is the right he received, and it is also an opportunity that, even after destroying every part of the armor, it reassembles itself in less than 10 minutes, and their weapons can't last long enough to finish the job, so they retreat or something. That's what they say. And the ghost says, understanding, assuming it brings comfort, is like armor forged from a mixture of iron. But the boy thinks differently, saying they will figure things out once they arrive, and continues onward, calling for him to leave. But the boy, walking through the slums, thinks it's much more bustling than he anticipated, and the ghost agrees that it certainly is. He speaks to Sid, saying that he has felt something very unsettling since they entered this street, wondering if someone is following him. But Sid says he would have told him immediately if there was, but he just has a guess as to what it might be. He asks what it is. Then Sid explains that it's because of his heightened sense of aura, and that the sunlight makes him very sensitive to external ill intentions. They are sizing him up, figuring he's an easy target because of his age, and their malicious intentions are stimulating his aura. Then the boy says he feels even less comfortable now that he's aware of that. He can't believe that those stinging sensations are coming from people who want to hurt him, but he says he should still be cautious because most malicious intentions are hidden. Nothing is truly insignificant, but some of them are quite dangerous, and he says that regardless of where they are, humans are obligated to be cautious around strangers. He tells the boy to show himself to them frequently since he's currently handling that request. And so he goes ahead, calling out to the boy until he arrives at the location where he needs to be. He notices that it's that way, towards that completely terrifying mansion, and the ghost thinks that place wouldn't be sold, even if there weren't living suits of armor there. And the boy was justly granted to him. And with that, Lian ends up giving in to temptation, grabbing the sword, preparing to pull it, as it introduces itself as a seal. And when he pulls it out, he says that it is a clone. Agrees with him, and inside, the suits of armor soon begin to move when they realize someone is there, and the boy opens the door, entering the place without hesitation. And so, the ghost, he says he is ready, with Lian grabbing the sword and wielding it. Then he notices that it is actually quite convenient, shining and lighting his way, and he tells her to bring some candles next time as he can't do something like that when there are others around. And he says he'll do it next time, but the ghost says, "Here, right in front of you, there is a suit of armor," and she actually goes toward him, holding a long-range weapon, and so the monster soon gets excited, and the boy does too, noticing that it's a halberd, and it's his first time facing an opponent with one, and he realizes that it can be swung to cut, push to pierce, and even used to bash and crush. Not only that, but it has a range of 2 meters, and the weapon alone can cover the distance, and he needs to take a step or two to get closer. Then, as the monster approaches, it jumps at the boy, and Lian thinks that, however, this advantage only applies when there is someone to wield it, as that monster is thrown back by the boy's power. He says that no matter how powerful the halberd is, there's no way an empty suit of armor weighing 20 to 30 kilograms could overwhelm him with it. And the boy says that he pays the price by closing the distance himself, cutting off part of her arm. And with that, he says that this is far from being enough, shredding the entire monster and throwing the armor pieces everywhere. And so Fant asks if he used acceleration, saying that, aside from the small deviations in the path of his sword because of the acceleration, it wasn't bad. He says he can barely use it for a few seconds, but he can use it very naturally now that he's an aura user. So he, the Holy King, Rodrigue Caldes, is the strength and the sword that guides the light of that era. And when the boy finally obtains her, she calls him Master Lian, ordering him to destroy evil alongside him. Elcio says that, in any case, the report said that they can regenerate even if they are destroyed with a battle hammer. But as he waits, the monster looks quite ordinary and is lying on the ground, and asks if the report didn't mention abnormal regeneration, noting that it doesn't seem to be the case, but then suggests that those reports could be false. He acknowledges this possibility, but points out that a false report constitutes a Class 2 crime within the guild, and furthermore, if someone were to die as a result of that false report, the guild would place a bounty on the head of the person who filed it. He feels that something about this situation is bothering him, wondering who would risk so much just to avoid a disciplinary mission, and then says that, now that he thinks about it, something seemed off from the very beginning, and regardless of how annoying living armor may be as opponents, a well-coordinated group should be able to face them without any major issues. Then the ghost says that he can't think of anything else it could be, wondering if there might be variations from one suit of armor to another. He concedes that it's possible, and thinks he should be a bit more cautious, but the ghost argues that it doesn't seem necessary, since they've come to him, and several of them are now walking towards the boy says he can't see them well, and John offers to increase the brightness. The ghost gets angry with the boy, saying he doesn't know if he's a holy sword or a torch anymore. It strongly increases the brightness, illuminating almost the entire place and turning golden in the boy's hand. He thinks this is amazing because it's glowing, but it's not too strong for his eyes, and it's a very comfortable light. But, from that point on, the monsters are blinded by the light and start screaming in front of the boy. He wonders what the hell that is and what's wrong with them, and the suits of armor, for some reason, become very angry with him, going all out against Lon, who defends himself against each of them. He notices that those bastards are attacking together, and the attacks are, thus, the sword closes the pact with, ready. Meanwhile, another guy asks if he called him a blonde guy. Then he notices that he has a holy sword and a commoner, and says that he was starting to get even easy to predict, but the movements are perfect. However, he says it would only be a problem if they were real knights, and wonders how long he thinks those repetitive movements will last. We'll work with it. But the ghost shouts Lon, and he is nearly hit, losing some hair from the top of his head. Surprised, he asks what Prid was. He explains that those things are not living armor, and he asks what they are, and the ghost tells the boy to use his vision because his eyes will be able to see them. So, he focuses his vision to the maximum, staring at those things with both eyes, and inside them, he sees a kind of incarnation, something like a ghost smiling at him. He wonders about the smoke. Then, the ghost says that this black smoke is a type of evil energy, and it will devour his vitality as soon as it touches his body. He says that his solar aura will be able to resist it, but nothing good will come from touching them. And so, he asks if that's why they reacted to the light of the holy sword. The ghost says that's more or less correct, because if they were only composed of evil energy, they would have simply been purified, and living armor doesn't have intelligence, emotions, and certainly no vocal cords. And they are beings for whom screaming is impossible, and who have absolutely no reason to tremble before the light of a sacred sword. And the only things that feel aversion to the light of purification are evil spirits. And they are ghost armors, born from a skeleton's inner armor, restless, with their stupidity degenerating into hatred against the living. And the boy remembers what happened to the armor he cut, and notes that's why the one he cut didn't manage to regenerate. And he says that armor controlled by evil spirits cannot be destroyed until their hatred is exhausted. And no matter how much force is used to, good, he questions if anyone is asking him why he broke the prophecy, and says that the lion's name also means lion, and says that just because the prophecy was passed down to the imperial family doesn't destroy them, they will keep rising, and the only ways to subdue ghost armor are to expel the spirit with powerful magic, or break the connection between spirit and casus, armor users employing the power of aura, or purifying them with holy power. Fortunately, he possesses the holy sword, the greatest of all swords, but he's concerned because there are too many of them, and he wonders if they are all armored ghosts, so he'd better retreat for now, and return during the day. But the ghost points out that the numbers are strange, as there's no way so many of them could appear by coincidence, and the boy thinks about it. He explains that creating ghost armor users has a low success rate, and even if a good magical incantation is used, whether artificially or by coincidence, this quantity of them being there after countless failures would mean that hundreds or even thousands of spirits flowed into this mansion. So the boy thinks that this is not possible, because it would mean that so many people died in this city. And now, face to face with all those monsters, the ghost says that the level of activity of a single evil spirit isn't usually this great. They can't travel great distances or remain in this world for very long, not even to another district within the same city. Then, the protagonist notices that there is no another place besides the slums, a place far removed from law and order. And the only place that fits the criteria is the slums, where you can obtain anything you desire, simply by using money and violence. So he thinks he can't ignore this, but as someone who doesn't yet have experience as a hero, it's not something he can currently handle. He says that even his trump card of getting the church to act by using the holy sword is useless if he can't discover the secret organization's objective and identity. Mean it is restricted only to its members, and another Lian does not meet her standards. He has both talent and destiny, but he lacks the will, and he has not yet matured. And, seeing how, and he wants to eliminate the option of returning in the morning, going after those things head on. He says that, from this point forward, fighting against the strongest opponents in a dark environment will become his foundation of his growth. So, he takes down those suits of armor one by one, cutting through them and turning all the enemies in front of him into mincemeat. And as he's doing this, the day brightens, and the ghost says that, it seems, they're more or less finished here. And Proto agrees after killing several suits of armor throughout the entire night. He adds that fighting while being intentionally surrounded isn't so bad after all, despite the dead look in his eyes, and Ghost asks if it's because of his blind spots. The boy confirms, explaining that his perception within his field of vision is almost invincible, but human vision has its limits. So, no matter how much he rolls his eyes, he can't see behind his head, and it's not like he can fight with his back against a wall all the time. And Ghost, hearing this, realizes the boy is right, stating that a third-rate person is controlled by conditions, while a second-rate person adapts to the conditions, and someone of first-rate caliber uses those conditions to their advantage. And the boy, seeing this, gets nervous, wondering what he means, and just accepts it, saying that he needs to get over his reliance on alcohol if he will fight in the favelas. And the level of danger in the favelas is greater than that of the trap, with stakes buried in the ground, the traps, and the paths laid out with visons. He says that, You can be sure that those who are used to killing and ambushing will target his blind spots, and if he continues to rely solely on his vision, he could end up falling into a trap from which he cannot escape. And a while later, in the middle of the favela, there is a girl crying in the middle of the street. Then he gets scared seeing the man approaching and even stops. Idle internet. And don't worry, Honeygain never accesses your personal data. It only uses your connection, which is used for secure tasks, such as web statistics or verification of. He's not complaining, he assumes that the other person has also started to like Lian, and he tells the person he's talking to that he thinks things that deviate from the established norm, crying, scared to death, and covering her mouth. And she starts to shake as that guy passes by her, looking completely menacing and like a mobster. And everyone is scared. Noticing that it's Can, he states that he is the leader of the most powerful gang in Blind. They report that they observed the 23rd and 25th districts as ordered, but they didn't see. No slave who entered the area ever returned, and the guys who are speaking have ridiculous mohawks. He says the people around the mansion were dangerous, so they shouldn't get any closer than they already were. But he asks if they should try to find out more. Can tells them that they shouldn't do that, ordering them to just keep observing from that distance, saying that they'll only attract unnecessary attention if they get any closer, and asks the next ones to speak. Then they report that they inspected the water leaking from the 23rd and 25th districts, and among the waste, blood, and human organs, among other things, were mixed in, and there was so much that they presumed at least 30 people had died that day. So he asks what the wizard said, and the guy replies that the wizard found something strange, stating that apparently, not even a black magic ritual wastes that much magic. So, Can is outraged upon learning this, ordering them to gather everything he asked them to inspect and write in the report, including enough evidence to make the guild and the church take action. Attitude. Then, one of the subordinates calls his boss, saying that even though they don't know what they are doing, the commission they will receive from the slave traders will be cut in half if they resolve this now, half if they fix it now. But then, the guy next to him gets his face splattered with blood, as the other guy is blown to bits and dies right there, and Can says he will die if he doesn't know when to. They are rare these days, so he tells him not to worry, as he will be even better than the previous hero if he uses his inheritance. And it's time for those bastards to pay what they owe. Then, leave. Just like the one right next to him. And everyone thinks this is an incredible technique, because they won't even be able to see it coming. After all, it looks like he just swung his fist, and Can says those crazy people are different, and they won't be able to use them. They shouldn't even try to form a relationship with them, as that in itself is harmful, regardless of whether they are cult fanatics or spies from another kingdom. There is absolutely no reason to associate with them, and it will all be over for them if the church decides to act directly, as they will persecute them to the ends of the earth, continent, just for exchanging a single gold coin with them. And this is the church's executioner squad, the Holy Knights of the Iron Chain. They will withdraw from this matter after asking if there's anything else new, and the bald man says yes, stating that it's about the abandoned mansion at the entrance to that district. He heard that an adventurer frequents that place often because of a request. Can becomes interested, and the subordinate states that he has been doing this for over a week. He's even received a nickname because of the frequent subjugation by many, such as wererats and stone slimes, earned him the first nickname, Cat, and these days he's being called a cleaner, which he believes is because he is accepting the rejected requests. And C thinks this boy is quite interesting, since he's an adventurer who takes on worthless requests, and C says he can make use of him. And later that night, the protagonist is training in his room, his window shining like a Christmas tree. Inside, he's training his sword technique until he collapses onto the floor, heaving and in pain. Then the ghost asks how it went, if he felt the aura flowing through his body. He says yes, and that it felt very mystical. And the ghost says that he told Loro to take a good look from the sky, asking if that wasn't his job. Inso suddenly wakes up, wondering if that was a dream. And when he looks to the side, the sword is average, sincere man, is better than a lazy genius, and says he's impressed that he's keeping up with his training. Elon says it feels like he died and came back to life. Whenever he overcomes a trial, he doesn't feel like he's grown even a little, because of this overwhelming sense of relief. And then the ghost says that he can see it for himself, showing the boy's statistics, which have increased significantly. He is surprised and achieves intermediate sword mastery. He asks why his aura user level is so low, and he wonders if he wasn't at the starting level before. And the ghost gives that smug little smile, saying that this is how rapid his growth rate is, and it was to be expected, since he is the one teaching him, and he is learning things that other people waste hundreds of days trying to learn. But the boy points out that the 7-star sword is not there. Then Fant says that there's no way he can claim to have learned swordsmanship if he can't even understand its first technique, adding that he should know that if he has a conscience in your head. And it is said that the 7-star sword, also known as the Great Chariot, is the arcane swordsmanship invented by Roderick back in his day. And they say you can only truly call yourself a master when you can use all 7 forms of arcane swordsmanship consecutively. And he says he wants to learn at least one of these forms before facing the malice. And the ghost was looking at him, dumbfounded by what the boy was saying. He says that if he combines the 7-star sword with the Saint sword, he would probably be able to gain an advantage, regardless of the opponent. Then the ghost says that they would die if they weren't of master rank. He says that's enough, and Lian says that since it's impossible for him to become strong, he breaks out in a cold sweat and realizes that it wasn't a dream, and the sword asks him to repeat everything, saying that it's the opportunity he received, and the boy is enough to beat anyone in the favelas within 2 months. He needs an ace up his sleeve that he can use in emergencies. And even though he knows how to manifest the aura weapon, it doesn't, meaning if he can't use it properly. And the ghost begins to understand what the boy is saying. He urges the ghost to start right away, saying that he will continue training to his limit, but the ghost replies that he's happy. The boy is so enthusiastic. However, that day's training ends there. The boy asks why, and the ghost says it's because they have unwanted guests downstairs. So he asks about it, and the ghost replies that they definitely aren't residents. The protagonist then asks if they came because of him, and the ghost says that he doesn't sense any signs of monsters or evil, nor does he sense anyone skilled among them. Judging by their appearance, they just look like people from the streets. He asks if they're from the slums, and the ghost says that they don't have very friendly expressions, but he doesn't think they're there to fight. So, Lian thinks that maybe meeting them is the answer, and suggests that they might have any clues on how to find Malice. As he heads downstairs, he runs into those guys. They're looking at Proto with friendly expressions, asking if he's the cleaner, and the boy answers that, yes. So, the one who took a beating is there all bandaged up, apologizing for coming without notice, and the other one says that they're there on orders from higher-ups and asks for his understanding from the boy. So, he asks about these higher-ups and they confirm, striking a JoJo pose, and say that they are members of a gang called Desgraciado. Yes, apparently that's the gang's name, from them, and both Fleet and Ghost can't believe the crap they're seeing. Fleet mentions that he heard about them while gathering information, and that the gang is led by a man named Can, surprised. But the sword tells him not to think he'll become stronger immediately just because he has it, and that he will face much more difficult challenges than the opportunity he received from it. Thus, the Presa, the one at the top of the food chain, dividing the favela into 3 sections. Then, they say that their boss is looking for him, and that they were ordered to leave him alone if he doesn't want to go with them. But he suggests that he go along obediently, and the protagonist simply asks them to show him the way, leaving them completely bewildered, because, in all their years in this crucial industry, this is the first time something like this has happened. And the protagonist figures that the man wouldn't call him that if he intended to do something to him. He believes that if he mentions Kana's name, most people will clear out of his path. This is his opportunity to get to the bottom of the slums. The ghost believes it's possible to know exactly what he's planning. The protagonist senses this as well, and thinks that he probably wants to give him a job that he can't request through the guild, and if he intends to use him, he'll use Kana as well. As the guide leads him along the way, a guy rushes past, bumping into him and falling to the ground, scattering all his apples, and repeatedly apologizing. And that guy, who is already injured, gets angry at the worker, cursing and hitting him, asking why he isn't looking where he's going. Then Lian gets annoyed with that person, but the ghost tells him to endure it, and Lian is questioning what he is talking about. Then the ghost asks him to be more careful in controlling his emotions, because his aura is leaking out. He says that if he wants to show bloodlust like he just did in front of this guy C, that will lead him to not achieve anything he's planning. And the boy holds himself back a little, saying that he's okay now, and that he'll be more careful. Already on the way home, he finally arrives and notices that this is the base of those bastards. Then the ghost asks if he doesn't know what cleaning or cleansing means. They then see a lot of blood splattered everywhere, and notice that the marks are a grumpy, balloon-shaped ghost simply comes out of that thing, saying that those who possess a great destiny must lead an equally cruel or even worse life. And he may have to. He assumes they don't clean it up on purpose, and the ghost says it's a classic way of demonstrating dominance. Just then, someone appears behind the boy, asking if he's the one they call. Startled, Liam Tomba, like a cleaner, quickly drew his sword and turned to face Can. But Can easily defends the boy's attack, laughs, and thinks it's a very inappropriate nickname. Leon is then surprised at how easily Can stopped his attack, and Can prepares to return the favor, winding up a massive punch aimed at the boy. And Leon thinks to himself that he's surely going to die, but as the punch comes towards him, only the wind passes him by. Leon remains standing in the same spot, and with just that pressure, his nose starts to bleed, dripping everywhere. Leon thinks he couldn't dodge because the wind pressure alone contained so much power that if he had continued to move, his head would have been blown to bits. Then, he asks if Can is the one they call prey, and Can says he has courage, as he thought the boy would just be a piece of crap, since he heard that he is rank C. But that's enough. He pulls the boy out of the way, stating that he was the one who chose him. Then Lon asks why he chose him, and he replies that it's obviously for his request, questioning if he didn't already suspect as much, since he came all the way here saying he would give him what he wants. Then Leon asks what it is that he wanted, so Can says he's sorry, but mentions that he's already done his research about him, and in this, Can talks about how he was a student at the Royal Academy, and that he was the one who was always second in the commoner class, and the man who kicked the butts of those nobles, who were immature, through pure effort, and he says that after giving up, he registered with the Blind Adventurers Guild, only accepted requests that were rejected, and became known as one of the city's big shots. Sacrifice the woman he loves or the friends he trusts, and he chose this thorny path on his own in order to live a special life. But Leon pauses to consider this, and asks if the thorny path, and the protagonist is surprised that, even at the top of the slums, he has informants in the alleys at his side. Then he says he kind of understands why he left the academy, saying he didn't have the slightest. His intention is to become a knight, stating that he does not intend to bow down to the nobles, but the two don't understand what he's talking about. And Can says that he then beat up those. Wow, he beat up those nobles and became an adventurer. Unlike those suckers who only seek profit, he saw the whole scenario and thought like an adventurer who can be useful to the big guns, and that's why he managed to rise to C rank after completing only 2 requests. Then he questions if that was the boy's journey to get there, and he thinks it's obvious that it wasn't, and they both think that. And Can says that if he desired money, he wouldn't do something like that. And he assumes that the boy had a single goal from the beginning, and he understood it right away. And that goal is simply fame, something that nobles cannot influence, something that increases their status regardless of their origins. Fame. He's sure that's the reason why he didn't hesitate. Responding to his call, despite the dangers of the favelas, is why he's there too. And he says that if the boy accepts his request, his wish will come true. And so the protagonist understands, but questions what the heck is wrong with that guy, because he's completely misunderstanding everything and jumping to conclusions. The ghost thinks it's nonsense. Damn. But it kind of makes sense, because considering his past and the missions he's completed, anyone would think he's seeking fame. However, Leon thinks he's misunderstanding things in a way completely different from Rise, but he says he has no reason to correct him, as he could become his enemy one day. And, if he's getting it wrong, he just needs to take. Thorny was not an opportunity. And so, that one-eyed guy thinks for a moment, saying that the boy spoke very well, telling him to prepare to go to the training room immediately, and use of it. And Leon says that he will at least hear what Kay has to say, and Can doesn't like that very much, glancing at the boy, but he finally speaks up, saying that the people in the favela are cautious with outsiders, but they don't reject them, and this place operates on a survival of the fittest basis. He mentions that many people who don't know their place come to the favelas to occupy places of power. So, he didn't even care when they started moving 4 months ago, until they invaded the 23rd and 25th districts and accumulated about 200 corpses in just one day. Thus, Lon wonders if they are carved from those things he saw in the castle, the suits of armor he killed, and if the malice is associated with the abandoned mansion and those suits of armor. Then, Can says that 3 people who share the rights to the favela are the idiot, who people call the Golden Pig, Simon, and an unknown murderer whose face no one has ever seen, the guardian of the coffin, and, of course, Can himself, who is at the top. So, Prota thinks that, perhaps because he met Kay first, he can't create an image that matches their nickname. Can says that the 23rd and 25th districts were Simon's territory, but with around 200 casualties and the money he lent to them, he is furious about the huge losses. In the end, to neutralize them, he hired mercenaries ranging from rank D to B, and they were all annihilated. and the protector is filled with fear, asking who these guys are, and Can says he doesn't know, and questions whether they are powerful enough to massacre such a large number of mercenaries. Eon wonders if they aren't a force that the Empire should keep an eye on, for no matter how lawless the favelas are, this crosses the line in a very exaggerated way, and if he takes Can's history into account, the large number of ghost ship owners in that show him how he handles his sword, as he needs to know what his current level is in order to teach him properly, saying that this is a test, and with that, Lian starts to get. Abandoned mansion makes sense. Then Can says that those who tried to find out are all dead, except for him. Eon thinks the damn pig is so scared that he's doing nothing, and the coffin keeper, he'll probably just observe the situation, and his henchmen are also avoiding a serious war. He thinks he's sure they would all complain if he didn't go with them. He even understands, but basically the situation has become one of non-aggression, and Can says he feels extreme disgust, but that's exactly how it is, and that's why he called the boy the adventurer, who seeks only fame, saying that, after the test before, he was sure of his tendency to run towards danger and not away from it. With such courage, he was sure that the boy wouldn't refuse, and the protagonist says that, from what he's told him, it doesn't seem like he wants him to act like a hired killer, and asks if he wants to lure the guild there by using him. And he smiles widely at the boy's intelligence, saying that he is certainly smart, and it would be great if he had him as a henchman, instead of those idiots. But the protagonist asks, he apologizes, saying he doesn't really like gangs, and thinks that, in short, he doesn't want to lose power to those dangerous sons of bitches, and he's using external power to borrow its strength. Someone who recently became famous in the guild, he thinks Mal is a much bigger problem right now, but this man could become an even greater threat someday. And Proto agrees, but he questions how he will get the guild moving, and Kay tells him to take a look at those documents, and when the boy reads them, he is surprised, very surprised indeed, noticing that the document he showed was full of evidence of people in the slums being sacrificed by malice, and the ghost thinks about it, since there are hundreds of them. In the worst case, there could be thousands, and Proto, excited, and outside, the one-eyed ghost thinks it's very dark, asking if the sun hasn't risen yet. He's also wondering why the boy has been so restless from such an early age, annoyed, feels incredibly nauseous. Since these people live in a lawless zone, there's no way of knowing what's really going on, even if they disappear, and there's no way of knowing if the evil deed has continued to occur in blind, and so, the ghost speaks to Lian, who is trembling with hatred, and the boy asks Can if he can't deliver this information to the guild. He says no, because the guild's superiors are more hard-headed than he realizes, and says they would never believe something coming from such a questionable source. So, the protagonist says that's why he needs him, and he confirms that's right, and he's going to turn him into proof, enough to make those guild higher-ups believe those bastards are real. The proof is alive, breathing, but Lian notices that he's being too brazen, because it's okay with him whether he reports back alive or dies and becomes evidence. Either way works, and Can starts to laugh, and questions if the boy is in. Lian replies that he is willing, and thinks it's a pity, but it's not easy to obtain information in the slums and, above all, he can save hundreds of lives. Responding to this request, he orders him to retrieve both a dagger and a small pouch. When he questions what it's for, he's told the dagger bears his mark, and he must show it to anyone who tries to start trouble with him. No one will attack him, except the coffin's guardian. The protagonist, however, refuses, saying he doesn't want it, and tossing it aside, and begins to curse at him. He then mentions that the bag also contains magic scrolls, which he should use when needed, or sell if he wishes, telling him to consider it as an advance payment. Lian then asks if he can ask one last thing. Recalling Kay, he winds up a punch and throws it toward the boy's face, stopping just centimeters away, questioning, adds, and millions of people use Honeygain to help cover small monthly expenses. And, of course, it won't replace your full-time job, but it's perfect for things like subscriptions to, with Lian, who is shaking and scared behind him, and he says that, even though dawn is breaking, they're still at school, and he stands out too much. And he says he has no idea what kind of, if he had intended to stop that punch from the very beginning. Can becomes completely serious, but replies, of course, obviously lying. Sometime later, in his room, the protagonist reflects on the expression that Can observes, noting that Can is absurdly strong, and that he needs to train even more to become stronger. So he talks to Sid, asking if anything caught his attention while he was reading the documents. He says that some things did indeed catch his attention, but that he needs to do more detailed research, considering how malice operates. If something doesn't go according to their plans, the chances ending in disaster are high. Lian notices that he is saying he needs to see it with his own eyes, and then Sid confirms. The plant says that this is easier said than done, as infiltrating an area where 500 mercenaries have been murdered is probably the kind of mission that should be given to an assassin or a top-tier guard. He thinks he will need a helper, someone who cannot be corrupted by money, and in whom he can trust his back without reservation. Thus, the ghost questions whether he is not setting his standards too high. And the protagonist says that it's not just that. He says it must be someone who can't tolerate even the slightest bit of times malice asterisk. And the ghost thinks there's only one place he can find someone who suit these conditions. And the boy agrees, saying that he thinks the ghost said it was the 30th building in the Prima district. So, he goes there the next morning and wonders if that is the sacred church, a rather run-down place, to say the least. He wonders why they put a branch in such a poor district. And Oidio says that the church has always moved clerics to areas where the most times, denarized times individuals live, where they, blinded by money, are easily tempted, and the slaves of ambition are easily controlled. And since clerics do not fall under excuses to come up with, if he bumped into someone wielding that real sword, until he finally thinks of something, and the ghost tells him that he did absolutely the best he could in any categories, they need to be righteous. Since they respect their own faith and the teachings of the goddess, they cannot be led astray. In other words, they will not fall into mere lies. Then the protagonist says that he has no choice. He doesn't want to draw attention to himself as an inexperienced hero, but he thinks he will have to tell the truth. Furthermore, even if he reveals his identity, since the other person is a cleric, they will never reveal it to anyone, as long as he asks them to keep the secret. So, he thinks that, in any case, everyone there has tattered clothes, just like in the favelas, but their eyes are bright and without signs of great concern. They aren't concerned with their surroundings, nor do they try to pickpocket things from other people's pockets, and he says that this is proof that they have confidence in each other, and he wonders about the filial grace of the Holy Church, asking what kind of person the bishop in charge must be. And when he knocks on the door, someone inside asks who the boy is. He answers that he is Lian, an adventurer, and says that he has something to say to the bishop. But then the aura of his body begins to effy, manifesting and reacting to the aura of the person on the other side of the door. The bishop opens it and introduces himself to Lian, stating that he is in charge of the Cesare branch, which surprises the boy. Hoping that he is an elf, Lian is already inside drinking tea, when Cesario says that Lian must be surprised that the bishop is an elf, but the boy lies and says he isn't. Cesario then comments that it's not common to see an elf in her position, and that the goddess loves all races equally. Therefore, he also worships her with all his being. He has heard of Lian's accomplishments, and mentions that he subdued the underground men in the finer washes, sewers, and on the castle walls, adding that the water quality has improved significantly thanks to the boy's efforts, and the number of people suffering from stomach aches has greatly decreased. Environment he was in. Then he asks what kind of master would blame their student for things they hadn't even taught him, and so the boy picks up the wooden sword again, and this. Certain that the goddess is also pleased, and the boy, growing increasingly nervous, says Cesare Lisongia's name. Then, noticing a certain tone, he asks if Cesario mentioned that there was something he wanted to tell him. The relaxed demeanor he had during the conversation completely changes, and so, the boy wonders if he could take a look at those documents first, and when Sesa notices this, he becomes irritated, reading it and says that it's a problem in which the church must act directly. However, the source of the information is the problem, and that source will be considered suspicious, so the central parish will request that, to have a trusted person investigate again. But if that's done, it will take too long to take care of the matter. So Lian also thinks the same, and says that's why he is looking for someone to investigate the 23rd and 25th districts with him, asking if Cesario could introduce him to someone appropriate. And Cesario thinks for a moment, but tells the boy that he's sorry, because his branch doesn't have anyone who knows how to fight, and he's already upset about it. And Cesario says that there are some who have learned the art of healing and support, but he doesn't think they would be suitable. Lots of help on a mission like this, and Lian questions himself, noting that this was his last resort. So, Cesario says that, since it's inevitable, he himself will go with the boy, and the two of them seem to be doing well there. Surprised by what the bishop is proposing, he says he can't let others take care of things related to the business, so he, Cesario himself, will go with the boy, and says that he only, just because he's a bishop doesn't mean he can't do the difficult work, and so Lian is quite surprised, and thinks that a bishop is willing to follow him, saying that he expected at most a few paladins, but he asks Cesario if everything is really okay. and Cesario looks at the boy and asks if he seems like someone untrustworthy. Holding his hand and preparing to time, he assumes a much better stance in order to attack. And when he swings the sword wildly in every direction, he wonders what's different, because something feels different. Show what he's made of. And so, he turns his palm to the side and begins to invoke his own aura. And just by looking at the crazy man's hand, you can see that he's not joking. And with that movement, he summons a fire aura in front of Lian. And that is an aura phenomenon that has reached its density limit, leaking out and burning the surrounding atmosphere. A technique that can apparently tear apart Mitru to shreds as if he were paper. And seeing how quickly he manifested it, I know he probably mastered it through numerous battles. In terms of strength, he must be on the same level as Khan. Then the protagonist notices that he is a bishop for a reason, and Cesario questions what the boy is thinking, saying he won't delay him. And he says that, in fact, he's thinking that he's the one who might end up delaying Cesario. He starts laughing, asking him not to praise him so much, and he says he was a member of the Holy Knights of the Iron Chain 50 years ago, but he's nothing more than a retired soldier now. Then, the protagonist is surprised that he was part of those Iron Chain Knights, and notes that he was the powerhouse member, most powerful on the continent. Then, shaking Caesar's hand, he tells him that Caesar will be under his care. Caesar responds that, of course, he should be the one saying that. However, he asks the boy to wait a moment while he grabs his weapon, asking if he could wait for him in the front garden. And the boy agrees, surprised that he will join forces with someone who used to be one of the Holy Knights of the Iron Chain, since it seems like he even has an army or something. And besides that, a weapon from his days as a Holy Knight must be, perhaps, a really cool bow that would match the Wood Elf tribe. But Sid says that the boy is quite innocent, asking if he didn't see Carlos in his hand. So, Lian doesn't quite understand, but soon after, he has. He's done those movements hundreds of thousands of times before, but still, the strength is flowing into his hands just because someone trusted him. But then the ghost orders the boy to stop. The realization of what Sid was trying to say with that heavy mass of iron in the hand of that silly-looking elf. Proda and Oidio are also very surprised by that. Then, he starts swinging it with incredible speed and monstrous ferocity, slamming it against a nearby rock and completely shattering it. He remarks that it feels good. It's been a long time since he's felt this way. He'll never forget the satisfaction of crushing heretic skulls with that flail. But even now, long after he's retired from the front lines, it still makes his blood boil, and the two of them are terrified of that seemingly nice bishop who is anything but. Then, Cesario declares that they have destroyed evil, and also their sins. He's certain that the goddess will also watch over their holy battle, asking if Lian doesn't find it completely intimidating, and the boy replies that he probably does. Yes, and he says he has no doubts about it. Later that night, the protagonist walks through the slums and notices that the bishop is following him closely. Sid confirms this, and the protagonist says he asked him to change clothes into something more suitable for wearing in the favela, since he can't walk around a den of criminals dressed as a cleric. But he thinks there is something strange, because he can. He can feel his presence with his aura, but he can't sense him with any of his other senses. And Sid explains that this is a type of aura skill, an ability that erases the presence using the aura. It's a difficult skill to use while moving, but he's quite proficient at it, and a drunk ends up bumping into the bishop as he stumbles around, looking to pick a fight, asking what he's staring at. But when he glances to the side, Cesare is no longer next to him, and the ghost comments that he must have a lot of experience in infiltration missions. But the protagonist, he gets startled and freezes instantly. Then he asks what's wrong, since he was just attacking, and the ghost tells him that his sword won't last at this rate, and when he looks, the sword is breaking apart. Questions how he's even able to sense him with his aura, and Sid explains that it's probably because of his aura attribute, and he shouldn't be able to sense him, since he erased the detecting your presence using his aura skill. However, these restrictions can be overcome depending on the characteristics of the aura. Then he deduces that, based on the way he's responding, he must have the sun attribute. His attribute must be the sun, and he can sense the elf's presence because his attribute makes the elf's stealth less effective, since he possesses the aura of the sun, and the protagonist contemplates the sun and the moon, wondering if it's a coincidence or also destiny at play. And so they finally arrive at the 23rd district, and Ilha remarks that the gangster's dagger definitely helped, and Lian agrees, because just by showing that dagger, everyone cleared the path and became very docile. Ilha comments that all the gang members they encountered along the way obediently opened the way for them, terrified of that dagger. Then the elf expresses disbelief that they passed through the slums so easily, saying that he is as incredible as he'd heard, and it is. Thanks to the boy, he can quickly take care of those impertinent heretics who insult life without even knowing how to be grateful for the goddess's grace, and the two of them are quite frightened by it. That bloodthirsty bishop is trying to kill them. Then Lian declares that from now on, it's Malice's territory, and says it's dangerous for them to infiltrate that area from above. So, they take the path of the sewer that Can told them about, and they start walking down a staircase, proceeding side by side with the sewage. While Cesario was lighting the way, he suddenly turns off the light, asking for the boy to be silent, and they hear a voice coming from above, asking if that's all for today. And another person says that they were unable to meet the quota because the sacrifices began to completely after attacking, which surprises him. The ghost notices that he's using it without even realizing it, and that repetitive basic training is helpful in mastering it, but he resist. And they say they had to get rid of 12 more, but to be honest, 70 people a day is a bit of an exaggeration, and Lian is shocked by what he is hearing. They say that even if they start disposing of them non-stop from early morning, they'll be finished by the end of the night when the ritual concludes, and the other one complains, saying they're just making him clean everything up, cursing his superiors. The protagonist is surprised that this ritual requires 70 people in a single day, wondering if they've been killing that many people for months, and thinks this is unforgivable. But as he was about to say something, the flail starts spinning, and the bishop says he's going ahead with Cesare, invading everything, breaking things, and attacking the guys, killing the first one, with just one hit and going after the second. Then Lian calls him, and he says they were supposed to infiltrate anyway, so he sped things up, and then one of those men begins to release some kind of liquid, trying to put them to sleep. Cesare throws his flail into that crazy guy's face, not even giving him a chance to do anything. But he realizes that something is wrong, because that guy used a shield to stop his weapon, and then several more shields appeared in front of him. He claims that attacks are useless against his external armor, questioning how they even dare to infiltrate that place, adding that they must have lost their minds, and that they were running out of sacrifices. Then, they arrived, just in time. But before he could finish speaking, all the crap he was about to say, his head disconnects from his body, and he's left not understanding what's happening as the world spins around him. The one who killed him was Lian himself, who didn't let him finish talking, and he's really, really pissed off. Then the other guy asks who the hell he is, wondering if he has any idea who they are, but the bishop grabs that guy and twists his. Didn't expect it to be possible for someone who doesn't use aura. Then the boy asks what the hell just happened. The ghost then remarks that he doesn't need to know that right now, and his head killing him as well. With both of them now lying on the floor, Cesare asks if he's already taken care of him. Elon replies that he doesn't think he should say something like that, but those bastards were, using excellent blades, and Cesario is surprised that Lian stole a weapon from him, saying that must be why Lian can ignore Zarig's arts. But Lian asks Eid if he's really okay, and Sid says that everything is going according to plan, since he placed a unique spell on his appearance. So, to others, he should look like a normal sword, just like the ones they are carrying, and Lian thinks that the sacred sword would really stand out too much. But if there is someone with extensive knowledge of the Holy Church or the Holy Roderick Kingdom, he doesn't think there's anything they can do about it, since they can discover that this is a sacred sword despite its appearance. Lian tells Cesario that he can't call this a successful infiltration, but since they discovered the true nature of the enemy, he thinks this is a great advantage, and says there's no better proof than the fact that they are using arts prohibited by the church. And Cesario says, that's true, but that's not. It's an unsuccessful infiltration, because just as it can't be called murder if there are no witnesses, it can't be called infiltration if they kill everyone. And they are both scared by the words coming out of that bishop's mouth. Eon then calls Cesare to search some more. He agrees with the boy, opening yet another door, and inside, several corpses are present, along with torture tools, as well as torn limbs inside a bucket. And the proto says that this looks like a nightmare, asking how many lives were sacrificed and how much they suffered there. And Sid, irritated, tells the boy to endure it, saying that he must not be accustomed to horrors like this, telling him not to take his eyes off. Skills won't improve if he just relies on them for no reason. Instead, he will teach him when he has matured. The boy looks at the sword on the ground, thinking he won't have a chance to. The tragedy. Because, even if no one else remembers, a hero must. And so, Lian records each of those visions in his mind as he burns with hatred for Malice. And he says that this tragedy is the true form of the enemy he has dedicated his life to fighting, But then the protagonist asks if it isn't the Demon King, and Sid says that there's no way a mere Demon King could be his enemy, saying that the world isn't green enough to be saved simply by defeating a villain. And Broda is increasingly surprised by what he says. Sid says that for the poor, illness is poverty, and for the sick, illness is the Demon King. And he asks if the boy really thinks there is a logical causality for this misfortune, questioning whether it's possible to cut poverty with a sword, sacred, and if it's possible to annihilate a disease with it. And he says that, compared to that, a Demon King that he can cut down is nothing, and he is the one who will bring a better tomorrow. And that is the definition and the duty of a true hero, and that's why he has to keep fighting until the end. And no matter how miserable it is, he must not avert his gaze, for only by confronting the tragedy will he will be able to cut the roots of evil. The boy calms down a little, adjusting his mindset and thinking clearly, and Cesare wonders what he was saying to himself earlier. But the fact that he could compose himself in seconds in front of such horror makes him realize that Lian truly has a lot of willpower. And Lian calls the bishop and says that the places they've passed through so far have been little more than spaces used to dispose of bodies, and that the real base seems to be from that point onward. He says that from now on, the enemies are at least in double digits, and that they will have a lot of trouble if they infiltrate blindly. He remembers Can telling him to use those, be able to use that now. Then the ghost says that he seriously trained the basics, to the point where there's nothing left to criticize, and immediately considers teaching the boy how to move his body in scrolls as an advance payment and do whatever he wants with them. So the boy takes one of them, saying he didn't want to use it if possible, but he opens it, and Cesare asks Leon, "What is that scroll?" And the parchment begins to glow, revealing an eye with a cross in the middle. And this thing enters the protagonist's body, who receives clear evidence of it. It is said to be a magic that guarantees to temporarily come through his caster's ability, explaining that he even added it to his vision. And the boy actually gets a Naruto-like eye power, so he can use a hack, even more overpowered. He begins to see all the rooms in front of him, being able to see the exact location of his enemies. So, after using that ability, he vomits blood, and Cesare is surprised by this. And the boy says he doesn't think this facility is that big, and that there are 24 people who can be considered enemies, and they are located in the east, west, south, north, and their numbers are 10, 5, 5, and 4. And there's a room with one person in the center that he couldn't see, and the entrance is from the east, and he wonders if this place is the key. Then Cesare says that possibly it is, or it could be a trap set for people who jump to that conclusion, a fundamental element of any strategy, catching your enemies off guard. It doesn't have a trick more common than when a place expected to be the weak point is actually the strongest. It's possible that this place is just an empty shell where bodies are buried, and the place Mana, the real operation, is in the 25th district. Lon gets nervous and says that he must be right, but he only wants to move if he is absolutely sure that security won't be reduced if they come back next time. So that day is their best chance. Cesare agrees, saying that in that case, now that their main objective has been established, they should